man, keep it going for Carly and for Reagan. Yeah, we're doing it. We're doing a thing. We're doing a thing. I'm recording a thing. You probably blew it by saying that right at the beginning. Now it doesn't sound like a spontaneous, fun show on the recording. Well, fuck me, I guess. This is why my career is plateauing. No, thanks. I knew it was coming back here. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to record a thing here. So just keep that in mind that if it doesn't go well, it'll be your fault. No, I'm come back to the Midwest to record a thing because I could rely on the Midwest because I'm from the Midwest and I understand it because this is the part of the country that likes to tell you that there's no such thing as shortcuts in life. They remind you there's no such thing as a shortcut in life, and then in the same breath, somebody will tell you how much the Powerball is up to. Yeah, these are my people. These are my people. There's no substitution for hard work. Remember that, if it's 100 million, you'd be stupid not to get a ticket. You'd be a damn dumbass not by the time I put my whole paycheck on this one, now that the odds are even less in my favor. I don't understand why the people that play lottery aren't more afraid of lightning. Like, if you believe in those odds, shouldn't you be like... I got $20 on the pick 5. Is that a storm? Oh, shit. Why do you only believe in good luck? Oh, my God. Well, let's catch you guys up to date with me. I'm 42 years old, and my name is Kyle. Yeah. I don't know why you're cheering. You know what that means? It means I'm on borrowed time. That's what that means. There's no such thing as an old Kyle. You're trying to think of one right now. Don't. You can't. There isn't any. Nobody went to Grandpa Kyle's for Christmas this year. No. Kyles die in their early 20s in free climbing accidents. The way God intended. That's how... Right now there's 5 different Kyles that are just piles of bones and Patagonia windbreakers thawing out at the base of Half Dome, waiting for a hiker to find them. Yeah, when a Kyle dies, Red Bull sends flowers to the funeral. R.I.P. K-Dog! I'm gonna miss you. Shit, what was the cause of death? Wicked air! Wicked air. Fox Motorsports sends its condolences. Yeah, people are like, what are you doing tomorrow? I don't know. I'm not supposed to be here today. The pages in my book are unwritten. I celebrate every day. Trying to get a grip on it. Can't just keep going on the same path. I'm practicing moderation, which is the least exciting option for an aging partier. That's it's not fun. It's good for you, and probably what you should do is get your shit together, but it's not an exciting story. Nobody likes that guy, you know. Kyle, what are you gonna do tonight? I'm gonna have 2 beers and drive home at 10 p.m. I fall asleep watching Forensic Files. Fuck that guy. Nobody likes that guy. You don't call that guy to hang out anymore. You got 3 options as an aging party. You got moderation, you got total sobriety, which means you went so hard you had to retire. And that's when somebody's like, I don't drink. You never drank. I'm actually in AA, and that's just mysterious, right? Oh my God, ooh, what's that like? Oh, you can't tell me. Now I want to know even more. Did you kill somebody? Just let me guess. Ooh, oh my God, it's so sexy and mysterious. That's a good backstory, because you can't tell anybody your backstory. Or you could just keep partying at the same rate and scare your loved ones. You could be that guy, the guy that just keeps going, thumbs up in the front here. You're the space shuttle, and your social group were the booster rockets that sensibly broke off at an appropriate altitude. I gotta get up for work, I got kids, and you're this space shuttle in the middle going, let's find some Coke! Oh. That is a one-man mission, never to return again. That's what that is. Everybody's got that friend. Like, can you believe Billy died? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that guy was a maniac. I had Bill's funeral written on a Post-it note, and I've just been moving that around my calendar. Because I knew that shit was coming up. And the next couple of months, I just didn't know when. I didn't want to commit. But I knew I was going to have to ask for some time off of work. It was going to be a floating engagement I was going to have to adhere to. Because I don't know if I'm going to go all the way. So you got to hit rock bottom to sober up. And I've never hit rock bottom. Well, I don't know. It's all perspective. There's no true definition of rock bottom. One person's rock bottom could be somebody else's. Oh man, they're not gonna let us back into that water park. Yeah, one person's, that's why I knew I had to go to AA. It's that's why I can't go back into that Chili's in Streamwood. I don't think I've ever hit rock bottom. I hit the sides all the time. All the time I hit the sides. But every time I get to a low where I think this has got to be rock bottom, this whole new realm opens up. It's ooh, get the headlamps and the climbing gear. We're going spelunking. We're going in search of this elusive rock bottom I keep hearing about. This fictional land. Guys, my rock bottom, I took 3 weeks off of doing everything. That was rock bottom. That was the saddest I ever got, was at 3 weeks of not drinking, and I found myself, I was just cleaning my bathroom on a Saturday night in absolute silence. And I was like, this isn't how you celebrate freedom. That's not how you live, That's all right. Hey, take a Saturday for yourself and do some chores, but have a good time. This is your own little part. Clean the bathroom on a Saturday. Bottle of wine, Motley Crue's greatest hits. That's what you're doing. Too Fast for Love. Squirt, squirt, squirt. Just Yosemite Salmon, 2 bottles of Tilex into the ceiling. This says using a well-ventilated area. I don't even have windows in this bathroom. Another victory for the kid. Oh, God, I gotta take a walk outside. The floor is sliding underneath the wall again. Saturday night, I'm just on my knees in front of my toilet with a Clorox wipe. Well, this task is done now. That's how inmates pass the time. That's not how you celebrate freedom. Ooh, I got another 19 months, may as well clean the shitter. No, you do it, you fucking drink, and you have fun. Otherwise, what are the troops even fighting for? If you're not celebrating your freedom. Just trying to keep it together. I don't get real political about stuff, and I try to ignore as much online shit just for my own happiness. Even if it's did you hear what happened? Nope, and I feel great. I just gotta look at the main page of ha, it's terrible. Ha, nah, I'm gonna make some waffles. I know it's out there. It's not gonna change whether I know about it or not. So I'll just try and Trying to, like, I mean, especially online, too. Everybody's so polarized online. Everybody's like gives this representation of themselves. Like, I'm all the way to the left. If I'm online, now I'll retweet. Everybody has their own bathroom, or nobody gets a bathroom. Whatever the fuck argument is the right one, I'm on that side and all that. But then in real life, you realize everybody's kind of swimming in the gray, brackish waters between the sides. Nobody's like that committal in life. Everybody's got that little bit of pliability. Like, I was like, I'm Republican for $30. $30. That's how much the fast pass at Disneyland costs. And man, did I have a holier than thou attitude. Because I had the $30 and other people didn't. And you know what? Fuck them. Tough shit. Your boy's getting to the front of Space Mountain. He's looking down on families. Maybe if you could have controlled your libido, not had so many kids, you could have had this privilege. But look where you're at. Harness your passion, all right? Just because I can afford to live well, don't judge me. Everybody gets a little bit Republican as soon as they just have to start paying for their own Netflix account. That's the minute. As soon as you're paying for it, you borrow a password, you're like, yeah, scamming the system. It should be for everybody. Joy should be free. And then you start paying for your own, and the first person's like, man, let me get that Netflix password. Like, we can't just all have it. We gotta pay for it. You have to pay for it. If nobody pays for it, then it collapses and nobody gets anything. So we all have to pay. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. People are up in arms about this college scandal. Rich people pay. I buy cheat codes for video games, the same shit. How much for all the guns? $10? You got it. Here's my $10. Suck it, 12-year-olds. Throwing down. You know why? Because I got disposable income, you don't. I'm better than you. Well, I won't get Trump is using tax loopholes. We all want tax loopholes. Not a single person in here is walking into their accountants going, I'd love to pay the appropriate amount. I mean, tell me exactly how much. You know what? Put another 200 on there, just in case. Put some in the pot for later. That's what I would love to do. Everybody's like, can we have this meeting in my car? Can I write off the mileage? What can I do? I want to write it off. I'm like a week away from bringing my own personal belongings just onto the stage to write shit off for tax deductible. Man, PlayStation's weird, isn't it? Anyway, here's mine. There you go. I'm pushing out new mountain bikes over here. I have a fucking jet ski behind me. I'm gonna do shows that just looks like I'm on the set of a showcase showdown at Price is Right, trying to write stuff off on taxes. I'm the opposite of Mitch Hedberg. I'm like, I do need a receipt for the donut. I'm buying this. I bought this donut between shows as a work expense. I'm gonna write off this donut. Everybody wants to find loopholes and this and that. Like, there's not a lot of rules. You know, there's laws, but there's not a lot of rules. You know. You can't do that. Why not? Whatever. You really go through your life and realize how much stuff is laws that you're worried about and how much stuff is just rules. Like, don't talk to a stranger. Don't do this or that. Like, I'm fine. I'm 42. I don't know how much a suit costs. No idea. Not a single idea. You show me a suit. How much you think? $100,000. You're way off. Okay, 7 grapes. I don't know. I have no idea. I do not have a clue. Can I get this suit for 7 grapes or $100,000? I still eat food off the floor. Whatever. I eat food off my floor that's not even food that I dropped. I was be in my house like, man, is that falafel? Because I haven't had that in a minute. No, dude, that's part of a sandal. All right, well. What are the cops gonna do, arrest me? No, it's fine. I'm alive. I'm not even supposed to be, so whatever, every day. I'm taking any of that shit. Like, my friend I had one friend getting divorced, and he had to serve papers, which that seems like that should be something done legally and by the law, like, oh, papers from the court in America. You know, documents, important documents from a judge. And you know who can serve those? Anybody. Anybody you want. Just any fucking idiot in your life can just serve documents and have it be a legal transaction. Like, oh, I gotta make sure that these important judge signs documents get to somebody cool. I'm gonna get my buddy Jerry, who I met at the bar, to jump out of the bushes like a rapist. You want me to take the government seriously? Nah, man, nah. Not about that. Oh, man, I just try to get away. I'll go camping because then my phone won't work and I can't even get caught up in any of the bullshit. But it's like I'll go out there to try and maintain some positivity and some good attitudes, and I'll go into nature. But then there's always negative. If you have negativity, it's like always going to follow you around. You can try and outrun it, but it's always going to be a little bit hiding in the shadows, waiting to jump out on you. You know, I went camping. I hiked up to a waterfall. I was by myself. I was admiring this waterfall. I'm not even a God-fearing man, but I was looking at that. I'm like, if something made this, maybe, woof, because this is like a purposefully designed tapestry cascading across the creation that has been made here. And then still there's a voice in my head that's like, hey, Kyle, what if waterfalls are just rivers that are trying to kill themselves? Like, oh, God damn it! Why can't you just let me have 5 minutes? I'm trying my best. Go camping up in the mountains. There's bats where I go camping. I like bats. I think they're a maligned creature. I think they get a bad rap. Bats eat. Okay, we like bats. Okay, we like bats. Well, good. Bats eat mosquitoes, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And clearly that would get more support around the Midwest where standing water is an issue. Mosquitoes killed my dad! Well, I was at my campsite and it was dusk and they were all just flying around. And I had this thought. This thought will scoop me up out of any kind of bummer. And maybe it works for you, I don't know. It's more visual than anything, but I was looking at the bats and I was just kind of ruminating on them. And I just thought, I'm like, man, I bet you bats with big dicks don't get a lot of sleep. And that... you gotta think of it visually. Okay, if nobody's there, bats sleep upside down. So if you imagine, like a comically large penis, not just like Bigfoot, like too much dick. And it's upside down, just trying to get some sleep after a long night of being a bat. But it's got a big old crank that's just hitting itself in his little bat face. And these little bat arms are swatting it out. Like, you got imagine the next day he's hanging out with other bats and he's just got that comically large. He's like, it looks like a blessing, but it's really a curse. I can't. I'm too tired to do anything with it. And I don't have the cardiovascular system to maintain an erection. If I get a boner, I'll die. So I just gotta fly around thinking unsexy thoughts. Just praying that I can see another day, which is ironic because I'm blind, because I'm a bat. I'm trying to echolocate another day. Which is weird because time's a concept and that doesn't work with the sonar. That even seems like a country fried phrase that should have been out already in the world. You're like, oh, you look exhausted. I'm more tired than a big dick bat, I'll tell you that much. Like, that rolls off the tongue. I don't think I invented that. That comes out too easy. That, like... I feel like I saw that needle pointed at Cracker Barrel or something. Like somebody snuck that in amongst all the wholesome stuff. I think I read that in a Farmer's Almanac. I was like, that's old prospector lingo. Some guy coming down from the mountain with pots and pans tied to his overalls. Emmett, did you find anything? No, and I'm more tired than a big dick bat for looking. When everything goes away and we're all dust, if that phrase remains in the lexicon, I will consider my life a success. So if you take nothing else from this show or anything tonight, but you remember that phrase, use it. Not sparingly, use it generously. Use it Monday morning. When you're at work, go out Sunday night hard, just so you have an excuse to use that sincerely. Your boss is like, what'd you get into? I don't know, man. I'm more tired than a big dick bat, I'll tell you that. And they'll just say, what does that mean? You'll be like, I don't even remember, really. But it sounds right. Fuck. You guys know what the saddest song in the world is? Any ideas? No? You don't even know a sad song. Okay, only listen to happy jams. A lot of people have suggestions. They say the Titanic song, which is it's a song of its own. You know, or people say. You don't have to point. I saw her face. You can't make that kind of sound without having a face that goes with it. Look at you. You don't even have neck muscles. You're like a newborn. And you're not laughing along with everybody else, but you brought this on yourself. Well, there's that song, too. Sans context, it's a pretty sad tune. Saddest song in the world is Margaritaville by Jimmy Buffett. But not Margaritaville as it was written. You got to think about what Margaritaville is now. Because now Margaritaville isn't a fictional location where some made-up, relaxed dude like, I guess I screwed things up, whatever, que sera. Ooh, thatched roofed huts, white sand beach, I'll get over it. No. Margaritaville now that you know it's a real brick and mortar restaurant that sits in the parking lots of shopping malls throughout the country. If you listen to the lyrics of that song, but that's the setting, that's the darkest shit you've ever heard in your life. Not some fictional island that's in the Caribbean. How do we get to it? Stolen jet boat? Maybe one of them airplanes that has hot dog buns instead of wheels, so it can cruise right up onto the beach. No, Margaritaville, number 218, St. Paul, Minnesota, let's say early February. It's the tail end of a lunch rush. It's a community college dropout behind the bar just wiping off laminate menus. And there's a man sitting at the bar by himself, openly weeping into a basket of coconut shrimp. Some people say that's a woman to blame. But I know I know. This is my own damn fault. Hey, Terry, you want to get your shit together? There's families in here right now, bud. I get that you're a bit broken up, but we can't be like this. My assistant manager's here, and you're looking real overserved right now, all right? I can box this up, and you could eat it in your van, but I can't have this. That's a Pee-wee soccer team in the back room, all right? Let's get it together, okay? Can I get you anything else? I'm just looking for my lost shaker of salt. There's one on every table. What the fuck does that even mean, man? Why are you wearing fucked up flip-flops? It's freezing outside. So Payless shoes across the parking lot. I'll give you the money for boots. That joke will be even better when I learn more lyrics to Margaritaville. Don't pity me. Man, I bet you when Mexico turned 15, that party was fucking crazy, right, bros? That's it. That's just a quick one. That's just a quick palate cleanser. Turn all the dials back to zero. Oh, no, man. I don't know what kind of shit I gotta worry about in this world. Everything that's happened, like, there was like a hot minute where being a comedian was cool, and then everybody took their dicks out. And that's the thing, because like I've never sexually harassed. I don't think I've ever sexually harassed anyone. And I'm not saying that because I'm unsure. I'm saying that because you don't get to say that about yourself. You don't get to claim that about yourself. You need third-party verification. You need people vouching for it. You can't say that about you. That's like calling yourself a rad dude. Oh, you most certainly are not. You need other people going, he's all right. Get a notary in there. Get something stamped. I don't think I've ever sexually harassed anybody. I have pet the fuck out of a service dog, though. And I don't know if that's part of the same conversation. But if it's about consent, I didn't ask. I got right up in there. I was like, fuck your vest, girl. Get over here. Yeah! Get your scritches. You get your scritches. If I wasn't supposed to pet you, you wouldn't have been a dog. That's how the world works. That's how the world works. Ooh, let me get you by your tail. Ooh, look at your leg going. Look at that leg going. Ooh, yeah, your vest says no, but your body says yes. Yeah. Oh, shh, don't get nervous. He can't see us. Come on. All right. I don't mess around with the seeing eye dogs. Those are trained professional creatures doing a much needed service. But if you have an emotional support dog, we all have emotions. I'm gonna pet that dog. We all have emotions. That's what separates us from the psychopaths. How am I supposed to prove to you that I'm not a psychopath unless you let me pet your dog? Did you hear me? Let me pet your fucking dog! Because I want to prove to you I'm not a psychopath. Whatever. That was, I could have moved the microphone and not done that to all of you. Oh, fuck. I don't know. People get mad about gentrification. Let me preface this one. This won't go on the recording, but I will say thank you. And if you hear me do bits that I've done before, I'm doing them because I'm recording them. So I'm sorry. You deserve new material, but I've just. See, that wasn't funny and didn't need to be said, but I wanted to let you know. Like I know I did the fucking bit before.
You love it all.
Oh well, thanks, man. You're the thumbs up guy about dying soon. All right. Please don't. I need fans that age. Every time I get a fan base, they die real quick. Okay, thanks. I appreciate you. Everybody's nice. No, I do. Okay, well, there's two stories. See, I told a story about getting kicked out of Canada. Or a story about a sex shop. You just went, eh. I'm asking because I want feedback, so thank you. What's that? Canada one? Is anybody, you've been kicked out of Canada? You have.
I'm supposed to go to Carnival in August.
You mean the Cirque du Soleil?
But I got Carnival is like a huge, it's like
Isn't that in South America?
no, it's Canada, it's in Toronto.
I think you're going to the wrong one. The one with all the butts and the shaking? No, this one they just put gravy on the fries. Somebody sold you the wrong package, man. Mucho excitement for Carnival. Bienvenidos a Toronto. What was Carnival like? Was it sex and cocaine? I was like, no, like arcade fire played. Saw a Leafs game, it was all right. But you got DUI. I'm not assuming, he said that earlier, but also a little bit. You got, yeah, and so you can't get in?
Yeah, 5 years you gotta wait.
Fucking 5. I was waiting for 10. It does suck. Well, no, because that happened to me, except I went there and they sent me back. Because, yeah, I mean, I got a DUI too, and that's, I mean, you can make jokes about it, but there's no excuse. There's Lyft and there's Uber, and don't be stupid. I got lucky, because all I did was get caught. I didn't crash. I didn't hurt anybody. I just got pulled over, and that was the luckiest scenario. Because then when you get a DUI, you're like, can't believe I got a fucking DUI. And then you think about all the times that you drove drunk, and you're like, yeah, that's parcels out to about $20 a pop. Oh, this shit's cost me 10 grand. It's like, no, divide that up into all the times you should have gotten one. Because I got caught, I got pulled over for doing 5 miles an hour over the speed limit and following a car in front of me too closely, which sounds like bullshit, and it was. I know I got pulled over, and I got pulled over for singing. That's why I got pulled over. Not like how you sing in your car, like how you tap your wheel and you hum a tune. No, 3 in the morning, I'm in a white Ford Ranger with a mismatched camper shell, which is already suspect. And it's this face in the front seat. And I wasn't singing, I was putting on a show. I was trying to win a goddamn Tony Award up there. Side the windows, I was like, oncoming traffic, where you going? Get home safe, all right. See you on the other side. People in my lane, we can go to my house. I only have 4 beers, but we can share them. And then the police were just like, probably. And I couldn't even fight. They pulled me over, like, you know why we pulled you over? I was like, yes. You know it. But so that and some other stuff shows up on computer monitors when I try to cross international borders. So I was going to Canada. It's weird because I was going for work, and so you already have, because you have to fill out that border card where you have to put occupation, which is already, that's tricky, because if you write comedian, it just sounds sarcastic. Yeah, you're a comedian? Yeah, you betcha. Look at this. Pull my finger, your mom's a slut, whatever, yeah, I'm a comedian. Sometimes I'll put writer, because I did write this stuff down in the notes app on my phone. But I'm never, when I'm put on the spot, I'm never articulate enough to, like, back that up. You know, like, oh, it says here that you're a writer. I'm like, fucking yeah. Bet your dick. Did you just say bet your dick? Fucking yeah. Giveaway there is that if you're a writer, you put down author. That's giveaway there. Sometimes you put down entertainer, but they expect way too much when you do that shit. Especially going to Canada, they get all them fucking gymnasts and stuff up there. Like, entertainer, we're unicycle, juggling penguins or something. Top hat full of glitter. So I get up to I was going to Calgary. That's where I was going from. Yeah. A timid woo is all it deserves. Woo! Hey, nobody? Oh, yeah. So I get up to, land, got my border card, get my passport. I slide that passport, which is a bit of an outdated, document for what we're using. Like, in this day and age, you still need a passport. This day and age, where I can accidentally use my thumbprint to buy $400 of Shania Twain songs on my telephone. Oopsie, looks like we're gonna find out whose bed those boots have been under. But to travel across international borders, do you have your fun little book filled with little stamps? Do you have your cute little book filled with fun little stamps? Little collectible, colorful stamps? And your fun little book with your fun little stamps and your cute little book. And if you lose it, you can never go home. Ooh, what size should we make it? Oh, the most losable size. Without a doubt, the most forgettable, losable size possible. And let's make it kind of slippery. So I give this to the border guard. And she's looking through it. She's like, what happened on this date and this date? And I explain. I'm like, I got DUI, took care of it, paid all the fines, did all the classes. I'm very remorseful, blah, blah, blah. And she just gives it a beat. And she goes, well, we're sending you home. But just matter-of-factly, no explain, we're sending you home. Like I showed up to work with the sniffles. Should get some bed rest, And I was confused because I'd been to Canada since I got the DUI. I'm like, I've been here since then, and I have proof. You're holding it. Look at the stamps. I have the little cute stamps from Toronto and from Montreal and from Vancouver. I've been to those places. And she looks at me and gets real, just real like Law and Order stare. Like she's like, yeah, well, this is Calgary. And I was like, yeah, you're the shittiest one. Nobody gives a fuck about Calgary. You know, I know nobody gives a fuck about Calgary because I landed in Calgary, and over the windows of their airport, the windows that you want to look out of when you land in a new place, they had painted over them because there was a rodeo going on. They painted over them with cartoon horses and cowboys and little friends like, yahoo! Don't forget to come to the rodeo. A guy might sit on a horse for a little while or whatever the fuck happens at a rodeo. You don't paint over the windows of your airport. Even Calgary knew, like, when you got there, like, let me see Calgary. They're like, it's not great. And so they knew to paint it over. That's not when you can paint over windows of a mattress store on 4th of July. That's when you use window paint. Like, everybody knows what mattresses look like. You don't need to see them. You need to know, like, hey, celebrate your freedom with a good night's rest and get a deal. Or you can paint over the windows of a piano store when it's going out of business, which is always. There's no such thing as a grand opening piano store. It's just one lonely guy going, man, I can't believe nobody wants to buy these living room Cadillacs, 90% off. That's when you paint the windows. But not at an international airport. The people want to know where they're at. And she just tells me, she's like, we're going to take your passport. The next flight back's in 3 hours. If you try to leave the airport, you'll be arrested. And so that's it. You come back here in 3 hours for your ticket and your passport back home. And I was just like, it was like so quick. And I was just, and I'm just left to wander the Calgary airport for 3 hours. Prisoner. So I'm like, well, like I said, I don't get political. But I got political because I went to the bar. Because my thought was like, listen, alcohol got me into this situation. The least it can do for me right now is shepherd me through. And I put my foot down and made a political stance. And by that, I mean I walked into that bar, and before anybody even talked to me, I just said, I'll tell you this, I'm not drinking any of this Labatt's Blue shit, all right? You're not getting any of my money today, Canada. You give me a Budweiser, USA. And then I thought twice about that. I was like, wait a minute. USA's the one who gave me a DUI in the first place. You know what? 2/3 of North America kiss my ass. You got Dos Equis? That's right. Viva la Mexico. Here we go. So I just sat there drinking green beer after green beer. I used up their whole lime. They only get one per season up there. I was like, it's mine. So I got 3 hours worth of beer drunk. Wandered back to go get my passport and my ticket home. I was feeling a little cowboyed up. I think the murals did it to me. So I rolled back into that office with a little more Johnny Cash in my blood. I didn't wait for anybody. I just went, I'm Kyle Kinane. And there's a different woman behind the counter. And she just went, yeah, we know, because you're the only one. Yeah, well. And she showed me the clipboard. It was just my name on it. You're the only one that has to leave. And then she yelled into a door behind the counter, back into the innards of the office. She just goes, he's here! And the side door opens up, and two of the largest Canadian stereotypes. Like, if you imagine a Canadian stereotype, that would come in second place. Like, if two syrup-filled moose came through that door in hockey gear apologizing to each other, that would be the silver medal. Just antlers intertwined, just, oh, sorry, oh, no, oh, go ahead, oh, sorry. Oh. These two guys came in, bumped into each other, both trying to go through the door at the same time. And I was like, because I'm thinking like, well, this is a security that's going to escort me out. And I'm like, well, you probably think I'm some sort of piece of shit that can't even be here, so let's start the stink eye game. And I was ready to give them a bunch of attitude because they should be giving me attitude for being the crappy American that's being booted out. But again, keeping with Canadian stereotypes, I've never met nicer people in my life, regardless of context. Because I'm all ready to be like, yeah, throw me some tood, bros. And they came out, and Emil were just like, is it Mr. Kinane? tell me if I'm saying it right. I don't want to... Correct me if it's wrong now, because I don't want to keep saying it wrong, and then we get too far along, and then you don't want to tell me. You know that Dan did that when I started, and he didn't know, and it was like 2 months before he's like, do you say your name? And it was embarrassing. Anyway, so... Anyway, we understand that you're being asked to leave under the circumstances that you got a DUI, and Dave and I, we understand. We love having a few pops ourselves, but you can't, you just can't operate the motor vehicles after that. And we know you got your stuff together, and we just hope that this incident doesn't paint the lovely nation of Canada or the fine city of Calgary in a poor light. And we hope that you can get your paperwork together soon enough and come back up here and visit us real soon. We got a lot to offer, a lot of fun things. We got a rodeo that's a lot of fun. I don't know if you saw the windows out there. Guy might sit on a horse for a little while. That's the big fun with that. And I just flipped. I was like, I never wanted to hurt anybody. I'm so sorry. Kindness was overwhelming. But then they were my escorts to make sure that I got on my flight. So they're walking me through the airport. And now I'm already like flight weary, 3 hours of beer drunk. And now everybody else in the airport is, looking at me because they see me with these two redwoods. Walking me, and they're looking like, who are you? I'm like, yeah, who am I? I'm a fancy little bitch, aren't I? They don't know I'm being kicked out, so I'm gonna take it. Now I'm royalty. Take a picture, Google it, whatever. You find self-esteem where you can find it. And we're just shooting the shit. And then we're walking by the food court and realize I gotta soap up this booze. And so did I say soap up? I gotta soap up this booze. I need a real sudsy gut before I get on this plane. This whole recording went to shit right there. Just took a dump. You know what I meant. I'm gonna soak up this booze. Haha, nailed it. Don't say nailed it, because now they gotta edit that out. Regardless. Going by the food court, and I want to get something to eat. That laugh will make no sense. This guy's so funny, he just said he wanted to get something to eat. Piss my pants. This kid's got it. He's got the stuff. So I'm trying to joke around with my guys, but they're a little thick upstairs. Because we're walking by, I'm like, guys, what are they even serving in first class? I hope it's not lobster. I'm not in the mood for shellfish. And they're just like, no, Mr. Kinane, it's going to be a coach fare ticket. You'll be returned to the USA on the same fare that you entered the country. I was like, So they let me go to the food court unsupervised. Lucky me. And then I go to Burger King. I always like to eat at Burger King whenever I'm in Canada or the UK, because I think it tastes a little bit better out of respect for the crown. I always think they're in there like, what if she shows up? Make it nice. So I walk up to a counter, and it's like, trying to keep it together. But I was like, I would like Whopper. It's enthusiastic, you get excited. It's a Whopper. I was like, I would like a Whopper. And the woman looks at me, and she just goes, no. What? Had to double check, We've all done that. Ordered the wrong menu item from the place that you're at. I want a Crunchwrap Supreme. Sir, this is a car wash. What? Oh, man. I wonder when it started raining out. It was a nice day 2 minutes ago. You just standing here and tell people this isn't Taco Bell? It's a weird job. Maybe you should redesign this car wash. Make it look less like a Spanish mission. I know Taco Bell hasn't had that architecture in decades, but still. How far can I weave off course with this bit? Pretty far. So I look, I'm like, no, I'm at the right place, and this woman's incorrect. So I go back, I'm like, Whopper. Whopper. And I was like, oh, wait, this is Canada, and it could be one of those parts that speaks French for no fucking reason whatsoever. It's not even a border country. Get it over it, you know? So I'm like, wapapia. Wapapapa. Wapia. Le wapia. Fucking cheese, queso. Fromage. Wapia con fromage. Wapapier con fromage. Double shit, I am hungry. Du wapapier con fromage. Double wapa. Fuck. Double. And I'm just like yelling and spitting at this lady. Wapapier c'est fromage. Fromage du wapier. Du. Fucking two of them. I'm just screaming, and I finally, like, I'm saying every letter. I'm like, what, con fromage? That, one of those words is Spanish, but the other ones are French. Cut me some slack. And she looks at me, and in perfect English, just goes, we don't have any. And that's when I broke. As a human being, I broke. So I was like, you can't say that to me. That's an untruth. This is Burger King. This is where it lives. This is its home. That's your slogan. It's the home of the Whopper. And the Whopper's always home. Whopper's never not home. Whopper never takes a weekend off. Whopper's never like, oh, chicken tenders, watch over the shop. It's been a stressful week. I need to go to the countryside to collect my thoughts. Whopper's the hardest working sandwich in the sandwich game. Whopper's the James Brown of sandwiches. Those are the last two statements I yelled at this stranger. I said, the Whopper's the James Brown of sandwiches. Now you're just fucking with me, Canada. And I ran off, and my two guys were there, and they saw that I was distressed. And like, oh, Mr. Campbell. Oh, what was a double Pierre with queso? And she said it doesn't even live there, and she can't even say that to me. And then I ran into the bathroom so they wouldn't see me cry. I don't know if you've ever had like one of those like long travel, drunk on top of a hangover cries, like just in a sink, no privacy. The businessmen washing their hands, you're just like, oh, this is who you are. This is who you are. The other men in your family have been in wars. I walk back out. My guys are actually coming back from the food court. They went there to defend my honor. And I was like, all right, now bust my balls. I'm like, what's going on, guys? They're like, Mr. Kinane, we found it very peculiar what you had said about the double, we call them double Whoppers with cheese here. But I don't know if I know you live in Los Angeles and they might fancy it up in the Beverly Hills. But We call them double Whoppers with cheese. And we went over there to find out on account of that is their home, and they should be there. And the lady explained to us, she said that because it's an airport location, they only make a certain amount of the sandwiches for the day. And then when they run out of them, that's it, which is unfortunate for a customer like yourself. But they would rather run out of them than make too many of them. And then if they don't sell them, they would have to throw them out. And that's a travesty in Canada. I don't know. Because you don't realize how much effort it goes into making just a single Whopper with cheese there. Because you got to think you have the cows that donate the beef, and then you have the dairy, the cheese from the cows. Same if before they died, I guess. I don't know. But I believe there's mayonnaise that would fall under the same category as the cheese, and the people that make the cheese, and the lettuce and the tomatoes. And the onions. I don't get onions myself, but Dave, you get onions. Yeah, anyway, so that, and then the farmers, and the resources, and the bun, and the little seeds on the bun. And so we'd rather just not waste any of that and disappoint someone such as yourself. That's how Canada works. And I was just like, you guys could keep my passport. I don't have to go home. I'll live here, and you'll be my gay dads. I know that probably comes as a surprise because I think you're both younger than me, and I don't know if you're a couple or gay, but I think we can make it work because this is a very progressive country, and I think if anybody would accept, you've treated me nicer than any family member that I've ever met, and I think I want to stay here, so we'll just do that. I'll just make my life here. I can already start talking like you guys if you want. They explained that wouldn't work, and they walked me to the gate. And at that point, I thought I was just going to run onto the plane with my backpack shaking, like it was my first day of school. Bye, dads. I love you guys. Running onto the bus. But that's when it got real, because that's when it was like, all right, lockdown. Because now I got to the gate, and they were starting to board, and the gate agent was like getting like, all right, old people and people with kids, we're going to get you. That's the last privilege you have in this world, so we'll get you. When that's the last you see, just these elderly people standing up and their kneecaps are exploding into dust. And, well, at least I get on first. And then just people with small children who they've just been sticky for 8 years. They're just random pieces of paper stuck to their bodies because that's what it's like, I guess. Like, just let me get on the fucking plane before I murder my children. And they were all lining up, but then the gate agent saw me. She's like, hold on, everybody, we got one. And that's when I got walked Green Mile style in front of everybody I was giving sass eyes to. Everybody was like, I'm a little prince. Nope, I'm just a fucking criminal. And if you want to know what true priority boarding is, get kicked out of a country. You're the first person on the airplane. You were the first lonely man walking by like, yeah, they got to lock Hannibal Lecter down in coach. And then everybody walks by just looking at you like, what have you done? There's no end to that story. I guess don't drink and drive. Especially if you like Canadian rodeos. I don't know. There's no moral. It just kind of peters out. But like it, that story peters out. There's somebody go, that's the last call. Sure is. No, it's not busting your balls. Also, tip your servers all the money you have. Tip them all the money. No, because I'm up here talking my ass off. And I don't know how that correlates, but you should still give them all your money. Always, if I can tip Lyft drivers like they're angels on earth. Yeah. Falling out of the back seat of somebody's Prius. Let me hug you for a long time. Oh my God, what's your address? I want to invite you to my wedding. Getting married? No, but just one day. You deserve it. You deserve a nice plate of salmon and some dancing. I want you to have that. Okay, I'm getting more sensitive. You know, I know I'm like, you don't know how you. I know I'm getting sensitive because I'll still watch skateboard videos on YouTube. But now when I watch them, I get sad when a security guard shows up because I know that they're going to be mean to him. It doesn't touch down a lot. There's like some 40-year-olds wearing Vans going, yeah, we were real jerks to those guys. And they were just trying to do their jobs. But we were assholes. 10 years ago, I'd watch a skate video and be like, fuck yeah, Toby, you got this. Nollie heel flip, that 10-step. You're going to crush it. You're going to get that shoe sponsorship, and you're going to go pro, and I believe in you. Fuck this narc. He never even had dreams. He don't even know. This guy was born old. Look at him. He came out of his mom's cooch looking like he was 90. Fuck this dude. Hit him with your board after you pull this trick off, and you show him, because you're going to make good lawyer money. That's what's going to happen. You're going to go pro, and you're going to live above the law. And I'll watch that video now. I'm like, Toby, you got no natural ability. That's why it takes you 100 times instead of 10 times. You got persistence, but not skill. And that's dangerous because you're going to try it too much. You're going to blow out your knees, and you don't want to do that because you're going to want to golf in your 40s. Trust me. I know that sounds weird, but focus on your strengths. You're a great artist. Maybe they'll let you design the bottom of the skateboards, but this isn't where you're going, and you're not going to go pro. You might do all right on the amateur circuit, but you're going to ruin your ankles, all right? Also, this guy, he's a retiree. He's making minimum wage right now. He's got no pension because the factory closed down, and he's making minimum wage just trying to keep his model train dream alive, and you're being an asshole. That's what's going on right now. He's a veteran. You're being disrespectful. That's the truth of the situation. And it's like, I didn't know I was going to be that guy. I didn't know I was going to be up here empathizing more with old-timer model train guys rather than skateboarding youths. So I don't have model trains. Not yet. But I get it. It's a tiny world that you get to control. And that's very attractive in this day and age. It's a lot of scary shit out in the world, especially for old-timers that are not used to the changes that are going on. And they need that model train set. They need to be in charge of something. You know, like just spending whole days down there. I'm just going to paint this hillside. We're painting this hillside red and gold because it's always autumn. It's always autumn in my little town. I love autumn. Never winter. Don't like winter. Summer's too hot, but autumn's perfect. Oh, met my nephew's boyfriend the other... You know, it looks like we could squeeze another church in right here. I think we could squeeze another church in right next to this church. I'm not saying I agree with it, but I understand it, you know? You gotta channel your misconceptions about the world to somewhere. I don't have model trains. I have remote control cars. Same thing. Tiny world, and I'm the boss of it. You catch me on a day off, and I'm just in the alley behind my apartment. I'm wearing shower sandals, a free t-shirt, and basketball shorts that I should have thrown out 13 years ago. But there's some attachment I have. Like, just when the elastic just quits entirely, like you stretch it out and it never returns, it just stays there like a weight loss success story. And whatever elastic is, when it ages, it just flakes off like a good croissant, you know? But instead of getting rid of them, you're like, fuck that, that's what the drawstring's there for, plan B, baby. And you cinch that so tight over your own belly button that it's cutting off circulation, and my gut's turning purple, and the elastic to the shorts is just drooping down like a blue whale's lower lip, just trolling for krill. Yeah, yum, yum, yum. Give me them shrimps. And in between those two areas is a felonious amount of pubic hair. I'm not wearing underpants on my day off. I don't soil my delicates on a day off. And I'm out there driving my cars back and forth, just like, who's living their best life? You are, dog, crushing it right now. And I do that because I got a woman in my life who loves me unconditionally, and that's a very dangerous place to be in because it lets you go out into the public like that with no repercussions. It's a dangerous thing. I'm out there with half a dick hanging out of retired basketball shorts. And I got neighbors going, are you all right? You're like, I'm getting laid. Don't worry about me, dog. Don't you worry about me. That's not even a question they were asking. They were concerned about your mental health. Like, my dick's wet right now. Don't you even sweat my lifestyle. I'm winning. Honestly, if she wasn't in my life, I'd be doing the same thing. It's just the inner monologue would be a lot more dark. Be out there driving back and forth, but just real quiet like. It's like they're trying to leave, but you keep making them come back. If you love them, just let them go, Kyle. What's Kyle doing in the backyard? Oh, he's just Thelma and Louise in his toy cars into the pool. He'll be all right. He's just going through a thing. As long as he's not putting rocks into the pockets of his bathrobe, he'll be okay. I'll talk about my folks and get out of here right quick. No, in a good way. I love them, you know. It's a rarity. My parents are still alive and still together. Yeah, well, I mean, they're not here. What's that? That's work. Yeah, I know. You should see their faces. It doesn't look like it's been easy. But it's got, I know that's like a rarity in the world now, and I go and I don't know, like, because they're old, and I don't know if their actions, like if it's senility, like they're getting old and the gears are slipping, or if there's this kind of graduation present for living that long, that you can just start not giving a shit. Like you could just give up, because that's where they're at. Like even like lessons that they taught me to be a good person. And now you're like, I remember how you taught me. They're like, yeah, no, that wasn't real. Yeah, my dad just clipping his toenails at the kitchen table next to his food. I'm like, what? What are you doing? It's my house. Like, it's not an answer. Some self-respect. Like they came to visit me, and I was excited because rarely do they both come out to visit me at the same time because of schedules. So I was excited. I'm like, well, what do you guys want to do? You want to go to the beach? Beach is a classic. Beach, everybody's happy at the beach, you know. We're gonna go to the mountains and windy drive up the mountain. That's not something you get in the suburbs, you know. Maybe we'll go to the desert. Ooh, desert's spooky, mysterious. And this is out Midwest. They're like, they got bowling. I'm like, yeah, they got bowling. So we went bowling. We went to this bowling alley. Now we roll up there, all the lanes were taken up, so we gotta wait for one to open. So we're at the bar having drinks and snacks, as you do. And this bowling alley, it was like an old-timey bowling alley. So instead of having the little inflatable tubes for when you know how you want to bowl, but you don't want the challenge. Oh, I love bowling, but it's just so difficult. You can put those inflatable tubes so you can bing-bong your ball down to the end. Well, this bowling alley, since it was old-timey, it didn't have those tubes. What it had were these mechanical rails that were hidden underneath each lane, and somebody would just press a button, and be like, lane 3. Somebody push a button, and those little rails would just click, 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 and just steampunk their way up. And I thought that was pretty neat, because I hadn't seen it before. And neither had my mom. And she let everybody know. And the way she did that was from the bar of the bowling alley. She was pointing at the lane where those rails were going up and just bellowing, just going, I never seen them do that before. Did you even know they could do that? I didn't know they could do that. Just astonished at this turn-of-the-century technology. Thing is, the reason that those rails were going up on that lane is because there was a physically handicapped man bowling on that lane. Jump ahead if you want. You're not going to get extra credit. He had a walker. He would shuffle up to the foul line. His friends would hand him a ball. He would drop the ball. Half hour later would knock down some pins. And everybody would cheer. It's a very thing, like, Stevie got 5, and a whole bowling alley, like, hell yeah, Stevie, 5, nice one, buddy. Now, I know that my mom was pointing at the rails. She knew she was pointing at the rails, but because of the distance from where she was pointing from, nobody else in the bowling alley had any goddamn idea she was pointing at the rails, because they just saw a 70-year-old woman with a shock of white hair and a Bud Light in one hand and an incredulous finger in the other, just bellowing with the voice of a billion Marlboro Ultralights. My mom sounds like me. Just pointing at a handicapped man bowling in disbelief and saying, "Did you know they could do that? I didn't know they could do that. Did you? I've never seen them do that before. I didn't know they could do that." And I saw that and I was just like, ha ha ha! Oh, Mom. Maybe we don't point. Maybe we don't point because pointing's rude. Pointing's rude. You know how I know pointing's rude? You taught me that. You taught me that pointing's rude. I was little. We were at the mall and a guy had a thing. And I was like, Mala. And you said, we don't point. That's what you said. You said we, but you meant me. And I appreciate you for that. You made it about us, not about the individual. And that was a learning moment for me. But so since that moment, we haven't pointed because we learned that pointing's rude. And we don't point anymore because we taught us that pointing's rude. Yet here we are, and now we're pointing, even though we know that it's rude. But yet we're pointing, and I'm trying to be nice, but she's still sitting there, Babe Ruth in this motherfucker. As I'm trying to explain to her, and finally I'm like, put your fucking finger down, you're being an asshole. She's like, you're just being sensitive. I'm like, well, you're being an asshole, but I can't say that to her because she's my mom and she's old and she'll die. So I gotta bottle that emotion up, and that's not a healthy way to hang out with the ones you care about. You wanna be open and converse instead of just being like, if you fucking point at the fucking crippled guy. Gave me a high score in bowling, I'll tell you that much. It's like 113, but still, for me, that's good. Because the rage is a great focusing agent, because I'm like, give me a heavier ball. I was trying to rip my shoulder out of the side. You wanna point at something? Point at this spare, Ma. You point at this fucking spare. Ball's just sailing over the lane, going through the pins. Like you love them, you know? It's not gonna be easy. Like my mom's, she's got like, she'll just make statements into this world that are clearly answers to some sort of cosmic interview that's been going on since I've been able to form memories. That's the only way I can explain statements. Like you might have somebody in your life, you know that they're in a room by themselves. Nobody's asked them anything, and they're not talking to you, but then you'll just hear something like, well, that's why they can't make popcorn on the space station. You're like, that's not for me to know. That's not for me to know. You tell that one to the ghosts. That trip that they were visiting me, it was a Saturday afternoon. We're all in my apartment. We're all sitting around drinking coffee, ignoring each other the way it should be. Lack of conversation doesn't mean lack of love. Just let me look at you. And from what my mother says in that absolute silent moment, I can only reverse engineer what this voice may have asked. And the best thing I can put together, the best question, is that this voice just popped up and said, hey, Deb, because my mom's name is Deb, because those are the names you get in this part of the country. Single syllable, maybe a verb. My parents' names are Pat and Deb. That had to have been a line dance at some point. Everybody get on the floor. We're going to do a little pat and dab, all right? We'll pat and dab. And pat, pat, dab, sidestep, dab. Pat and dab. My neighbors growing up were named Chuck and Mert. That is obviously a fly fishing technique. Chuck it, Mert it back, Mert it back. Again, dead silence. Some voice in my mom's head going, "Hey, Deb, how would you prefer to have postage delivered to your home?" That's a real weird question. But it's the only one that would make sense. Because in that silence of a Saturday, my mother set her coffee down and said, "I'll tell you one thing," which that's not how you start. That's a retort. It also means you're about to hear several things. Coffee down. "I'll tell you one thing, I would never have a mail slot in my door, only a mailbox." Fucking okay. The family said nothing. But the interview wasn't over. There clearly was a follow-up. Something along the lines of, "Well, why is that, Deb? Explain yourself." Because then my mother said matter-of-factly, "Because if you have a mail slot in your door, somebody could come by and put snakes in it." Here's the thing, she's not wrong. That's a true statement. But I'm sitting there just looking at her like, this is the woman you crave acceptance from. Maybe you need to reassess your relationship. Then I watched my father eat a banana. That shouldn't be a story. That should never have to be something that I have to retell to strangers for affection. Watched my septuagenarian father, 50% of the reason I walk this earth. Take a banana and calmly and with intent peel the entire banana. And then just hold that vulnerable nude banana in his dirty, calloused, union-certified hand. Like that's how it's always been done. What the fuck, my guy? Seven decades on this planet, and you still don't know your way around a banana? This man was a commercial airline mechanic for 40 years. I want you all to know that. And I want you to remember it. The next time you're flying, flying 35,000 feet over the Earth's surface, and that turbulence comes in, and the seatbelt sign comes on, and even the pilot does that thing where he tells the flight attendants to sit down, like, uh-oh, this is some business we're getting into here. When that moment happens, I want you to remember, there's a real good chance that Pat Kinane was under the hood of that steel beast at one point, just dropping nuts and bolts all willy-nilly style into the manifold, because he's too busy daydreaming about how to fuck up other fruit. What is that, 1/2 inch or 3/8? I stripped it out anyway. Hey, Tony, you think you get all the seeds off a strawberry before you eat it? I mean, that's a pretty meticulous endeavor, but that'd be one rewarding berry once you got around to it. You know I'm right. Bananas were the only thing that Kirk Cameron talked about in his weirdo born-again Christian bullshit YouTube videos that made me believe in God for a minute. I know that's a deep cut. For those of you that don't know, Kirk Cameron. Yes, that Kirk Cameron. of 80s sitcom Growing Pains fame. Mike Seaver, hunk to us all. We were young, we were fluid before we knew it. See Mike Seaver, ooh, he's got a small body like a bird, but that smile, I tingled, I didn't know. Growing Pains, indeed. Quit show business, gave his life to Jesus, and went batshit crazy, made a series of YouTube videos documenting as much. And I'm not saying if you're religious that you're crazy, but if you're born again Christian, you're crazy. Did somebody boo that part? You made it this far into the show? You made it this far? Well, now I've had enough. Now he's got 3 minutes left. He really stepped on my toes. Really thought he was going to turn around the end with a group prayer. And Kirk Cameron comes on the screen in the one YouTube video that went viral a couple years ago. Comes on with that smug, saved face that they all have. Like you're supposed to be humble because you're with like God, but you're also like, you know, that I'm going to heaven, or you? Plenty of room, gonna have to do a little work. And he comes on the screen, and he's like, so, we still don't believe in intelligent design, huh? Let's take a look at the banana. He holds up a banana, and he just looks at it. He's like, oh, look at that. Look at that. You hold a banana, it fits perfectly in every little corner of your grip. Kind of like it's supposed to be there. And turns his head up to Jesus like, oh, yeah. Which, if that's your argument, then that steps on that whole anti-homosexual thing you got going on. But then, just equally amazed, he goes, and then, when you want to eat it, comes with its own biodegradable wrapper. And I watched that video, and I was like, I think I gotta go to church. Then my father came into my home and just went, fuck your God, and sat there raw dogging a banana. Like, that's how you do it. And then he had to get a paper towel because his hands were sticky. And people have the nerve to do genealogy tests. People have the arrogance. I want to know where I'm from. I don't want to know shit. I'm not digging around in that closet anymore. I wish I didn't know this much. I don't know what sort of black magic sorcery and fucking cross genetics went in to this produce toddler meeting up with the shadow whisperer. And they figured out how sex worked to put me here? That's all I got. I don't need to know anything else. I'm not spitting on a Q-tip and mailing it off to 23andMe or whatever, just so they can rush deliver me 6 weeks later a picture of a monkey with its dick stuck in a coconut and a home phone number of the scientist who did the mapping written on it in a hurried scrawl. Like, Mr. Kinane, you need to call us immediately. You seem to be an anomaly of the human race. I don't need to know where I'm from, and I'm not having kids, so the bloodline's done. You're welcome, all right? Madison, thank you so very much. I love you guys. Be good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming out. I appreciate it. I like a packed place. I like a lot of people, so this is good. I look like a guy that just had his skateboard stolen. And I'm way too old to chase the guy that took it. The worst part of that is my wife styles people for a living. That's what she does. She styles. You're looking at me like, wow. You're like, I guess she doesn't bring her work home with her. And other people are like, this guy has a wife? Yeah, I have a wife. I didn't want one. I didn't. No, I love her, but I didn't want to be married. She tricked me. That's what all women do. Men don't trick women. Women trick men. And it's not because you want to be married. It's because you want a wedding. Yeah, that's the whole part. Yeah, we don't all. I've never heard one man in my life go, I dream about the tuxedo I'm going to wear on my wedding day. The boys are coming over. We're going to drink some beers and read Groom magazine and pick out our cummerbunds. That's yours. That is your day. Weddings are not for us. That is only for you. We don't even get to walk down the aisle. You're like, you go stand up there with your friends, don't touch anything, and shut the fuck up. And watch me walk down the aisle and look more beautiful than I've ever looked in my life. Yeah. Because let's face it, all a wedding is, it's just a beauty pageant with one contestant. Yeah, you get your 5 ugliest friends to be your bridesmaids. You dress them in shit brown or puke green. You're feeding them for 6 months. Meanwhile, you're at an underground CrossFit Pilates laboratory training, like shredding for the wedding. For that day. That day is your day. And you do. You look beautiful. You look gorgeous. I have been to a lot of weddings, and I have a lot of ugly friends. I have never seen an ugly bride ever in my life. You look beautiful. Like that music starts, and every head in the church just turns around and looks. And she comes out, and everybody's like, oh my God. And I'm like, if I knew she could have looked like that, I would have tried to fuck her. No one ever goes, look at that groom. Look at how handsome he looks. Because he doesn't. He looks like shit. If you ever looked at the groom, he looks like shit because he's been drinking for 6 weeks. With the other 4 idiots up there with him, just like, Just every 15 minutes going, 1 vagina for the rest of your life. 1 vagina for the rest of your life. Yeah. Because it's true. It's 1 vagina for the rest of your life. Why do we do this? It's monogamy. I don't. It's not natural. It's not fun. Like, be honest. It's like fishing in a pond with 1 fish. You're like, oh, look what I caught. It's you again. All right, see you tomorrow. Oh, gotcha again. Yay! After 3 days of that, you're putting a schoolgirl dress on the fish. You're putting a ball gag in the gill. You're inviting your neighbor over to watch you fish. Maybe you let him fish a little. And I didn't realize, like, when you get into a serious relationship, you got to go monogamous cold turkey. Yeah, like, I found that out. You can't wean off of it. It's not like another vice. Vagina is not like cigarettes. You can't be like, I'm down to 3 vaginas a week. There's no patch for that. You can't be like, oh, I was craving some extracurricular pussy. Thank God I have the clitoris patch. There is no, well, I'm not going to say no, but there's really, like people always say, like, there's really no monogamous species. Everybody always says the penguins. The only monogamous species in the world, truly, is, I've read this, it's called the diploon protozoa. And it's a tapeworm that lives in the stomach of a fish. And the only reason it's monogamous is because when it has sex, when it connects, it becomes one, like it's connected for the rest of its life. Yeah, I know. Can you imagine that? You're like, oh, I want to get in there, but... And then, for the rest of your life. but they still retain their testes and ovaries. Yeah. And I read on this website, underneath in the comments, a woman said, "Isn't it beautiful? Even in their unification, they still retain their own identities." And underneath, some guy wrote, "If that was me, I'd kill her to kill myself." I've been married for a long time. I've been married for 5 years. I thought it was going to be like college, and I was going to get kicked out in 2. And now I realize I just go to one of those shitty schools. It doesn't matter. They don't care how I do. They just want my money. I don't wear a ring, though, and people think that means I cheat. I don't wear a ring, true story, because I don't cheat. I love my wife. I don't cheat on her, not because I love her. I don't cheat on her because I'm afraid of her. And I asked her if I could. I said, hypothetically, if I ever cheated on you, would you leave me? And she said, no. I was like, really? You wouldn't leave me? She goes, nope. I go, you love me that much? She goes, not at all. I go, but you wouldn't leave me. She goes, nope. I go, how come? She goes, because I just slit your throat while you're sleeping. That's not funny. There wasn't supposed to be a laugh there. That's not funny. I live with this woman. I sleep in the same bed with her. I don't even kiss her goodnight anymore. I get in bed with her every night. I look her right in the eyes. I'm like, we're good, right? I sleep with a catcher's mask and a throat protector because I don't know if she has my Facebook password. But I don't wear the ring, and it's not because of cheating. I don't wear the ring because I'm like claustrophobic, and no, wait, claustrophobic. It's not just a fear of confined spaces. It's also a fear of constricting objects that restrict your freedom and don't allow you to hang out with your friends late at night. So I have this terrible fear of it. I didn't even want to get a ring. My wife's like, you have to. My parents really are going to want you to wear a ring. So I went to get the ring, and when I got it, the jeweler, I said, hey, I'm really claustrophobic, and I'm afraid it's going to get stuck. Can you give me a big one? So he put it on, and I went like this, and it shot across the room. And he was like, you're going to pay for that. And then he gave me another one that was much smaller, and when it went on, it got stuck. Yeah, and I had a panic attack in the jewelry store. And I don't know if you ever had a panic attack before, but your whole body gets hot. And I didn't know what to do, so I just looked at him and I went, get it off! And he looked at my wife and said, he's not ready to be married. So people go, why'd you get married? Because she has a father. And he's terrifying. I swear to God, her father's a big dude, like big and scary, like he's huge. Like when he played football in the NFL, he played for the Philadelphia Eagles, he played center. Yeah, and when he stands next to me, we look like one of those Russian nesting dolls. Like it looks like he cracked open and I popped out. And there were 3 in between us. Like I'm the doll that doesn't break open anymore. He's terrifying. Like right when I first met him, he was in trouble. My wife had told me he got in trouble because he went to jail because he knocked out a bouncer. He's 65. He knocked out a bouncer. I asked him why, and he said because he got in the way of the bouncer he wanted to knock out. I said, why did you want to knock him out? And he said, because he stared at me, and I have not looked at him since. Like, this guy's terrifying, and he literally, this is why we got married. He took me in the woods to chop wood one day. Well, he chopped wood. I have soft hands. And while chopping wood, he looked at me and said, Eddie, what are your intentions with my daughter? And the comedian in me so badly wanted to say, anal. Yeah. But I didn't say that because he had an axe and he's huge and I'm a coward. So I said, well, sir, I love your daughter and I want to spend the rest of my life with her and maybe have children. And he goes, and get married. I said, well, we're not really religious or into rules. He goes, you're getting married. And I said, we're going to kind of do the hippie thing. He goes, you're getting married. And I was like, so we just wanted to know where you want us to get married and what day. He and I walked home and we go to the house and my wife's sitting there and I think she was in on this. Because she just looked at me with this weird smile, and she goes, how was your walk with Dad? and I got on my knee, and I said, just say yes. And she goes, what are you doing? I go, he's got a fucking axe. Yeah. This is not a joke. This is a cry for help. I'm locked in. She got me with the marriage, then the house. They get you with the house, right? My wife bought a house while I was out of town. I was on tour, and I got a call. She goes, guess what? I have a surprise for you. And I said, anal? And she was like, no. And I'm like, anal with someone else. And you got to stop. She goes, no, I bought us a house. And I was like, with what? And she's like, with your money. And I'm like, that's illegal. Like, no jury would find me guilty in a murder in this case. Like, she bought a house. I was like, how did this happen? And I was like, where? And she was like, Malibu. Yeah, I know. I know, you're all thinking Malibu's full of like $20 million mansions and a crack house. Guess which one I live in? I went to see it. I went to see my house. She picked me up at the airport when I came home and goes, come on, I'm going to take you to your house. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And she goes, it's a fixer-upper. And I was like, who's going to fix her up and what are they going to do it with? We have no money left. And she was like, oh, it's easy. You just watch YouTube and then you go to Home Depot. She goes, they'll help you at Home Depot. Okay, that's the first problem with this equation right here. Because no one will ever help you at Home Depot. Have you ever tried to get help at Home Depot? Oh my God, I go in, I lie on the ground and pretend I'm having a heart attack. Just to see if I could get anyone to help me. Never, no one comes to my help. No one, I'm dying. Finally somebody's like, what's wrong? I'm like, where are the hex bolts? No, seriously. I'm convinced that all Home Depot it's a charitable endeavor to let elderly people think they still have a purpose in life. No, don't all. They give them these orange aprons, and they're like, here, just stand here. People are going to ask you questions. They're going to want to know the location of something. Just yell out a bingo number. Just yell it out. Just yell out a bingo number, and then they're gonna go looking for it. You yell out B6, and they'll be like, okay. And then as soon as they leave, you fucking run as quick as you can and go the other way, because they're gonna try to find you again. And you're gonna have to, there's a maze you're gonna have to go through in Home Depot. Get to the door section as fast as you can. One of those doors, the third one on the left, is actually a real door. Open it. There's a stairway that goes down to the basement. The rest of the employees will be down there playing poker. Nobody wants to work at Home Depot. Nobody. And the ironic thing is all the guys in the parking lot really want to work. Yeah. Wow, some Republicans here. No, we really did buy this house up in Malibu. It's not Malibu. It's up in the mountains above Malibu. It's kind of like Malabama. It's not really Malibu. It's Malabama. And And it's weird. It's filled with the two strangest groups of people in the world. You've got the crunchiest, most tree-hugging, bleeding heart liberals living right next to gun-toting rednecks. Yeah, and it's just, and I'm neither. I'm a moderate. Like I am neither of these people. Like I'm not against guns. I'm not for guns. Like I don't own a gun, you know, because I pepper sprayed myself twice. So I'm like, I can't own a gun. But I'm not against guns. Like I believe in smart gun laws, but I'm not like, yay, we should all have bazookas. But I'm not against guns too. And I think the liberals that fight against the guns, like I hear you, and I think your argument is so logical, but it's futile. Like you gotta stop. Like I know you think you're right, but you're gonna lose your argument. Because I don't know if you realize this, liberals, you're fighting with a group of people that have guns. Yeah, you can hear them yee-hawing right now. Yeah. Like, when you keep arguing, I'm like, you need to stop arguing and read some history. Because I don't think you understand how this country was founded. A bunch of people came here with guns, killed the people that didn't have guns, stole their country, and then wrote a constitution that said, I'm keeping my fucking guns. Now you can keep up your fight, and I'll come visit you someday on your reservation. I'd be like, hey, we going to the liberal casino tonight? No, but I honestly, I'm a moderate. Like sometimes I'm liberal, sometimes I'm conservative. And I think we're all liberal. I think we're all liberal when we're poor, you know? Because when you're poor, you're like, hey, everybody should share. But as soon as you make a lot of money, you're like, fuck them, you gotta work for this shit. And I only know this because I fly a lot. I go on tour a lot, I fly, so I get upgraded all the time. And I'm a liberal when I'm in coach. But you upgrade me, shit changes. When I find out I'm getting that upgrade, I put my Burger King crown right on. I get on first so I can watch everyone walk past me. Oh my God. I could watch an old lady come on with a walker and oxygen, and I'd be like, to the back with you, peasant. If she gets eye contact with me, I'm just like, poor. But like, I live up in this area with really liberal people and really conservative people, and it's weird. It's really weird because we have Nextdoor. Do you know Do you know what Nextdoor is? Nextdoor is an app. It's kind of like Facebook, but with just your neighbors. If you thought Facebook was a bad idea, try Nextdoor. Oh my God, Facebook, you fight with people you'll never see again. Nextdoor, you fight with them, the next day you're getting your mail and you're like, well, hello, Louise. So apparently I keep my lights on too late while nobody in the neighborhood likes your above ground pool. We had a neighbor post on Nextdoor. We had a neighbor post on Nextdoor and say, oh my God, there's a rattlesnake out by my pool. I don't know what to do. I have children. And the first post back was a neighbor going, I'll get my gun and be right down. And then the next neighbor's like, don't you dare. We decided to live in their ecosystem. And then that guy wrote, loading the gun. Yeah. And then the next message was like another liberal going, no, you don't dare shoot those snakes. That's what the firemen are for. The firemen come over and they will scoot the snake into a bag and take it out into the wilderness and let it be free. And then somebody wrote back, that's not what the firemen are for. And I was so getting into this, and it stopped for a while. And then like 2 hours later, the woman that originally posted back. She goes, I want to thank all the neighbors. I did what you said. I contacted the firemen. And they came over and chopped its head off with a shovel. Yeah. I'm glad you're clapping. I had to deal with my wife then, who didn't know we had rattlesnakes. They have rattlesnake aversion training. The vet told me, he goes, it happens one day a year. They have it in an undisclosed location. They'll notify you the day before where you have to be. I'm not lying about any of this. I swear to God, they have rattlesnake aversion training. You go to a place in the middle of the woods, and they train your dogs to stay. And I have 2 dogs, and I took my dogs to this rattlesnake aversion training, and the first thing they did, they took my dog's collar off and put another collar on with one of those electric boxes on it. Yeah. Hey. I know. It was like one of those electric fence collars, but it kind of had a car battery on it. Like it was huge. And the guy goes to me, the rattlesnake wrangler, that's what he called himself, goes, all right, now, what you're going to do is you're going to take your dog into the rattlesnake arena. He called it an arena. You're going to take your dog into the rattlesnake arena, and when your dog goes to the rattlesnake, I got a remote control here, and I'm going to hit him with like 25 volts of electricity, and bam, I'll hit him, and boom, your dog will never go near a snake again. And I was like, this isn't happening. And he goes, why not? I'm like, because I'm not going in there. And he's like, why not? I'm like, because I don't have one of those collars on my neck. And he goes, you don't have to worry. And I said, why not? And he said, you'll see. Most people would have left. But I'm a comedian, and I need material. So I had to see why I would be safe in the rattlesnake arena. So I took my dog into the arena, and I was totally safe. You know why? The rattlesnakes were wearing helmets. I'm not making this shit up. I walked in, there were a whole bunch of rattlesnakes, and all of them had what looked like light bulbs on their heads, taped around, and the snakes were like, they weren't even rattling. They're just like, get this shit off me. And you guys are probably thinking, like, who put those on their heads? And I'm thinking, who makes those? That's your job. You go to work every day, and you make rattlesnake helmets. Imagine being at your high school reunion. What are you up to, Bob? Oh, I've just been making those rattlesnake helmets. Oh, I'm glad things are picking up for you. So the guy goes to me, he goes, take your dog over to the snake. And he goes, that's what I'm going to get. I'll hit him. And I was like, all right. So I walk my dog over to the snake. My dog goes to attack it, like bam. And he goes, bam! Like he said that. Well, he did it. He goes, bam! And my dog jumped higher than I've ever seen a dog jump. And while it was in the air, I was thinking, shit, we need to do this with our Olympians. Like, this is how we should train the Lakers. Just like, they're running down the court, they go up for a rebound, bam! Get them! And the dog just comes running back like, tail between its legs, and he goes, now take him back. I got to hit him again. And I was like, no, he got it. You don't need to take him back. And he goes, no. The way their brain works, they got to get a second time in them. I was like, do you see the dog shivering like, I think he got it. And he goes, no, I got to hit him again. I'm like, fuck off. So I take my dog out because I got to bring my second dog in. And I never realized dogs have like mental telepathy. Like they can communicate without barking, without anything. Because as I walk the dog out, I look at the other dog who wasn't even around the arena, and the other dog's like, no, I'm not fucking going in there. Like the other dog was like, run away, run away. You don't want to go in there. You don't, that's the worst place in the world. Yeah, so it works though. I gotta be honest, it does work. Like my dogs do not attack rattlesnakes, but that's just because they're in the corner of my house drooling. From the lobotomy that they got. Yeah, I got a kid. I have two, but one I like. And no, I mean I like the new one too, but it's kind of a blob. It's only like 4 months old. It's like, they're not like they're not people yet. And but I yeah, like my other kid is great. I love my kid, and I love them both. But you have to say that. But I do. I love them now. I didn't love them when I first had them. I think it's weird when people love kids when they first have them. Like people are like, the first day the baby comes, you don't know that baby. It's so weird to me that people love, you don't know that baby. That's a stranger. The doctor tried to give me the baby. I was like, stranger danger, you know. Like, no, I don't, I'll get to know it, you know? But I love them now. I do. We wanted kids. We wanted kids. Like we tried to make our kids, which is weird because my whole life I was trying not to make kids. And that's weird because then when my wife gave me the go-ahead, my dick was like, don't trust her. Like my dick would pull out on its own. It was like, I'm an outside cat, not an inside cat. And then I would accidentally jizz on her leg, and she'd turn into the sperm Nazi. She'd be like, what the fuck is this? This goes in here! I was amazed. I was amazed at the affinity my wife had for jizz when she wanted to get pregnant. Because when she didn't want to get pregnant, oh my God, it was like kryptonite, and she was Superman. She'd be like, get it off! Oh, it burns. As soon as she wanted to get pregnant, she was like, get it in me! She'd be upside down in a yoga position, bouncing, get it in, plunge it. I'd be on top of her like I was pumping a keg, trying to keep it all in. Don't let it leak out, all right? I'm trying to stop it. She wanted to get pregnant so badly. My wife wanted to get pregnant so badly, she had an app on her phone that would say when she was fertile. An alarm would go off telling her when we had to have sex. I used to love to have sex. Until I had to have sex. You know what it's called when you have to have sex? Rape. My wife had a rape app on her phone. That's not what it's called. Don't go to the App Store and try to get that. That's not what it's called, but that's what it was. Because I would be in the house, I didn't even know she was home till I'd hear the alarm go off. And it was set to the most ominous sound on the iPhone, the foghorn ringtone. I'd be like on my phone playing or something, and I would hear, wah, wah. I'd be like, no. And I'd hear her from the bedroom. She'd be like, get in here. And I would go in, she would just kick me on the ground, get over me, and just vacuum it right out of me. We just had a boy. Yeah, I wanted a boy. Until about 6 months into pregnancy, my wife looked at me and she goes, you know what's weird? You have a penis. And now I have a penis. I was like, and now I'm not having sex with you till that penis comes out of you. That's always been a policy of mine, you know? It's a one penis party for this guy. When I'm in there, I'm the only penis in there. And I know it's not the same, but it's still weird, and it's gonna be in my head when I'm having sex that my poor infant is inside her, and my giant penis comes in. Because every penis is giant to a baby. And the baby's in there, and bam, bam, I just start hitting them in the head. And then he's gonna have to wear a helmet because he's got flat head syndrome. And then everybody's gonna ask him, like, what happened to your head? And he's like, my dad's cock kept in there. Like, so we just cut the sex out. That was the end of that. Yeah. We had a girl first. Yeah, and I didn't want one. No, and don't judge me like that. People judge people for, here's the deal. I took psychology for a week in college. And the one thing I learned, they say that humans innately want what looks like them. So men want a boy and women want a girl. And it's just natural. And that's why we have to stop the gender reveal parties. They need to stop right now. Don't have them, don't post them, don't go to them. They are a bad idea. If you don't know what I'm talking about, a gender reveal party is a party where you do not know the sex of your child yet. You invite your friends and family members over, and you find out as a surprise in front of everybody. And that's a bad, bad, bad idea, because there's a winner and there's a loser. And if you're the loser, you have to put on an Academy Award-winning performance. Yeah, I know, because I had to. Yeah, you can't be honest. They can't announce the sex of the child, and you go, fuck! Fuck! God damn it! That's not what I wanted. You have to be like, you're happy, and it's so hard. You're like, oh my God. Oh yeah, I wanted a girl so bad. That's totally what I was. I can't wait to play with Barbies and put on makeup and go to ballet. And when she's 15, little boys with pimples and boners are gonna come over and be like, hi, Mr. Ifft, I wanna fuck your daughter. It's not a party, it's a nightmare. Yeah. We had a cake that you cut into, and the cake had white icing on the outside, and then inside was either pink or blue. So it was a surprise. We cut in, and if it was pink, it was a girl, and blue, it's a boy. And my wife's whole family was hoping it was pink and it was a girl, and I was hoping it was chocolate. And I could leave. That's not racist. That is observational. That is, like, even her dad would have been like, you can go. I'm gonna have a talk with her. I know it's my daughter, though, because she has my level of energy. I'm a little hyperactive, and my daughter's gotten it times 10. She's got like the energy of the sun. But the only thing is, I have it at night. She has it at 5 a.m. My daughter wakes up. She doesn't just come to life like, oh. She wakes up like Michael Myers does. When he sits up in the horror film after he's been murdered, they finally kill him, they bludgeon him like 50 times, and then he's like, ugh. That's how my daughter gets up in the morning. She just comes to life and just goes, Dad, 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 what are we doing? Let's go. And then I have to shoot her right in the neck with a tranquilizer gun. And I'm like, 2 more hours, 2 more hours. This kid's insane. She already got kicked out of school. She was 3. I didn't even know she went to school. When my wife told me, she's like, yeah, we got to go into the school. Izzy's in trouble. I'm like, where? She's like, she goes to school. I'm like, she's 3. What could she have done wrong? She's like, well, let's go see. Wait till you hear. I sat across from these teachers, and they go, we have a real problem with Izzy. And I go, what's the problem? They go, well, Mr. Ifft, your daughter thinks farts are really funny. And I go, that's my girl. She goes, it's not funny, Mr. Ifft. And I go, oh, yes, it is. I go, yeah, I don't know if my wife told you, but I'm a comedian for a living, kind of a connoisseur of comedy, and farts are like #1 on the list. Followed by old ladies falling down a flight of steps, so you better watch yourself. She goes, it's not funny, Mr. Ifft. It's a real problem. And I go, how is this a problem? She goes, well, your daughter thinks farts are really funny, so all the other kids in school keep trying to make Izzy laugh. So the next thing she said is the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. She goes, so now we have a sharding epidemic in our school. You guys just giggled. I got a hernia. I've never laughed so hard in my life. I've never been so proud of my daughter. She caused the sharding epidemic of 2019 at Piper Preschool. The woman was crying. The teacher's like, it's not funny, Mr. Ifft. It's not funny. When I got this job, they told me I'd only wipe a couple buttholes. It's like 30 to 40 a day. These kids are shitting their pants like crazy. On the walk to the car, I was laughing so hard, my wife punched me in the back of the head. My daughter's 3. She had 4. I don't know how old she is, but she's got like my snarky attitude. I said to her one day, I go, hey, who's the best daddy in the world? And she goes, Mommy. She's cute though. I was going to a show one night. She goes, where are you going? I said, I'm going to work. She goes, what do you do? And I go, I make people laugh. And she goes, you tickle people? And I go, yeah, but don't tell the cops. I'm in enough trouble. This kid already got me in trouble with the cops. I swear to you, I was trying to put her in her car seat one day in the grocery store parking lot. And I'm putting her in, and I'm trying to buckle her in, and she hates the car seat. She hates it because she believes in freedom. And I'm trying to, she's like, this is unconstitutional. And I'm trying to just get the buckle across, and she's almost out, so I've got her in a chokehold. And I've almost got her to tap. I'm like, oh, come on. I'm like, you're gonna go to sleep. And she like pulls like a BJJ move and slips out. And I had the armrest down beside her, and some cars, you know how they have that little hole that goes into the trunk? She shot through that hole like she was Viet Cong. Like that hole's like this big. I think she removed her jaw like a snake does when they eat their prey. Because I don't know how she fit through, but she was in the trunk. And I'm like, you can't be in there, Izzy. You need to come out of the trunk. You're not, Izzy. Daddy cannot drive till you come. Daddy will go to jail. And I don't know if you know this, but I might not. I'm an average looking guy, but in prison I'm pretty. And I'm not gonna be the same daddy when I come home. So you might want to get out of there right now. And then I'm like, why am I trying to have this conversation with the 3-year-old when I can walk around and just open the trunk from behind? Which is funnier too, because I'm gonna surprise the shit out of Izzy, who doesn't know how a car works. So I do it, I get behind, and I open it, and I don't surprise her, but I do surprise the family walking behind me in the parking lot, who see me open the trunk, and there's a 3-year-old sitting Indian style, just looking like, what just happened? And I hear this woman gasp and go, oh my God! And I think it's funny, I go, she's in timeout, you wanna go there too? And I'm laughing, but the woman pulls out her phone and starts calling like 911, and I'm like, fuck, I gotta get out of here. She's gonna call Child Protective Services, so I slam the trunk on Izzy, and I gotta take off. Hey, don't judge me. I try to be a good father, I try. You know, because it's hard. Like, you look now, like, there was just another school shooting today. And, well, there wasn't, but I wrote this joke, and there usually is. I noticed this. Every time there's one of these school shootings, every time it happens, it's the same guys that do it every time. It's always a guy, and you see them, and they come on, and they always interview their parents. Have you ever noticed? They always interview their parents. And they go, did you know? Did you see a sign? Did you know this was gonna happen? Did you see it? And they're like, we had no idea. The parents always are like, we didn't see it. We had no idea. You're like, have you looked at your kid? Because everyone else that's ever seen him was like, that guy's gonna fucking kill people. I never even met him. He just came on TV. I'm like, that's a killer. They all look the same. I don't think it's that the guns are too easily accessible to these guys. I think it's that the vaginas are not easily accessible to these guys. Now, I've lost you here, but I'm not blaming you women. I'm not like, hey, ladies, you need to get out there and fuck a school shooter. Like, we want to put an end to this. You need to do your civic duty. What I'm saying is we need to legalize prostitution. Thank you. No, I seriously think if we legalize prostitution, this will end. Every guy here knows the last thing you want to do after you bust a nut is kill somebody. You want to take a nap. You're like, ooh, I was just going to head down to that school and kill some kids. Woo, I'm tired. There's no way. And it's expensive. It's expensive. These kids, if they buy ammunition, AR-15s, Kevlar vests, they're not going to want to do that. They're going to want to save up their money to go down to the brothel and get a rim job and a reach around. Also known as the rusty trombone. I've lost a lot of you. I don't give a shit. I've got my theory holds true, because Singapore had 0 shootings. Yeah, and Singapore has a place called the 4 Floors of Whores. 4 floors of whores. 4 floors. 4 floors of whores. There are 4 floors of whores in this place. 1st floor whores, 2nd floor whores, 3rd floor whores. Guess what's on the 4th floor? No, a gift shop. But whores work there. It really has 4 floors of horse. It's what it's called, the 4 floors. Every floor there are horse. IKEA only has 2 floors. And you get lost in IKEA. Can you imagine this? 4 floors of horse. I feel like Dr. Seuss right now. There are 4 floors of horse. If you go there, you'll get sore. But you'll say, more, more, more. I have a buddy of mine that went there, and he went, and it's a very legendary place, the 4 floors of horse. The first floor is supposedly straight, second floor is gay, third floor is transgender, and the fourth floor, I don't know where you go after transgender. I have no idea, but my friend knows. He did. He went. I go, what floor did you go to? He goes, 4th floor. I go, what'd you get? He goes, I'm not telling you. And I go, why not? He goes, because you're going to get on stage and you're going to tell everybody. And I was like, I would never do that. So my good friend Giovanni Mello went to the 4th floor. And I go, what'd you get? He goes, so I went, and he goes, you pay your money, and they have you strip naked, and then they give you Crocs to put on your feet. Yeah, rental Crocs, like rubber shoes. And you go in this room, and he goes, there's a circle. You get behind the circle, and you stand there just naked in your Crocs, and up above is a helicopter blade with prostitutes hanging upside down. And you're in a circle with a bunch of other nude guys in Crocs. Yeah, and they spin the prostitutes around, and they lower them down, and wherever they stop, they just suck the dick right in front of them. Yeah, it's like roulette. Wherever they stop, you're the big winner. And then they spin them again, and wherever they stop, they suck again. And I love this part of the story, because I get to look at your faces. Look how disturbed you all look. And you don't even know him. I've never been so disgusted in my life knowing my good friend Giovanni Mello wore Crocs. Rented Crocs. I love that that's the part you're upset about. You couldn't get over that. He's like, rented Crocs. I get the prostitute, the Croc. That's how I felt. I got you. No. So, I don't know. I'm trying to make good kids. I am. I don't know, though. The other day I was driving up my canyon, and there's never traffic in my canyon ever because we live out in the middle of Alabama. And all of a sudden there's traffic, and I'm like, what's all this traffic? And I was like, oh, no, is it another fire? What is it? And I'm like, what is this traffic? And we wait for like an hour, and my daughter's so mad. She's like, Dad, I got to get home. I got to see Paw Patrol. And I'm like, don't hit me. Don't hit me. And we come around the corner, and the traffic is because there were a bunch of guys who have parked their Lamborghinis on the side of the road. Yes. And they're standing in front of them, and they have a professional photographer taking photos of them in front of their Lamborghinis. Yeah, that's kind of what I sounded like. My daughter in the back seat goes, douchebags. And I try so hard to be a good father, so I turned around and high-fived her. And I was like, you just said that perfectly. That was in perfect context. They are douchebags. Yeah, we just had the fires. We had the fire last year that was really bad. I was like, oh my God, all my money's in this house. And then I realized my wife's a hoarder. So I was like, burn, baby, burn. I was like, I'm not gonna have to clean out all this shit someday. This is the best thing that could ever happen. I literally was praying for the fire to hit my house, but it took like 5 days for the fire to get near my house. So my wife kept sending me back in to get her shit out. And then, she would have me put it in a storage facility, and then I had to figure out how to divert the fire to the storage facility. I went for a run with her dad recently. We went running. Her father, her big football player father, said to me, come on, we're going to go for a jog. We're a mile from home. He looks at me and goes, I have to shit. And I said, well, we're about a mile. We could pick up the pace. And he goes, no, now. And I'm so scared of him, I was like, And he's like, I need to shit now. So I start looking around the neighborhood for woods that he can shit in. And I turn this way and I look back and he's gone. And I'm like, where did he go? And then I see him walking up my neighbor's lawn to their house. And I'm like, oh my God, he's gonna knock on their door and tell them he's gonna take a shit in their house. And this is gonna be all over Nextdoor. Like, I'm so afraid. I'm like, oh my God, this is gonna be the most embarrassing thing that has ever happened to me. No, there is something more embarrassing. Halfway up the lawn, he drops his shorts, squats down, and shits in their yard. You know when your dog shits in your neighbor's lawn and you're embarrassed? Imagine your father-in-law doing it. And here's the worst part of it. You know how your dog looks at you while they do it? You know why your dog looks at you? Because your dog's thinking, you're gonna pick this up. My father-in-law gave me that look. He just shit, didn't wipe, pulled up his shorts, ran home. I was just running like, did this just happen? I come in the house, white as a ghost. My wife senses something's wrong. She goes, what's wrong? I go, your dad just shit in the Buckman's lawn. And my wife, without missing a beat, goes, get a shovel. Like it's happened before. He's crazy, my wife's crazy, my daughter's crazy. My daughter, we were at the Buckman's house on 4th of July for a party, and all the kids are playing in the pool, I'm in the pool, everybody's in the pool, we're having a good time. My daughter gets out of the pool to jump off the diving board. She finds a loose rock, walks over to the pool. And I'm like, what's she doing? What are you doing? And I look at her, and I go, Izzy? And she lifts the rock above her head. And I go, Izzy, no. And she smiles. Then throws the rock in the pool, almost killing like 5 people. Luckily, no one died. But the reason I'm telling you this is because you're going to see me on TV someday. Not doing comedy. I'm going to be getting interviewed. And I'm gonna be like, I had an idea. I saw the sign, I saw it. But I think all women are serial killers. I do. I think men usually do it, and men serial killers, they kill a few people, but like you, women, you're just planning a genocide. Like you're just evil. I respect you, but I'm scared of you. Like this whole Me Too movement, I believe there's been a culture of sexual harassment and sexual assault, but this Me Too movement, there's more to it. First of all, it's bad branding. It's bad branding. It's a good idea. I mean, it should stop, but the branding, #MeToo, that's a bad idea. Because the men that sexually harass in the workplace are usually of older generations. And if you know anything about the hashtag sign, it used to be the pound sign. So I don't think pound me too is the best message to be giving these men. Here's my real problem, though. It's an exclusive movement. It's not inclusive. It's all about women. Like, women are the only ones that can get sexually harassed or assaulted. I don't know if you've ever heard about the Catholic Church, but those weren't altar girls getting raped. And prison sex is not romantic. If we're all about equality, it should be about equality. It shouldn't be identifying yourself as an individual. It should be everyone should be equal. Like I saw a bumper sticker the other day that said, "It's never okay to hit a woman." And at first I was like, yeah. And then I was like, no, that's fucked up. I should say it's never okay to hit anyone. I was so angry, I wanted to just ram into the back of her and be like, it is okay to hit a woman if you have that dumb bumper sticker on your car. But I know the argument is that men will sexually harass at the workplace and use their power because of the patriarch. They'll use their power in the workplace to sexually harass. And that is true. And I do understand that. But the tides are turning and women are getting more and more power, and you're going to do the same shit. And if you don't think you are, you've never been to a Chippendales show. Because I've seen you ladies there. You're savages. You're animals. I've been in show business 25 years. I've been sexually harassed by women in power. And I know you're looking at me like, not possible. I have. I have been sexually harassed by women in power. And you know what I did? I fucked them. I did. And it was good. It was good. They liked it. I liked it. It was... When I got into show business, my best friend goes, hey, would you fuck your way to the top? And I was like, I'd fuck my way to the bottom. Isn't that the object of this shit? Is this why I got into this? I wasn't getting it before. I've been doing it 25 years now. Oh my God, 25 years. And if you told me, like if I could go back in a time machine and you told me you can go back 25 years and knowing what you know now, like you know what you know, and you go back 25 years and somebody said to you, hey, you can star in this movie, Good Will Hunting. All you have to do is give this guy, Harvey Weinstein, a hand job. You can judge me all you want, but... I take that back. 25... Matt Damon right now is on his own island in the Caribbean. I'm in the middle of Pasadena somewhere. Knowing what I know now, I'd go back and blow Harvey Weinstein. But I get it. I understand. Women, this whole movement has been like, these men, they're out of control, and it's wrong. Sexual assault and it's wrong. But you have to understand that men love women. Like, everything we do it because of you. You are the reason we do anything. Like, if you weren't here right now, this place would smell. Everything we wouldn't get up. Men would just be lying in a pile of their own shit every day. Just occasionally just flinging it at their friend like, fuck you. That's why God made Eve. Because God made Adam. And then he looked down on the next day and he was like, oh, myself. What have I done? And Adam's like, yeah, fuck you. That's just a joke because there's no God. But it's true. We love you. Men love women. Women tolerate men. You do. It's true. We love you. You're like, I've done this joke a million times where I go, hey guys, if I had a button up here and you could come up and press it and it would just eliminate all the women in the world. They would just go away. They would just gone, kill them, dead, gone. Just be guys. We could just have football all the time and Every guy, look, you're looking at me like, what are you, a psychopath? Like, what's wrong with you? Why would you even think of that? Why would you consider that? We love women. They're our mothers, our daughters, our wives, our sisters. We love them. Oh my God, we don't know what we'd do without them. But conversely, I don't even need to finish this. Your giggles tell the truth right now. I had a woman last night go like this. Do you understand that? Like, you would kill us. Do you get, guys, they would kill us. That shows you we've done something wrong. Over the last 200,000 years, we fucked up. We've done something that they would murder us. They would kill us. Maybe not all of them, some of them here. We're like, yeah, let's do it. And I'm not saying, like, I'm not one of these guys, I'm not preaching, I'm not up here, I'm not one of these male feminists that's like, we gotta stop this, we need to do better, men. What I'm saying is, we need to oppress them more. Because they're gonna fucking kill us. They've got a plan, and they're so much smarter than us. They are. Women are so much smarter than men. Like, you're gonna kill us. It's gonna be easy. You're just gonna run us off a cliff like a herd of retarded buffalo. It'll be so easy. They'll just put one woman at the bottom of the cliff just showing her tits, and we'll be like, ugh. And there'll just be a conveyor belt of men just one after another, just falling off into this heaping mass of carcass and bone while all the women high-five and titty bump and yell, all hail Oprah, queen of the genocide. Well, I thank you for coming out and supporting me and doing this. If I offended anyone tonight, I want you to know I don't give a shit. They're all just jokes. And if you take it personally, it's your problem. Because they're not about you. I don't think about you ever. And so, no, but you've been great. Thank you for coming out. We should do this again tomorrow. And you guys want to come back? You've been great. And thanks to my wife, who's actually here tonight, who had to go sit through all this shit. Yeah. Because I really do love her. I tell a lot of jokes about her. She fucks with me all the time, too. My wife is evil. She really is. Like, last summer, I got a thing called Bell's palsy. You know what that is? It's a temporary paralysis of half your face. Yeah, I woke up in the morning next to her in bed, and half my face was frozen. It was going... And I look at her, and she goes, "What the fuck is wrong with your face?" And I go, "You don't look so good in the morning either." And she goes, "No, go look in the mirror." And I was like, "Yeah." I couldn't close my eye. One eye would shut, so when I would try to blink, I would wink. She's like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "No." She's like, "So you're okay?" And I'm like, "No." She's like, "I think we need to go to the hospital right now." So my wife rushes me to the hospital, and you know, it's LA. Even if you have a gunshot wound, they're like, "Go wait in the waiting room." I come walking in, and they're like, "Come with us now." And I was like, "What's going on?" They're like, "We think you're having a stroke." And I was like, "I'm too young to have a stroke." And the doctor's like, "Apparently not." So they start hooking me up. They put every wire on me. They're putting EKGs and CAT scans, and my wife's joining Tinder. And they run all these tests on me, and then they make me go sit in the waiting room with her while we wait for the results. And I put her on my good side, and I'm like, "It's gonna be okay." And she's swiping left. And the doctor finally comes out, and he goes, "I have great news. I have great news." He goes, "You're not having a stroke. You just have Bell's palsy." And I go, "Just?" And he goes, don't worry, it's only temporary. And I go, how temporary? I swear to God, he goes, eh. That's how you describe a salad bar. Not my frozen half a fucking face. Eh. And I go, what is it? He goes, oh, it's just half your face is temporary paralyzed. And I go, oh. And I was like, okay. And I go, what caused this? And the guy looks at me and he goes, it's caused by a herpetic virus. And my wife was like good with that and she was ready to go. And I'm not that astute. And I look at him and I go, herpetic? And he looks at me like, you're out of here, dude, go. And I go, herpetic? And he's like, oh, herpes. And I went, yeah. That was the noise I made. My wife's was a little different. My wife was like, what the fuck did you just say? Did you say he has herpes, which means he probably gave me herpes? She's like, you have herpes, you fuck. And she tried to murder me in an emergency room. If you're gonna get murdered, it's the best place for it to happen. Literally, she's screaming at me that the whole emergency room shut down. Like it was like a Maury Povich show where everybody's like, oh, like there was a guy resuscitating a patient that was like, I gotta see this shit. She's screaming, the doctor has to stop. He's like, stop, leave him alone. He goes, it's not the bad herpes. It's not the bad herpes. He goes, it's not sexually transmitted. It's not contagious. It's caused by stress. And I'm like, yeah, stress. And the doctor goes, it's not the bad herpes. And all of a sudden it dawns on me. I'm like, not the bad herpes. I got drool coming out of my mouth. My eyes burning because it won't shut. I look like fucking Quasimodo. I think I'd rather have a couple blisters on my cock right now. My wife is now enjoying it. She goes, come on, stroke face, let's go. Thanks a lot, you guys. You've been unbelievable. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ice House. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, guys. I love you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kelsey Cook.
Thank you guys so much for coming out. Feels so good to be back in the land of hot, outdoorsy couples. Look at all of you. It's a treat for my eyeballs. I love it. Except I could never tell with you Denver dudes if you're actually hot or if you just have facial hair. You know what I mean? You guys always have a hat, mustache, beard, an IPA blocking your nose and mouth. I'm like, are you attractive or are you just covering 90% of your face? Because we all think that cats are cute until you see a hairless cat. And then you're like, kill it with fire. No. Anytime I've seen one, I've been like, is it sick? And the owner's always like, no, we actually paid $5,000 for him, so. I'm like, for Gollum with a collar? Why? Could have just blown my nose into Kleenex and handed it to you for free. It looks the same. It's just runny shapes. I don't like it. I'm glad you guys came out. I know that everybody's had a really crazy past couple years. I had an especially crazy 2020. I actually got divorced a week before COVID hit. Yeah, so who's ready for some comedy? I just start crying. No, it's okay. I think the craziest part about getting divorced is having to change your emergency contact back to your mom. It would be less embarrassing to use a stranger from Craigslist, truly. But other than that, it went pretty smoothly. Like, we still have a lot of love and respect for each other. He's also a comedian, so we didn't have a lot of assets to split up. It's not like there was a summer house and a boat. It was like, do you want the Batman Begins DVD? Who gets the good spatula? And after some time had passed, we decided that we were gonna try and be friends again. And that's always a little weird the first time you try hanging out with an ex as a friend. When he saw me, he fist bumped me. I was like, wow, honestly, I would rather have you fist me. That would feel less physically uncomfortable than this nightmare you just put us through. Hated that. Absolutely not. And I've had the deadly peanut allergy for most of my life, so for the 8 years we were together, he had to stop eating peanut products, because if he did and then kissed me, my throat could close. So when I saw him, I was like, oh, what's it like to eat peanut butter again? He goes, oh man, we should have broken up a long time ago. I don't even blame him. Have you had peanut butter? I can't compete with that. I hate that the person I'm with has to give that up. That puts way too much pressure on me to be worth the trade-off, right? Like, you're gonna rob a man of Reese's for the rest of his life? Pff, bitch, you better be pretty open-minded in the bedroom. Gonna make a man stop swallowing something delicious. Well, get ready to start swallowing something gross. You gotta fill the void that Snickers left. A missionary with the lights off ain't gonna cut it anymore. So, had to learn some new moves and watch some tutorials. That's what I call porn. It's just educational for me now. I just watch with a little notepad like, oh, pretend to gag. Okay. Seems good. I do think it's easy when you get married to stop trying as hard in bed, but God, if you get divorced and you start trying to date again, it's like having to come back out of retirement. You know, it's like you gotta start stretching, get ready to run another BJ 5K. Like, no, I just did this. Somebody moved the finish line back another 10 years. Ugh, can't even see it. Do we have any married people here tonight? That was a pretty sad sound. You guys were faking it a little bit. You're like, eh. Some of you just treated it like a silent auction. You were like... Just so sad. Anybody here been married for a really long time, like over 20 years? You guys are so cute. How long have you been married? 21. Give it up for 21. That's a long time. Yeah. So you guys get it. If you've been working the same job for over 2 decades, you start to cut some corners. Right? But if it is your first week at a new blowjob, you are hustling. You just start. I'm sure you dudes have figured out by now that the best blowjob you ever get from us is the first blowjob. Because women, we're so competitive, we know that you're about to compare us to every other one you've ever had. So we just enter the arena that night like, I will be queen. Give me that. We pull out all our tips and tricks, hurt our knees, throw our back out. We want a trophy. We will give head to get ahead. But then you get married and you start to treat blowjobs like you're assembling IKEA furniture. Just skip a few steps, and by the end you're like, next time I'm hiring somebody else to do this. A little righty-tighty, lefty-loosey, let's get the hell out of here. We gotta go to Costco. I tried to avoid the whole post-breakup identity crisis. One of my friends went through a breakup, and she got this dramatic haircut afterward as a revenge move against her ex. She's like, if he sees me, he's gonna know he missed out on this whole other me. Like a guy has ever seen a haircut and been like, never got a fuck asymmetrical lob, Lisa. Bullshit. You guys never know when we change our hair, right? You're not even observant of yourselves. Before the divorce, I was cuddling with my ex, and I felt like my leg had been stabbed. I looked down. His toenails looked like he cut them with his teeth. They're all jagged, like he could unlock a secret door in a haunted house. I was like, do you have a best friend with a matching jagged toenail? You put them together to make a best friend necklace? Is that what you're doing? He turned his toe into a prison shiv. And I was like, what is this? He goes, I just didn't notice. Oh, I sure did. When you shanked my Achilles tendon. I'm bleeding out. Because I feel like this stuff only gets worse with you guys with age. Like, we've all seen the really old men with thick tufts of raccoon hair growing out of their ears. I'm sure that guy's wife has been telling him to trim it for years, and he just can't hear her. Like, what? It's like yelling into a fan. It's coming right back in your face. I just sat next to a very old man on a plane recently, and I had my notebook out, and he leans over and goes, it's nice to see somebody writing and not on their phone. And I was like, aw, he doesn't know I'm writing jokes about cum. And I was like, oh, suddenly Candy Crush doesn't seem so bad, huh, Wendell? And I booped him on the nose. Love that, Wendell. It does feel a little weird to start over now in my 30s, but at least I know now what I like and don't like in a relationship. For example, I don't care how hot you are, I'm still never gonna eat your ass. Not a fan of the devil's chocolate. No, thank you. And I'm fair about it. I don't ask anybody to eat mine either, okay? There's no need. Women have a lot of holes down there. It's like a mini golf course. Just skip the one that's in a lagoon. Just don't even look at it. I have never wanted to do that to one of you guys. Most of you dudes have real blue-collar assholes. Not a lot of maintenance going on back there. That thing works at Lowe's. I don't trust it. It's like blindly sticking your face between two couch cushions. There's just goldfish crackers and part of a broken Christmas ornament. It's a choking hazard, frankly. I'm not gonna swallow a paperclip so you can come a new way. And that is the joke I wrote next to Wendell on the plane. Now you know. And I don't know if I'm alone in this, but I didn't even hear about eating ass until later on in life. And when I did, I was like, why is that even on the menu? Because as women, you want to seem like you're like cool and dirty and down for anything, but it's poop. Like, that's not even the same universe of things that turn me on, right? Like, that's like going to Disneyland and one of the rides is beekeeping. You're like, what? That sounds terrible. And dangerous. Like, I don't understand how the people who are eating ass all the time aren't getting violently ill. I have been washing my produce for 32 years to avoid E. coli. But I'm supposed to take my mouth and go straight to the source? Just drink from the hose? I don't trust you dudes to wash a frying pan correctly, let alone your assholes. Not dying at 32 from Brad's butthole. Dreams and goals to accomplish. Have you guys been drinking tonight? Yeah? Wow. You're fucking hammered, Christ. Knocked me backward. Some of my friends actually got sober during quarantine, and if I'm being honest with you, I found it unacceptable. I was like, I just got divorced, need you to ramp it up with me. Now's not the time for you to be a better person, okay? You're actually being selfish, so. Some of them took the AA quiz online, so I took it with them, and it turns out it makes everybody sound like they're an alcoholic. The first question is, have you ever used alcohol to alter your mood? Like, is there any other reason? Who's like, no, I'm in it for the acne and diarrhea. I'm a purist. The second question is, after consuming alcohol, have you ever done something you've regretted? Like, do you mean literally every time? Who's getting drunk and doing the Lord's work? I've never had 5 margaritas and been like, all right, time to donate blood. Gotta pass this party on to someone in need. My biggest regrets stem from alcohol. When I was in college, I used to take shots of gin and chase them with deli meat. Yeah. You know you're white trash when your cocktails involve ham. That is not great. But I feel like if you're broke in college, you form weird habits like that. Like if you don't have a dishwasher, you try and cook using as few dishes as possible. Okay. I want to know if you guys do this. Like, if you want banana on your cereal, but you don't want to get a knife dirty, do you ever just tear pieces off with your teeth and then... The creatures come out at night. Look at you. I didn't even know that was weird until my ex caught me doing it. And was like, are you mama birding yourself? You need to get some help. I was like, I learned this while I worked at IHOP, so I don't want to hear it. Time is money. I'm being efficient, okay? Wow. I like that Disney villain laugh in the shadows. What the fuck was that? I like that on the special. That's good. Keep that weird shit up. I did so much dumb drunk shit in college. At one point, my friends and I went to Vegas. I got hammered, ate a bunch of food, passed out, woke up the next morning, went to the pool, and when I looked down, there was like white powdery stuff in my belly button. And I was like, oh God, did I do coke for the first time last night? And so I touched it, and I tasted it, and I was like, oh, Parmesan cheese. My friends told me that apparently I ate 7 slices of pizza like a wild boar. And in the process, just dumped a loose quarter cup of parm down my shirt. And then let it collect to my belly button, like some sort of Pizza Hut stripper. So, made some really good choices in my life. I do think I made an actual good choice recently. I just quit being vegan after 1.5 years of doing it. I'm back, baby! I'm back in these meat streets. Oh, man, does it feel good to have friends again? Yeah, no one wants you around. My ex-husband and I, we went vegan together on January 1st, 2020. And then 2 months later, we were divorced. Am I saying that veganism ruins marriages? Yeah, I am. But if we kept on eating nachos, we would have been too happy and too sleepy to notice our problems. There's not a lot of divorce in the Midwest. People think it's religion. It's cheese curds. Cheese can do what God can't. A couple hasn't had sex in 20 years, but they eat a cheese curd and go, you know what? One more day. I'll think about divorce tomorrow, but right now, I'm gonna face fuck this cheddar. I'm gonna get lost in this plate. So, I just saw something online that burned my eyes. I just found out that I'm on WikiFeet. Does anybody here know what WikiFeet is? A few of you nodding. A lot of dudes that are like, don't make eye contact with me right now. If you don't know what WikiFeet is, it's a website for people with foot fetishes. So women, if you post a photo on Instagram that shows your little tootsies, the foot folks might do a copy and paste onto WikiFeet and then zoom in on your toes and make their keyboard sticky. I know. It's like scrapbooking for men who need Jesus. It's a nice hobby. I know that sounds like I'm kink shaming. I'm really not trying to. Honestly, I am so jealous that some people can get off from that. Like, I wish I could just stare at a dude's hairy kneecap and get tingles in my basement. What a life. I would live on WikiKnees. Oh, I would get nothing done. It's so much harder than that. So somebody told me that there's this profile of me on WikiFeet, and at first when I heard that, I was like, oh, does that mean I have hot feet? I'm so flattered. Then I went and looked. I saw that the foot fetish community has rated my feet only 2.3 out of 5 stars. Which they call okay feet. I was like, oh, apparently I have Applebee's feet. It's like, you'll put it in your mouth, but you won't tell anybody about it. Just kind of a 2 for Tuesday deal. And a few months before the pandemic hit, some dude slid into my DMs and just said, $2,000 for foot vid. Now, Denver, make some noise if you would send a video of your feet to a stranger for $2,000. Godless animals, all of ya. My ears, Jesus. Some of you just throw your areola up on Facebook for $1. Aunts and uncles seeing it, you don't give a shit. You're like, Venmo me my dollar, Aunt Sherry, I earned this. This is a solid nip. Well, I appreciate your honesty. I wasn't quite as sure about it as all of you were. I was like, I don't know this guy. He's gonna have a video of my feet for the rest of his life. It's too weird. I'm not doing it. But then COVID hit. And I lost all my comedy work. So 2 days later, I wrote him back. I got desperate so fast. I was like, all right, man, $2,000 for my feet. I'm ready. Let's do it. And he never responded. I got ghosted by the foot guy. Do you know how humiliating it feels to lower your morals and your values only to have a foot guy be like, nah, I'm good now. You're like, what? What happened? It's like the smelly kid coming up to you at prom and you're like, All right, fine, one dance. And he's like, I was just gonna ask you where the bathroom is. You're like, fuck you, Travis. Out of here. Just trying to be nice. I love my mom so much. She's amazing, but she's been trying to give me career advice, and none of it's helpful. You know, she doesn't understand that there are different levels of fame in comedy. She thinks that all comics are best friends. She'll be like, why don't you call Jerry Seinfeld? And ask to do comedians in cars getting coffee. And I'm like, Mom, I can't even get a guy to jerk off to my feet. Let's lower expectations. Just a little bit. Like, this is where my career is at. I have a foosball web series on YouTube, okay? I'm like here. When my mom heard that, she goes, you know who I bet would love to do your YouTube show? Ellen DeGeneres. And I was like, oh, you bet, huh? Well, let's put some money on it, because I bet she fucking wouldn't. If I win, you have to let me back on your cell phone plan. She's always trying to find ways to get me on television. Like when she heard I was getting divorced, she sent me a text that said, now that you're single, you can go on The Bachelor or Miss America. I was like, yeah, because marriage is what was holding me back from becoming Miss America. Pretty sure part of the qualifications include hasn't been paid in Jell-O shots to tell dick jokes. So, I don't think I'm getting in. I was talking about the foosball web series. So, my entire family and I are actually world champion foosball players. Thank you. Thank you. I know it sounds made up. I swear it's real. My parents met playing in a professional foosball tournament in the 80s. So I literally wouldn't exist if it weren't for foosball. Which is sad. But you know, some of you wouldn't exist if it weren't for boxed wine. So it's like, yeah, whatever. We're all a little garbage. Let's not judge each other. It gets weirder. Not only is my dad a pro foosball player, he's also a slam poetry champion and an international yo-yo man. Yeah, my dad has the sex appeal of a fanny pack. Crushing it. And my mom is in the Foosball Hall of Fame, and they've been training me to play since I was like 2 years old. But since no one suspects that I'm a pro foosball player, I love to hustle people, right? And so I usually play against other comedians on my web series, but we did this special episode where I went undercover in Vegas and I hustled drunk dudes on the Vegas Strip. So I wore this low-cut top, I talked in the worst voice, and my camera crew and I would go up to groups of guys and I'd go,
Hi, my name's Kelsey, and I have this web series where I do things that I've never done before for the first time. It's called Pop My Cherry. It's silly, you know. So I've never played foosball before, and we just found this table, and I was just wondering if you guys want to play me.
And every group of guys is like, hell yeah, bitch, let's go. Yeah, play right now. So I would play the first game terribly on purpose, right? I would giggle a bunch, spin the rods a lot, really build up their confidence. And then I go,
Okay, so I think I've got the hang of it now, and this is Vegas, so we should play for money.
and every guy would put their whole wallet on the table. And they'd hand me the ball and go, here, you can serve first. And that's when I pull out my foosball grip glove. Checkmate, motherfucker. Yeah, I've never done cocaine, but I would assume it's a similar rush. I've only done Parmesan cheese, which also exhilarating. A lot cheaper. So I mentioned that my ex and I, we were together for a really long time, so we knew so much about each other. But one thing that he didn't know about me until toward the end, I told him that sometimes I pee in the shower. And by sometimes, I mean every time. And don't you guys act like you don't do it too. We are all swamp monsters. There is no drug in the history of time with a higher addiction rate than peeing in the shower. Okay? You think you're better than that, you think you're above doing it, and then you let yourself do it one time. And you're like, well, I guess I'm doing this every day for the rest of my life. It is the best. I feel like I'm on vacation every day, just carefree living. And I thought that he and I were gonna bond over it, you know? Like maybe we had the same dirty little secret. And instead, he was like, what? Oh, gross. That means every time I shower, I've just been standing in your pee. I was like, I do it while I'm showering. Like, the water takes it down the drain immediately. You're acting like I walk into our bathroom, drop my pants, stand in the shower, and just piss on dry porcelain like a serial killer. And then get out, put my pants back on, and just leave you a puddle of urine like a feral cat. I was like, I'm gonna start peeing on your pillow, give you some real problems. This is nonsense. One of my friends told me that apparently we're all supposed to throw our pillows away once a year and get new ones. You guys been doing that? Feels good to be gross together, huh? We all have such a weird attitude toward pillows because they cost like $10, but we all keep the same disgusting pillows for decades, like it's the Great Depression. Like we're some old prospector like, well, this here's the pillow they gave me at the orphanage, and I'll be goddamned if this ain't the same pillow I die with. Why? Pillows and towels, right? Like, we never get rid of towels. They just eventually become the ones you, like, dry the dog with. Why are we holding on to so many? Do we all think we're gonna have, like, a home birth someday? We're gonna sop some stuff up? My grandparents' towels are historical artifacts at this point. I don't know if you've visited your elders recently. They have washcloths that look like they were woven from wheat. I'm like, did this belong to Jesus? I feel like I'm drying my face with a Triscuit. My eyelids are bleeding. So I got on dating apps for the first time last year, and they let me onto the celebrity dating app, which, listen, obviously they use the term celebrity real loosely, okay? If they saw my wiki feed, they'd be like, absolutely not. She can't sit with us. Yeah, they let in somebody who's 32 and still shops at Forever 21, so I for sure tricked them. I know that store is trash, but I just can't stop going. I just love it so much. The last time I was there, I told the girl at the register that I found a makeup stain on this tank top I wanted, and I asked if I could get a discount, and she just stared at me with dead eyes and was like,
It's already only $2.99.
like,
Do you want us to just give you the tank top? And pay off your student loans? This is Forever 21, everything's stained. It's basically an animal shelter.
God, I love that store. The first date I went on through the celebrity app was such a disaster. I went out with this guy who was from Europe originally. So he had this really thick European accent, and some of the words he said sounded like other words. So he's telling me about his cat, and he goes, yeah, you know, I love my cat, but he rapes my shirts. And my brain was like, that can't be right. Nope. So I sat with it for a second, and I was like, oh, he rips your shirts. Okay, sorry, I thought you said that he rapes your shirts. And with zero hesitation, this dude goes, yeah, no, he rapes my shirts, and I don't understand why, because he's neutered, but he will not stop raping my shirts, so... Then I had to hide my shirts, and then I gave him a blanket, and now that's his rape blanket, and I'm like, what the fuck? Am I on a hidden camera show? Where if this dude says rape 18 times before dessert, he wins a jet ski? Like, is this one of Ted Bundy's kids? What? I just started covering all my holes. I was like, I don't like this. This is a bad vibe. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna give this 5 more minutes. So he starts telling me that he goes on boats a lot. And I was like, oh, you ever worry about shark attacks? And I swear to God, he goes, yeah, no, you don't really have to worry about sharks so much, but you do have to worry about dolphins because they are the rapists of the sea. And I was like, all right, I'm out of here. Bye. Enjoy the jet ski. I'm sure you won. Fucking lunatic. That was my first dating app experience. Fortunately, it's been better since then. I'm seeing a guy in his 40s now. He has adult children, okay? He has lived more life than I have. He knows more things. And I told him that I was hesitant to hook up with him the first time because I was on my period. And he goes, I don't get why guys are ever grossed out by that. You're just shedding your uterine lining. I was like, that is the hottest thing that anybody's ever said to me. I didn't even know that's what happens during my period. I was like, okay, Grey's Anatomy. Who are you? The bar is set real low after old rape blanket, so you just do a gentle hop over into my heart, you know, with your Snapple fun facts about periods. Like, I don't know any of those things. Somebody could come up to me on the street with a microphone and be like, ma'am, for $1 million, what happens during your period? And I'd be like, I'm gonna go with the egg is melting. They'd be like, were you homeschooled? My parents were playing foosball. I don't know. They didn't teach me these things. He's also the first guy I've ever been with who has had a vasectomy. So I had some questions about that. I was like, when you finish, is it clear? Like that white Gatorade flavor? Just have Glacier Frost on tap? What's going on? I just tried to prepare myself. I was like, does it taste better when there aren't kids in it? It's like, or maybe it's just air, right? Like one of those pressurized keyboard dusters that's like, psst, you're like, oh. It startles you. You gotta point it away or you'll lose an eye. And maybe fix a tire. Finally, I just went Bill Nye on his ass. I was like, I am blowing you in the name of science. This is field research at this point. And turns out it's like normal. I guess it's kind of like Beyond Burger. Like it looks the same. And then once it's in your mouth, you're like, something's missing. This is like diet cum. It's another joke I wrote next to Wendell. He got an eyeful that flight. He saw some things. A lot of my friends are getting engaged and married right now, and one of them just had an engagement party with her fiance, and they played one of those games where they have signs that say him and her, and they held them up when they got asked questions like, who's the better cook? Who takes longer to get ready? We're all just like, oh my God. I'm like, you guys are getting married. Let's get into some real shit. Like, who has a drinking problem? Who's settling? I'm like, let me run this game, huh? We'll call it getting cold feet. Let's test drive this son of a gun. So one of the things that I learned that was hard in going from being married and living with somebody for 8 years into being single and living alone is that no one touches you anymore. And I know it sounds weird to say it like that, but if you live with somebody, there's like a fair amount of touching that happens throughout the day. So my lowest point in quarantine, I started watching ASMR videos on YouTube where a girl would hold a hairbrush up to the camera lens and she would simulate that she was brushing your hair. And I would just ram my forehead up against my laptop. Like, pet me, Rachel. You dirty bitch. As soon as businesses opened up, I made all of the touching appointments. I was like, I'm getting a massage, I'm getting a manicure. Look, I made a dentist appointment just because I missed feeling somebody in my mouth. Okay? Don't you judge me. It was hard. My dentist is this like 65-year-old Armenian man. I was like, floss it up, daddy. Use your toys. He was like, I prefer you call them tools. I was like, Dimitri, I need this. Hush your lips. Just tell me when to spit. One of the appointments I had made was for a bikini wax. And I had been going to salons before COVID to get bikini waxes. I had tried doing some of those like at-home kits, and I just learned that there are some parts of my nethers that I do not have the strength of spirit to wax myself. Listen to me, if you can wax your own lips, you're a psychopath. That is some Steve-O jackass level masochism. I want no part of it. So I'd been going to the salons, and then the salons closed for 6 months, and things got scary. There's so many beautiful women here tonight. I feel like a lot of women started 2020 with like a landing strip, and by July it was just a full airport. You can land anywhere. There's a Cinnabon and a Panda Express. There's a shuttle that takes you to a rental car lot. I mean, employees, W-9s, it's a lot going on. So finally, the salons opened back up, and I immediately made an appointment. And I remembered there's that rule that the hair has to be at least a 1/4 inch long in order for the wax to be able to pick it up. Oh my God. And do we need a medic? Are you okay? Are you... Too much for you? She's like, it's a 7:30 show. I didn't know what this was. I don't like hockey, and we had a Groupon, but she's like, this is not the Christian way. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, so I remembered there's that rule that the hair has to be at least a 1/4 inch long in order for the wax to be able to pick it up. And I looked down and was like, well, that's not gonna be a problem. But for the first time in my life, I worried that maybe it's bad if the hair is longer than a 1/4 inch. So I called the salon. So embarrassing. I was like, hey, I have an appointment today. It's been a rough quarantine. Is there like a maximum hair requirement? And this poor girl just goes, I mean, how long are we talking? And I wasn't prepared to answer that. So I panicked and was like, we could probably donate it. No. Like, I don't know if Locks of Love specifies which type of hair they accept, but maybe somebody needs fake eyelashes. I don't know. We don't know where that hair comes from. We're all just throwing them on and praying, but could be pubes. I don't know. Basically, I feel like a lot of us were walking around kind of looking like the opposite of a porn star in 2020, right? Which is totally fine. My friend Jay actually told me that my celebrity lookalike is this porn star named Jessie Rogers. So I Googled her, and the first picture that popped up was her doing hardcore anal. And got a little creeped out, realizing that my friend Jay saw that and thought, you know who this reminds me of? Old gaping butthole Kelsey Cook. Yeah. Old backdoor cook. Look at her go. A+. What is the matter with you, Jay? But by the way, it's so nice to be able to tell that joke in person again because I've had to tell it on mostly virtual shows the past 2 years, and I realized that halfway through the joke, everybody would just open a new browser. It would just get really quiet, and I'd be like, hello? Everybody show me your hands. I don't trust you. What are you doing? I had to check into a hotel on the road recently, and it was early in the morning, and the woman checking me in, well, she's a little older, and she goes, I just have to tell you, you look so much like Amy Adams. Huh, I don't know if you ever hear that, but you really look like her. And it took all of my strength to not pull my phone out and be like, you know who everybody else says I look like? And just really blast her with a bee-hole at 8 a.m. I couldn't do it. I do think that Jessie Rogers and I, we do look alike. We have some different hobbies. You know, I've never just sat on a lava lamp. For example. Like, my ex-husband and I, we didn't even buy a sex toy until 7 years into the relationship. We had just been Flintstoning that shit. Just very little house on the prairie. Just churning butter, very innocent. We ended up buying one of those vibrating wand things, and I gotta be honest, never liked it. Way too intense for me. Even on the lowest setting, this thing is like for blasting rocks. I was like, is this what you women have been using this whole time? I barely touched it to my body. My feet lifted off the ground. I took flight. I was not turned on at all. I was terrified. I was like, did I just puree my clit? Oh my God. No. This thing is meant for industrial kitchens, okay? It's for liquefying raw vegetables. It's crazy. So I ended up asking some of my friends about it, and it turns out that they have this toy, and they use it on the highest setting in order to have an orgasm. I was like, how have you not completely erased your vagina? Just sanded it down to a smooth slab of granite. Like a Barbie crotch. Yeah. And go bowling on it. And something I've learned about you dudes is that a lot of you guys like stuff that vibrates too. So one night before the divorce, my ex and I were out drinking. I'd had a few gin and hams. As you do. And when we got home, I was just feeling a little extra spicy, so I decided to crank it to 10 just to see what would happen. And the moment I touched it to his junk, his balls, whoop, went up inside his body. I didn't even know they could do that. I was just staring at him like, oh. Do they stay up there until you sneeze really hard? How are you getting back? Have to do a hard man kegel? I don't know. A couple minutes went by, didn't see anything. I panicked. I started pushing on his belly button really hard, like trying to eject quarters out of a skee ball machine. I was like, come on, get out of there. Another few minutes, still nothing. I was like, oh, I think those are ovaries now. I'm sorry. I think I gave you an accidental gender change. Oops. So I'm in therapy. Anybody here in therapy? Oh, wow, that's a nice response. Usually it's just one person that's like, help. Like, oh. Let's talk to you. Yeah, I think therapy is amazing, but I guess not everybody always needs therapy. Some people do need therapy. And you can usually tell who those people are because they say things like, I don't need any fucking therapy. I prefer to be a burden to my loved ones. You're like, sir, this is an Arby's? Why are you shouting? You're alarming the children. I had to work on my self-worth in therapy because I kept attracting some of the wrong people. One of my friends told me this quote. She said, once you know your worth, you'll stop giving people discounts. And I was like, well, slap my tits and call me Groupon, baby. Boy, I've been out here like, hey, you got a personality disorder and no job, this pussy's 90% off. Hey! No credit, no problem. Get in here. That makes it sound like my life has been a dick buffet. It has not. I have a very low body count. I love that that's what we call it, body count, like we're all just fucking people to death, like, it sounds so System of a Down for no reason, you know? I think I would have a higher body count if STDs didn't exist, but I'm just so terrified to ever get one that I don't want to gamble. Like, I just can't believe that in 2022, our best defense against them is still just condoms in the honor system. Scouts honor, bro. I'm like, you lied about your height. I'm supposed to trust you on chlamydia? No. And kick rocks. Get out of here. I was reading online that some of the very first condoms back in the 1800s were really thick. Like they used to basically just cut up bike tires. And they've obviously gotten thinner over time, which I'm sure was a guy's idea, you know. I bet the women back then were pissed, like, fuck, keep it girthy. Keep that deep dish condom on. We don't have electricity. This is the only joy I have. I had a woman come to one of my shows recently who I think was from the 1800s. She was very old. And she came up to me afterward and she was like, I was a makeup artist for 30 years. And at this point I'm thinking, oh, I think she's about to compliment my makeup. That's so nice. And then she goes, your face was so oily when you were on stage. It was the only thing I could look at. The lights were hitting it so bright that I had to squint to look at you. And that's when I heard my brain say, well, tonight's the night we go to jail for throat punching someone's nana. You just hit a certain age where you walk around like, fuck it, burn it to the ground. Like, just traumatizing people. I'm like, who is this woman's poor husband? You know? We gotta save him. I just picture him getting out of the shower and she's like, your balls make me sick. Of course, I didn't say any of that to her. I was just like, what powder do you recommend? I have no backbone. I've also become self-conscious of this very specific thing. Did you girls have that dress code in middle school where you had to wear shorts that were longer than the length of your fingertips to your sides? Okay, all right? To prevent girls from wearing booty shorts. So that was the day I learned I have freakishly long arms. For my short height. I'm only 5'4". All the girls had to line up. We put our arms down. And I don't know if you can see what's happening right now. I'll show you on this side too. But I did this, and I looked down, and I was like, oh no. I'm gonna have to wear men's Jinko jeans to not get expelled. Just rolling into home ec with my chain wallet and lugs, like. Let's bake these muffins, Diane. The third member of the Insane Clown Posse. I don't know much about the Insane Clown Posse, but it does make me laugh picturing those guys having to take their makeup off at the end of the night. Because they seem so tough on stage, like, I'm gonna stab this dude and bang your chick. And then 2 hours later, they're like, these Neutrogena wipes are lovely. Oh. Don't burn my eyes. So, before I started headlining, I used to open on tour for a comedian named Jim Norton. Anybody here a Jim Norton fan? Nice. Got some Jim heads in the house. So Jim's favorite thing to do is to humiliate people. And I made the mistake of telling him that I embarrass very easily for a comedian. And he just milked that every day for 3 years on tour. When we were in public, he would constantly accuse me of shoplifting. We would be checking out at a CVS pharmacy, and just deadpan in front of the cashier, he would turn to me and go, are you not gonna pay for all the things in your purse? And I would just start shivering like a shelter chihuahua, like, I would just end up paying for lipstick that I've owned for 5 years. I was like, just take my money, I'm so sorry, I hate this. It was traumatizing. By far, the most embarrassing thing he would do with his bodyguard. We traveled with this 7-foot-tall guy named Kenny. Picture Frankenstein with less people skills. Just an oaf. And I don't know if you women have ever ordered anything on victoriassecret.com, but sometimes you get that free tote bag with purchase. Okay. If you have even a shred of self-respect, you immediately throw it in the garbage where it belongs. I used it as my day-to-day purse for 7 years. I have no dignity. It says Victoria's Secret in big letters on the sides, like it's very obnoxious. And I would travel with this. So when we were on tour, we'd have to get to the airport at 5 in the morning. And you guys know how you look at the airport at 5 a.m., right? Just greasy, disheveled, gross. So I'd look like that, and I'd have this bag, and everybody's just quietly shuffling about the airport. And all of a sudden, his bodyguard would shout, Victoria's Secret model coming through! And everybody, and I mean everybody, would stop and look at me wide-eyed and then go, do you know how quickly your self-esteem goes in the toilet? When you can watch 100 people decide in half a second No, she's not. You're like, all right. Just gonna go walk into traffic now, thanks. So I'm from Washington State originally, and they just passed this new legislation that is banning schools from continuing to use Native American mascots, which is great. And the high school I went to, our mascot was the Blackhawks. And it takes a linguistic specialist to tell the difference between somebody saying Blackhawks and black cocks. And let me tell you, it was pretty wild growing up, going to football games and watching a dozen cheerleaders shout to a stand of parents,
We love Blackhawks. Yes, we do. We love Blackhawks. How about you?
and then watching everybody on the other team be like, what the fuck? It's like the mating call of the Kardashians. So I had my bachelorette party down in Vegas, and we went to the Magic Mike live show. Has anybody here been to the Magic Mike live show? Oh, we got a few. Oh, are you still wet? Hey. Girl, it is crazy what happens at the show. They brought it back during COVID, which surprised me because if we are concerned about droplets, women are gushing fluid at this show. Medically, it's a problem, okay? It changes the humidity in the room. Women with straight hair leave with curly hair. It's like a rainforest cafe in there. That air is thick. 3 C's. But now that the show's back, you gotta go. Oh, it is the cream of the cock. Just, oh. Chef's kiss. For 2 hours, these oiled up six packs just grind the stage, and they sing to you, they lick whipped cream off your body, and then they bring some women on stage, and then they take your top off, and then they take your pants off, and then they fuck you. No, I'm kidding. I just want to see how far you guys would go with me on that part. Did you hear how quiet it got in here? Oh. Could you feel every woman just slowly leaning further forward in her seat? Like, I'm pulling out her phone, checking flights to Vegas. Like, a taxi! Were you like, was I in the bathroom when that happened? How did I miss that? No, they don't do that. That'd be pretty dope. Probably charge a lot more for tickets. But you do get a lot for your money. At the end of the show, they do bring some women on stage, and then they put you in harnesses, and they put one of the guys beneath you, and you get to, like, ride the men into the sky like Free Willy. They get you hornier than you've ever been in your entire life, and then they just set you loose. Into the wild. Single dudes, if you were ever trying to fuck in Vegas, just go stand outside the Magic Mike exit. Like a catcher. We're running out of there, holes open like a starfish, ready to go. Oh. That's something TripAdvisor doesn't tell you, and that's what I'm here for. I'm like your creepy uncle. I'm just helping you get laid. I would like to go back to the show, but not for anything wedding related, because there's usually 2 types of women that go. The host comes out and he goes, all right, ladies, make some noise if you're here for a bachelorette party. There's a bunch of young 20-something girls that are like, ah, oh my God, penises. Ah. And then the host goes, all right, now who here's celebrating a divorce? And it's just one table of women in their 40s like, give me your dick. You're like, oh my God. Thank you guys so much for coming out tonight, Denver. You've been amazing. Thank you so much.
is Keith Lowell Jensen, and I write autobiographical fan fiction. Cool, glad we have some fans of this genre. Thank you for coming out. I want to get to know you before we get started. I have a question for you by sound of applause. I want to know by sound of applause who here in this audience tonight has been arrested before. Oh, damn, Sacramento. I think you beat Chico. That was amazing. I like you in the back raising your hand. We said sound of applause, but now we know what you got arrested for. You have a problem with directions, don't you? Doesn't come easy for you. All right, by sound of applause, who here has never been arrested? All right. So this is a problem because I see a lot of white dudes clapping. Come on, white dudes, how you living? Get arrested. I see some people of color, some women, some LGBTQ people that have never been arrested, and I understand. Okay, you wouldn't want to tangle with the police. But we're white dudes. We're gonna have a fun night, and then the courts are gonna go easy on us. Live a little. Go get arrested. And it's hard to get arrested as a white dude. It takes a lot of mouthing off. And all that time that you're mouthing off to the cop, you're keeping them busy, and they're not out harassing brown people. Let's do it. Let's use our privilege. Let's gentrify jail. But I like to have something for my whole audience. Okay, I was going to tell stories about times I've been arrested, but some of you haven't had that experience yet. I hope I've inspired you and you'll go out and try. So I'm going to also tell stories about times when I haven't been arrested. We all know those nights when you don't get arrested. I think we've all had one of those, we can relate. The first time I remember specifically not getting arrested, I was 15 and I shoplifted marshmallows. Marshmallows are not an easy thing to shoplift to begin with. They're a big pillow-sized white thing. Harder in my case because I was wearing a tiny little leather jacket that I inherited from my grandfather. I thought it looked cool. I thought it made me look like one of the Ramones. Spoiler alert, it did not make me look like one of the Ramones. But it did make it very hard to steal marshmallows. You may be thinking to yourself, Keith, why? Why would you try to steal a big pillow-sized sugary confection wearing a tiny little jacket? It's because I was arrogant. I was overly confident of my ability to steal from that Bel Air. Because I stole from them every single Sunday. For months, I went in there and I stole donuts. And it was easy. You just walk up to the donut counter and you say, hey, I would like a dozen donuts. And then you pick out each of the dozen donuts. And some kid puts them in a bright pink box for you. And then he gives you a free one. Because that's a policy. When you steal 12 donuts from a place, they give you a 13th one free. Call it a stealer's dozen or something, I don't know. But then the kid will close up the box and they'll say to you, you want me to ring you up here or take it to the register? And I go, I better take it to the register, you know. Whenever I tell my mom I'm coming here, out comes the list. You know how it is, buddy. You gotta make the small talk. And they just hand you the donuts, assuming you're gonna go pay for them, because how brazen would you have to be to make a kid box up the donuts that you're stealing from them in a bright pink box? And then you take it and you walk right past all the registers and they all look at you. All the cashiers look at you. You say hi to them. They know you. They see you every Sunday. Like, what's up, Tom? How's the wife? And they assume you paid for them, because how brazen would you have to be to have some kid box up a dozen donuts that you're stealing from them? It's a free tip from you on how to get free donuts. Then you take them to your friend Jim's house and his parents think you're the sweetest kid around, because you bring donuts every Sunday when you come over to play his Nintendo. worked out well for everybody. So I'm arrogant, I get the marshmallows on this occasion. I might have had a problem with sugar. I get the marshmallows in my little jacket, and they're sticking halfway out, and I start making my way towards the door, and I see the undercover security, and he's standing at the door blocking it, which is insulting. Because that's not normally what they do. Normally they want to catch you. So they just hang out by the door looking nonchalant. If you ever see an adult man paying way too much attention to those little quarter machines with the stretchy hands, that's undercover security, waiting for someone to try to leave. Because you haven't stolen until you leave, okay? There's no crime against putting stuff in your pocket. The crime is only when you walk out the door. This is handy information. The next time you go shopping, wear something with a lot of pockets. It's fun. And as you walk around, you just put everything from your list in one of the pockets. And then you go up to the register. And as you start unloading that on the thing, you'll hear like 6 different voices go, "Damn it!" It's just wasted a whole line of undercover security's time. And you kept them busy, while people that needed to shoplift are able to ply their trade. Again, we can be helpers. But in this case, the guy's blocking the door, and he looks me right in the eye, and he shakes his head no, because he doesn't want to be the guy that busts this special little kid that's trying to steal marshmallows while wearing a tiny little jacket. He's like, no. But I've got momentum, so I walk right around him, and I go out the other door. And I hear him go, "Ugh!" And he comes out, and he grabs me, and he pulls me in, takes the marshmallows from me, and they bring me back to the manager's office. I don't know if you've ever seen a grocery store manager's office, but there are no windows. It's a very depressing place. The manager comes in wearing a suit that I'm sure fit him at one time. As he comes in, he says, "Listen, kid, we're going to do you a favor. We're not going to call the police." And I stand up and say, "Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, sir. Never going to do it again. I'm going to stop stealing donuts, too." "What?" "No, nothing. I didn't say anything." He says, "Yeah, we're not going to call the cops, but we are going to call your parents." So I said, "Is the cop thing still on the table? Could we talk about this? Because my mom is going to be very disappointed. I had one of those Catholic moms." "Yeah, but I hear that about every mom. You're like, oh, Irish moms, Mexican moms." I think maybe just all moms are good at guilting. Maybe that's not a cultural signifier. Maybe there's one cultural group out there that their moms aren't good at guilting. Maybe it's the Norwegians. Maybe that's why they like that black metal. I don't know. But my mom she was very good at guilting. So the manager calls my mom. All the employees are taking turns peeking in the office. They're like, "That's the kid? That's the marshmallow guy?" They're like, "Yeah, that's him." Like, his jacket's so tiny. Manager walks me out front to wait for my mom. She pulls up in the white van. He puts me in the van. My mom says, "Thank you." She's humiliated. We drive home in silence. That's when I know I'm in trouble, because she's not going to let me have it. She's going to wait and let Dad let me have it. And I'm of a generation that meant I was going to get beat. We got beat. I'm not saying it's a good thing. It's just what happened. I hate when members of my generation try to use that as an excuse for hitting their kids. Like, we got hit, remember? We got hit. You got to hit your kid. We got hit. And then I have to explain to them that we are not what I'm aiming for. At all. Never looked at us and went, "I went pretty good. Let's do that again." Never look around the world and go, "We better not change anything. This is going so well. Just stay the course." And I felt for my father, too. I felt bad for my dad, because the guy worked 8 hours a day. He had up to a 2-hour commute both ways. He comes home, he just wants to go in the nice living room where the kids aren't allowed and read his Stephen King, And no, there's mom waiting with a shopping list of boys he has to beat, He comes home, she tells him about the marshmallows. I hear him coming to my room. I'm like, oh. My dad opens the door and he says 2 words. That's not true, he says 1 word, but he says it twice. He says, marshmallows? Marshmallows. His heavy Brooklyn accent. See, my mom was more concerned about the morality of these things, but my father was always much more concerned about the stupidity. My dad says to me, Keith, marshmallows have no resale value. Jewelry, I'd understand. Money, I would understand. Marshmallows? I was like, sorry, Dad, I'll do better next time. That's not what I'm saying. And you know it. That's when I started laughing. Not because of my hilarious joke, but because I am a nervous laugher. I've always been a nervous laugher. I laugh when there's confrontation. It's gotten me into trouble, it's gotten me out of trouble. Luckily, my dad was cool. When he heard me laugh, he would say, I know that you're just laughing because you're nervous, and you should be, because you're in deep doo-doo. And he would just go on with the scolding. My dad's sitting there trying to figure out why his supposedly gifted 15-year-old is so stupid. And that's when he looks at my bed and he sees something that catches his eye and he looks back at me and he goes, tell me you weren't wearing the little jacket. Oh my God, you were wearing the little jacket. He was wearing the little jacket. Now I've got to answer him. I've got to give him an explanation why I did something so stupid. And I said, Dad, it was a dare. He said, what? I said, it was a dare. We were playing truth or dare. That's why the little jacket. That's why marshmallows. It was intentionally something very difficult. That's how dares work. To which my dad said, that's stupid. But he said, that's stupid with a little hint of that's an acceptable 15-year-old level of stupid. And I knew that he was okay with it. And he said, we'll talk about this more later, which always meant that we wouldn't talk about it more later. And he shut the door. And to this day, I've never admitted to my father that there was no dare. No, there were just two 15-year-old boys who had a really bad case of the munchies and decided they absolutely must have Rice Krispie treats. And you see, Jim had the Rice Krispies. All right, I'll tell you about one more time I was not arrested. A little bit later, I was 16, and I had a friend named Andy who was 30. You guys got real judgmental real quick. And I understand, because that's exactly how my dad felt. I was like, Dad, Andy's cool. He's got a lot of hip-hop records. My dad was like, Andy's not cool. Andy is the Fonz. And I went, oh my God, you just named the coolest person in the world. And he said, no, you just think that because you're young. The Fonzie is a dude that puts on a leather jacket and hangs out with teenagers. That's not a cool adult. Cool adults hang out with other adults. I was like, you don't know anything. I went to Andy's house, and Andy let me have a beer. And me and Ryan drank beer, and Andy played Too Short, and it was cool. And then I started to notice that Andy was having an episode, or he was on something. He was acting very weird. And then the downstairs neighbor knocked on Andy's floor, which was his ceiling. I don't know if you know this, but one man's ceiling is another man's floor. And we hear the knocking. I said, Andy, I think he wants you to turn down the Too Short. And Andy goes, no. He's cool, I'll go talk to him. And I was like, Andy, I don't think you're in a state to go talk to him. And Andy goes, I'll go talk to him, it'll be fine. And he walks downstairs, and me and Ryan are like, oh, I wonder how this is gonna work out. And then we hear yelling. And then we hear a tussle. And then Andy comes running back in the apartment with his hair disheveled, his shirt is torn. And Andy yells, I'm gonna stab a fool! And he runs to his kitchen, and he pulls open the knife drawer, and he yanks out a knife. Problem is, Andy didn't have a stab a fool knife. Andy had a very long, serrated, slice some bread knife. Andy had a, I'm gonna slice up a fool. I'm gonna kill a fool very messily kind of knife. And he ran back out the door, and I turned to Ryan and I said, I don't know what to do. And Ryan said, we should leave. And I said, we can't go home, we drank a beer. And Ryan says, we'll go to the gas station, because that's what teenagers did then. So we go to leave, and then we hear the sirens coming down the street, and we jump back in the apartment. Oh no, the cops are coming. They're gonna know we had a beer. So we don't know what to do. Andy's still downstairs, the cops are on the way, we're trapped in the apartment, and then the guest room door opens. The guest room door had never opened. We didn't know that Andy had a roommate. And this guy that looked like he had been asleep in there since 1969, like Hip Van Winkle, comes walking out, and he sees me and Ryan, and he goes, you, come with me. And he walks back in the room, and Ryan and I followed a barefooted adult into his bedroom because it felt like the safest course of action at the time. He shuts the door. That wasn't comforting. And then we look, and he has all these guitars on his wall. And he takes one down, and he hands it to Ryan. He takes another one down, and he hands it to me. And then he takes down a third one, and he pulls up a stool. I was like, he has a stool in his room. I started to realize this room was like his gig. Like, he had a residency there, you know? It's where he played every night. And he strums the guitar. Now, I'm not a great singer, but the song that he sang went something like this. We don't know nothing about that noise out there. We're just in here having a guitar lesson. And just then the door opened, and there was a cop. Yeah, the most terrifying thing a 16-year-old who just had a beer could possibly see. He's standing there with a badge and the gun and the whole thing. And he says, what's going on in here? And the hippie looks up at him and says, we don't know nothing about that noise out there. And then me and Ryan sang the chorus, we're just in here having a guitar lesson. Perfectly synchronized. Which caught the cop's attention, and he looks over at us, and we're both holding guitars. We have no idea how to hold a guitar. But that made sense. That's why we were getting the lesson. Cop looks back at the hippie who shrugs, you know, like, kids, right? Cop says, all right, you guys have a good night, and he shuts the door. But then the hippie looks at both of us, and I'm thinking, oh no, it's time to pay the piper. And he says, both of you. And he twists his hand into this weird, uncomfortable looking claw. And he says, that's an A chord. So I did eventually actually get arrested, all right? I love that there's applause for that. That's great. First time I got arrested was surprisingly consensual. I got arrested protesting a war. I don't even remember which one at this point. Who can keep track, right? But I was protesting one of them out there doing the thing, and we did a die-in, which means we all went down to the federal building and we all laid down and pretended we were dead. And when the cops came in, they said, okay, we're going to start arresting you in 4 minutes. And a few people that were like, I got to work tomorrow, got up and left, you know. But then the cops came up to each of us, and they were like, we're going to arrest you. Is that, you know, are you accepting that, or do you want to leave? Which was very polite. I thought, you know, the whole thing was very civil. And I said, no, I'm here to be arrested. And they were like, all right, let's do it. And this was all in front of news cameras. And 2 cops very gently picked me up. One had me under the knees, and one had me under the armpits. And they gently lifted me up in front of the news cameras, and then in front of the news cameras, they walked me into the federal building where there were no news cameras. Then they picked me up and dropped me on my back. Said, get over there with the rest of the hippies. You know, all the politeness was gone, but it was the best arrest ever. And it may have been what started my life of getting arrested, because I was like, this is fun. They didn't search us or book us. They just stuck us all in a cell. I was in a cell with priests. I was in a cell with grandmothers for peace. There were hippies and punk rockers. We were having a good time. 2 guys rolled up a joint and started smoking a joint in the jail cell. And everyone looks at the priest, and he's like, I'll take care of this, you know. So he walks up to them, and he says, boys, and he turns his Irish accent up to 10, you know, to try to be that priest, you know. And he says, boys, are you sure this is a good idea? And they said, oh, Father, please understand, we have a list of all the unusual places we've smoked pot, and we didn't think that a jail cell was ever going to be a space on our bingo card that we would get to fill. They usually take this away from you, And to my amazement, the priest goes, I understand. I'll never know for sure, but I swear for a minute he considered maybe asking for a puff. Like his life could have changed that day. He's just like, they taught me things, those anti-war protesting hippies. They taught me stuff like how to walk. You know, when you're walking in a protest, they told me keep your feet low to the ground. Keep your hands at your side. Don't run, don't yell, don't jump around, don't give the cops any excuse to hit you with a nightstick and say that you were acting in a threatening manner. They'd all been hit with nightsticks. They learned these lessons. They told me how to do it. The next protest that I was in was a gay rights protest. Nobody told the gays how you're supposed to protest. It was a very different experience. I'm there like feet down, hands at my side, walking right, and they had feather boas and whistles and they're dancing. They were having a rave, essentially a rave for, there were people on stilts. I was like, the cops don't like that. You step like right over their horses, you know? It was amazing. They had the best chants. They were chanting, we're here, we're queer, we're not going shopping. I was like, that's good. I wish I wrote that. That is fantastic. It was a good time, you know? But the problem is that the cops in Sacramento at that time had gotten smart and they would just slap a parade permit on you and then take all the teeth out of your protest, start blocking streets for you, being like, hey, it's a parade. You know? Pride came early. You're like, no, we want to disrupt, because the whole idea is to disrupt. So then the thing came, go on the freeway. That's how that started happening. You had to go up on the freeway to actually make an impression, you know? So they head towards the freeway. But again, everyone's jumping around and dancing and having a good time. And the riot cops sweep in and they stop everybody, but I'm walking like this and I kind of accidentally slip right through them. I'm more and more by myself on this freeway off-ramp, and then I stop and I look around and they're like yards behind me. I see the back of the riot cops with their shields on the other side. They don't like you there. And I think I better get out of here. And then a motorcycle comes rolling down, and this big cop gets off the motorcycle and he says, get off the off-ramp. And I said, yes, sir. And I did the walking thing. I was trained to walk, and he says, run. And I was like, well, the hippies actually told me not to, that I should. And he shoved me and he said, run. And the hippies were right, because the minute I started running, he grabbed me and he beat the crap out of me. Yeah, this story got ugly, huh? He stepped on my face, he bloodied me up, he was choking me, and he told me I was gonna die. And that's when a female cop pulled him off of me, helped me up, and then walked me straight to a newspaper reporter. I was like, I don't really get whose side you're on. This is very weird. The newspaper reporter says, what's your name? I said, my name. She said, you're gay, right? Not are you gay? You're gay, right? I was like, I'm used to that. No, actually, I'm not. She laughed. Ha! It's a good one. And then they took me away. They took me away to jail. In jail, the guy was all, what's your name? And I remembered that protesters had done this at another protest, so I said, Harvey Milk. And he said, Harvey Milk, the slain civil rights activist. And I was like, who are you? What cop would know who Harvey Milk is and say it that way? You know? I was like, you might be all right. Here's my actual name. He says, you're gay, right? And I was like, why? No, I'm not. Why are you asking? He said, because if you're gay, we'll put you in a pink jumpsuit to keep you safe. I was like, oh, that's a great idea. You guys really thought this one through. No, if I may keep my regular clothes, some people would say they say enough already. Should go ahead and put me in the cell there. They put me in the cell. I see an interesting looking guy on the bench. I go sit down. His name is Paul. Paul says, you one of those weirdos up on the freeway? For a minute, I didn't want to admit that I was. And then I was like, no, I'm not going to be ashamed of myself. I said, yes, Paul, that was me. We're protesting for gay rights. And Paul goes, you going to save the world? I was like, I don't know, Paul, I'm going to try. What's your story? And Paul says, well, I'm just being transferred from one prison to another. But you guys blocked the freeway, so I got to spend the night here. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry, dude. And he's like, no, it's cool. I like a little change of scenery. Person gets real boring. You know? He's like, it's nice to have a little diversion. And just then, these two skinny white kids, a full Beavis and Butthead, get put in the cell. They'd been in a fist fight with one another and gotten arrested. They put them in, they right away see me as the easy target, and they walk over and they go, get up, we want to sit there. And Paul jumps up and goes, you sit down on your shoes now! And both kids rip their shoes off, throw them on the ground, sit on them. I was like, Paul, that was amazing. I don't know what this means about us now, if I'm in your gang or if we're BFFs or whatever, but I'm into it, Paul. You are a powerful person. That was like superhero stuff. I like it. So we were having fun, you know. The fun stopped. They start taking people out of the room. They're going upstairs. I find out I have 2 felonies against me. Chances are pretty good I'm going upstairs. I'm afraid to call my parents to tell them. Later, they yelled at me for that. I was like, you guys, every coming out day, you guys wait for me to call you and tell you that I'm gay. And now I'm going to call you and go, Mom and Dad, first of all, I'm still not gay. But I did get arrested for it. So I did not call my parents. So they're gonna hang on to me for a while. They put me in a different room, and then a cop comes in with a clipboard and he starts reading off names. And every person, as he reads off their name, they stand up and they walk out into the hallway and they take off all their clothes. And they spread their legs. And they bend over and they move things out of the way. And a cop with a flashlight takes a very thorough look at them. Now, I am a person who doesn't take his clothes off, like ever. We're just getting over a heat wave, and I'm wearing 2 shirts and long pants. And this is as close to naked as any of you have seen me. I am not happy about this. This is how anti-nude I am. When my daughter was 3, I realized that I was staying in hotels and not taking her in the pool because of my own issues. And I was like, that's not right. I want to be a good dad. So I took my shirt off in public and picked my daughter up. And my daughter had never seen her own father without his shirt on. And her eyes got this big. And as we stepped in the pool, she said out loud, "Ha! Men have nipples." So I'm not happy about what's going on in the hallway. And the cop reading the names sees that I'm uncomfortable. He sees that I'm miserable, and so he keeps reading each name and looking at me, waiting until it's my turn. Until finally I'm the only person in the room. And he says, "One name left on the list, buddy." And I went, "Oh no." And he says, "Ramon Vasquez?" And I went, Did I mention I laugh in conversation? He says, "What's so funny?" I said, "I'm not Ramon Vasquez. Do I look like Ramon Vasquez?" Showed him my bracelet. "Look, not Ramon Vasquez," says right there very clearly. He says, "Sit down. I'll be back." Like, he really wanted me naked at that point. It was flattering. He leaves the room. I am so relieved for this temporary reprieve. I'm drumming on the metal bench. And then I hear, "Hey, shut up, man." And I was like, "What?" And I look under the bench. I was like, "Ramon!" Oh my God, dude. You were just saved from the most heinous indignities, sir. Stay under there forever. You're good. This is not a friendly place to Ramones. So I got out of there. And then a church. My friend's mom is a minister, and she collected the money from her church to pay my bail. And they came and got me. I was like, "I'm still an atheist, but I appreciate this." She took me to get a veggie burger and then straight home. That's what I wanted. Give me a veggie burger and take me home. I go home, and I've got all these messages on my answering machine, and they're all from my parents. Because that reporter had run a story. Keith Lowell Jensen, gay, of San Francisco. I love that the only part they got right was my name. E-N, not O-N, E-I, not I-E. I mean, they nailed it, which never happens. Just like, oh, great. No, Mom and Dad, I do not live in San Francisco. I'm trying to remember, did I tell you guys about the time I carried a gun into the Chicago International O'Hare Airport? No, I never told you guys about that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that happened. You know that thing at the airport they play over and over again that tells you not to carry other people's bags? Oh, they mean it. Yeah, that's for real. I was working for Spike and Mike's Animation Festival, and we were late getting out of the show in Chicago. And my boss was Mike, not Mike of Spike and Mike, but a guy named Mike. Let's say Mike Sharp. That's not actually his name, but I'm trying to protect him. It's almost his name, because I'm not trying to protect him that much. So Mike Sharp says, Keith, we're late. I'm going to return the rental cars. You grab both of our bags and run for the gate. I said, sure thing. And I ran and I threw his bag on the thing and it went through the x-ray. And the lady said, there appears to be a gun in your bag. And I said, oh, we're entertainers. I'm sure it's a prop. Why don't you just open it up? I think there's a plastic alligator in there too. You know, it's all fake. She goes, it looks pretty real. I was like, I don't know what to tell you. Why don't I grab the guy whose bag it is? I'll be right back. And she says, you can't leave. And I said, it'll just take a minute. And I left. Probably a good time to mention this was pre-9/11. But still a big deal. There's still federal presence at airports, especially International Airport, and they all get a report that someone with a gun in their bag is now loose in the airport. So people with suits are running everywhere, and I see it. I'm like, I wonder what's going on. I still haven't found Mike, but a guy in a suit is now walking perfectly in pace with me and looking at me. So I said, can I help you? And he goes, are you Sharp? And he says, are you Mike Sharp? And I said, oh, yeah, I am the guy with the gun in the bag. Boom! I'm on the ground hard. People with suits mob all around me. They pick me up, they carry me back to where the gun is now sitting out. And oh my God, is it a real gun. It is a very real gun. It had been stuffed in one of Mike's Doc Martens. I was like, oh, what is this? So I said, listen, the bag belongs to a guy named Mike, and this cop gets in my face and goes, oh, no. Don't try to pawn this off on someone else, buddy. You're going down. And I was like, okay, but don't you want that guy too, you know? And she's like, oh no, you're in deep, buddy. You're going down. And I'm like, sounds like a noir film. Like I felt like maybe I had to match her patter in order to get anything done. So I was like, I know, I'm going down, but I'm ready to sing. I'll give you the whole gang, you know? Finally, another cop comes and interrupts this little play we were putting on. What's the guy's name? And I tell him Mike's name and what Mike looks like. And next thing you know, I see them bringing Mike over in handcuffs, and he's mouthing the words over and over again, I'm so sorry. They march him over. He explains to me that the Animation Festival gave him a budget for hiring private security to walk us to the bank at the end of each night with the receipts. And he realized he could put that money in his pocket if he carried his gun and just walked himself to the bank every night with the receipts. I've never had a lawyer. I've dealt with lawyers, but I've never had a lawyer. Like, I'll call my lawyer. I have a friend named Brett who'll pretend he's my lawyer. We have a queue. When he answers the phone, if I go, Wilson, he knows to pretend he's my lawyer. He'll yell back, Jensen, and I'll be like, hey, I'm at Starbucks. They're trying to charge me for a coffee refill. He's like, they're what? Haven't they ever heard of Starbucks versus Monroe, 1992? We're gonna nail him to the wall, Jensen. He's always nailing people to the wall. I'll give you his number if you want a fake lawyer. I thought that'd be cool to have a real lawyer. Mike used his one phone call to call his lawyer. He said, my lawyer's sure that he'll get us out of here in no time. I called my parents. What's funny is they were gonna let me go once they had Mike, but then they ran my record. And then they asked me, are you a member of a gang? And I'm like, are they thinking about Paul? Like, not that I know of. They said something called the RCYB. I was like, oh, the Revolutionary Communist Youth Brigade. Yeah, they're friends. I am not a communist. I let them stay at my house and I debated with them all night. Now that I'm a little older, they were mostly right, but we're just friends. You know? I said, no, I am not, in fact, a member of that gang. And they said, well, you have affiliations with this gang, so we have to keep you overnight. I was like, ah. They're not allowed to list you as a communist anymore. So they just list you as a member of a gang called the Communists. There's always a way around everything. But that was the best part about calling my parents. It's like, remember when I got arrested for being gay even though I'm not? Where do you hear this one? My favorite part of being in jail is always when someone says to you, what are you in for? It just feels so Hollywood, doesn't it? What are you in for? What they got you for? You know? I like asking it. I like being asked it. But they kept me with Mike because we were terrorists. You know, we needed to be separated from the general population. So I just kept all night saying to him, hey, what are you in for? And he kept saying, shut up. So when they're letting us out, we're in this big line to get our stuff back, half of which they stole, no lie. And I got this guy in front of me, and he's waiting to get his stuff back. I tap him on the shoulder. I say, hey, what are you in for? I got to ask my question. He turns around and he says, driving taxi without license. I was like, oh man, they arrest you for that? He says, many, many times. Driving taxi without license. I was like, oh, okay. I brought a gun into the airport, you know, and I'm waiting for him to be shocked, you know, whoa, like impressed, you know. And he goes, you need to get back to airport? And I was all, yeah. He says, my taxi is outside. And that is, swear to God, how we got back to the airport. All right, I got pulled over. I heard someone yell, pull over, which isn't normally the way you get pulled over. So I looked over my left shoulder. I had to look all the way back to see them because I was on my bicycle. And they yelled it again, pull over. And sure enough, the person yelling it is a real actual police officer. They had the mustache and everything, legit. But the reason they're yelling, pull over, is that they too are on a bicycle. I'm a comedian, I like to have fun. I thought about going, oh, no. I know how this works. You have to go, wee. But then I remembered about cops having a great sense of humor, you know? So I skipped that and I went ahead and I pulled over. And the cop pulled his bike right behind me, just like he would do if we were in cars, with his little headlight shining on the back of my head. And he made me wait there a really long time. Now, I was on my way to a comedy show. I thought, this is cool, I'm in my own hometown, I can ride my bike to the comedy show, and now I'm sitting there with some guy shining his headlight on the back of my head, waiting, and thinking, what am I waiting for? Because if we were in cars, I would assume I was waiting while he ran my license plate through his dashboard computer. But we were on bicycles. So I had no license plates. And he had no dashboard. It's infuriating. And then I look and I see another bike cop come whipping around the corner. Very thin guy, we'll call him Officer Sunglasses. As he pulls up next to Officer Mustache, I thought, that's it. Back up. Because look at me. When I walked out on stage, the first thing you thought was, I would need some backup to tackle with that fella. He looks like one of those vegans. So now he's got his backup. The two of them do this awesome move. I mean, just badass. They both throw down their left foot and then synchronized, perfectly synchronized, swing their right foot over their bikes. It was everything I could do not to applaud. I was like, that was so cool! I know they learned that watching Chips. That was awesome. I love the idea that that's how bike cops bond. They watch Chips together and they're like, ooh, we should rehearse that. That was cool. I'm gonna get some glasses like that. You know. So they make their way up towards my bike, and the officer's sunglasses stops a few feet shy of me, puts his legs apart, and fixes me with a look that says we may soon have a failure to communicate. An Officer Mustache comes right up to me. And he says, "You know why I pulled you over?" Now, don't ever answer that. Because that's how they try to get you to confess. And maybe confess stuff that they didn't even know about. You know why I pulled you over? Was it the drugs in my pocket? I didn't think you could see those. What was it? I don't know. I said, no, man, I don't know. I don't know why you pulled me over, and I'm laughing. Started laughing. Did I mention I do that? In times of confrontation, I tend to laugh. And he says, "Something amusing?" Well, I learned a long time ago that when an authority figure hears me laughing and they ask if something's amusing, I can't tell them the truth. I can't say, no, this is actually respect. See, I always think I'm a nervous laugher, and so this is actually me being afraid of you. It doesn't work. So, I have to think of something quick that's amusing. He says, "Find something amusing?" I said, "Well, just say we're both on bikes, right?" That's kind of funny. You know, it's like we're a couple of kids playing traffic stop. He doesn't like that. Thank you. I'm glad you did. He says, "I assure you, this is perfectly serious." And I can hear his teeth breaking and I said, "Hey, calm down." "Okay, you guys know? I didn't know. I thought I was going to teach you guys. You don't do that. You don't tell a cop to calm down. I had no idea. Any of you that didn't just gasp in horror, listen up. This is where you get your tickets worth. Yeah, you don't tell a cop to calm down. It has the opposite of its desired effect." He says, "I assure you I'm perfectly calm." He says, "You were riding your bike on the K Street pedestrian mall." I was like, oh. Thinking, thank God you were there. I don't think I was. I think I was just crossing it. He says, "Do you have a driver's license?" To which I reply, "I'm on a bicycle. I don't need a driver's license." Because I'm already past making friends at this point. He says, "Do you have a form of identification?" I said, "Yes, I do." And I, handed him my driver's license. He looks at it like it's amazing. And he says, "You have any warrants for your arrest, Mr. Jensen?" I start laughing again. And it's not the nervousness now. I'm like, "Do you have any warrants?" "No, I don't have any warrants, man. You busted me for riding my bike." This is not gonna be your big bust, You're not gonna end up in the documentary about the Zodiac Killer, We knew we had him when he rode his bicycle on the K Street pedestrian mall. We moved in. Waited for my backup. Coolly asked him if he knew what I was pulling him over for. Is it because I'm the Zodiac Killer? I don't know what kind of fantasy he had concocted. I was like, "No, man, I don't have any warrants for my arrest." He says, "We'll see." Then he goes back to his bike to call in my license number on his radio, find out if I have any warrants. His buddy in the sunglasses was still just standing there staring at me. And I started thinking, all right, I'm gonna at least, I'm late for my comedy show. I'm gonna at least get a good Facebook post out of this. I start composing tweets in my head. Then I think, man, I'd love to get this on Instagram too. Maybe I could sneak a picture. So I slide my phone out of my pocket, and I take a picture of Officer Mustache. And it goes well, uneventful. I give it a cute check. It looks good. Then I turn to sunglasses, and I go ahead and snap one of him too real quick. To which he says, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I was just taking a couple pictures to remember our special time together. He says, you can't do that. I was like, oh, okay, noted for future reference. Because I just did. You know? It's too late to undo it. He says, give me the phone. I was like, oh, no, man. You pulled me over for riding my bicycle. No, I'm not a lawyer. I've never gone to law school. And these are the words that came out of my mouth. You just pulled me over for riding my bike. This is not a take my phoneable offense. You hear that one standing up in court, right? Your Honor! This was clearly not a take your phoneable offense. That's what I said. He says, give me the phone. I said, I'm not gonna. And I go to put it back in my pocket, and he reaches out and he grabs my wrist. And I yanked my arm away without thinking. Yeah, where's your ooh now? You don't do that either. Because you find out how strong the skinny cop is. Turns out quite. And he slams me on the ground, gets on top of me. I got a knee between my shoulder blades. My nose is bleeding. And Mustache goes ballistic. He goes full Barney Fife. He comes running over like doing a jig. Like, he's fighting. Like, brain short-circuiting. He's not helping in any way. Just like, he's fighting. As this is all happening, this is on the part of K Street where like there's a lot of hotels and weddings and receptions happen. This photographer just happens to come walking down L Street and then comes around the corner and sees this. And he's like, oh my God, a Pulitzer. And he runs over and he starts snapping pictures. And he's not shy. He's getting right up in my face, you know, and I noticed the cops didn't mind him taking their picture at all. They didn't ask for his phone. They were posing. They were like, get him with his eyes open, you know. Like hunters with a fresh deer. We're gonna hang this one back at the station. So I look up at the photographer and I say, my name is Keith Lowell Jensen, and I would really love to have these photographs. Not because I'm thinking of using them in court or anything, but because I'm a comedian and headshots are expensive. And if that picture was on the poster for tonight, we would have filled this place a lot faster. Imagine my face with the blood and the cop behind me smiling, like you'd be like, I need to know what this is about. Cop picks me up, and that's when Mustache gets in my face, and he says, boy, are you dumb. I'm like, that's hurtful. He says, you're a big dummy. You're a big dumb. Now it's starting to sound kind of wholesome. I was like, these are his go-to insults. This is cute. Yeah. He says, I was gonna let you go with a warning. Yeah. But now you're under arrest. You're going to jail. How do you like that? You're under arrest and you're going to jail. I was like, I understand. But he said it one more time just for good measure. So I repeated it to him. I'm under arrest and I'm going to jail. Can I ask one question? He said, sure, what? And I said, how? It's fair, right? Because I've been arrested before, but never by a dude on a bicycle. I don't know how do I get on the handlebars? Are we gonna act out a scene from E.T.? What are we doing here? Don't make me run behind you, please. I'm not in good shape. We could ride bikes. Have some fun. Let's go ride bikes. He says, we'll call a car. To which I said, oh my God. You have to call the car cops? That must be so humiliating for you. He stomps back to his radio and he calls the car cops, who drive their car right down the middle of the K Street pedestrian mall that I had so soiled with my bicycle tires. They park right on top of the light rail tracks. They come over, they're all, is that the guy? And I'm like, yeah, the bloody one in the handcuffs, that's the guy. I said, what are you gonna do with my bike? They said, we'll put it in the trunk. I said, well, you should probably take a look at my bike. because I rode one of those big stretch dyno beach cruisers with the giant handlebars and the Springer forks because I was cool. And they look at it and they go, yeah, we're gonna have to call a truck. So then the car cops who'd been called by the bike cops called the truck cops, and then the truck cops came and drove right down the middle of the K Street pedestrian mall, parked on top of the light rail tracks behind the cop car. I've now started a parade. They come out and get my bike. I'm like, hey, bike, when you get to bike jail, pick the biggest bike there and just punch him in the face. Thought I sounded cool. Truck drives off, the car cops put me in the car, and the two bike cops run over to their bikes and they get in position like they're about to do the Tour de France. And the car cops look at them funny and get in the car, and as they shut the door, I heard the greatest line of the night. The driver turns back to me and he goes, hey man, don't you just hate bike cops? Like, I do! Oh my God. I said, I don't normally like you guys either, but my enemy's enemy is my friend. We're cool. The passenger cop says, you see what they're doing? I was like, I was wondering about that. He said, they're gonna race us to the jail. That's their big thrill in life. I was like, have they tried sex? This is a sad, lonely existence. The driver laughs. He says, well, you want to drive around a little bit, keep them waiting, mess with them? And I was like, yeah. Like, I had plans tonight, but I think they're canceled. Let's do that. That sounds good, man. You want to take me to a comedy show? Did I mention I was on my way to a comedy show? Well, it was cool. We had a good time. We drove up to Broadway, saw the historic cemetery. They had never seen it before. We saw the Christmas tree had gone up at the Capitol. It was a fun time, you know. We stopped by the California Museum, and they were having a Charles Schultz exhibit. You guys like Snoopy, right? We're sitting there looking in the window at all the Snoopy and Charlie Brown stuff, and then Arnold Schwarzenegger walks right in front of our car and goes into the building, and I turned to the two cops and I said, this is the best night of my life. Like, you guys are awesome. So then we went back, straight back. We stopped for frozen yogurt, but only one topping. Gotta draw the line. We get back to the jail, and sure enough, there's the two bike cops. They're leaning against the wall waiting. They look at their imaginary watches. And the driver turns to me and he goes, listen, kid, I want to give you some advice. He says, when you get out there, calm down. I'm like, oh, you can say it to us, huh? He says, seriously, these guys ruined your night already. They could ruin your month. They could ruin living in Sacramento. Like, they hold all the cards. And so it's in your best bet to just play along, get this over with quickly. I said, okay. It's good advice. So they let me out. I walk up to the bike cops. I immediately apologize. Say, guys, I'm sorry. I lost my temper out back there, you know, when they beat me up. So I lost my temper. My night didn't go the way I expected. I'm going to cooperate now. And Mustache looks at me and he goes, good. I hope we can be friends. And I went, yeah. Nervous. And then he goes, all right, let's get you processed. And I was like, wait, you're still arresting me? I'm like, you are not being a good friend. This is not what friends do. You don't even know my safe word. You know, he's like, come on, I'm yelling, rutabaga! It's rutabaga, I'm saying it. Brings me in, he processes me. I'm trying to get out of there. I don't want to stay, you know. So he says, you got any medical conditions we should know about? I was like, bingo, that's my ticket out. I said, yes, I have something called ulcerative colitis. That's true, I do. He says, well, what's that mean? I said, it means that if I don't go home and get my drugs tonight, poop and blood everywhere. It's bad. That's an exaggeration. He goes, all right, we'll give you a yellow bracelet. It's like, oh, why didn't my doctor think of that? Thank you. Sure, that will help. The bike cops took me and handed me over to the largest man I'd ever seen in my life up to that point. They handed me over to the jail cop. He looked like the boss battle at the end of a video game. He was like the big goblin guarding the inner sanctum of the jail, and I needed to get past him to get to my cell. They hand me to this guy, and I'm like, oh my God. And he walks me into where the cells are, and I've been in there before. I was like, I can take it from here, you know. I start going back to where the normal cells are, but I walk past the drunk tank, and he goes, right here, buddy. And I was like, oh, wait, there's a misunderstanding. I'm not drunk. I'm the guy on the bicycle. He goes, yeah, but you got that yellow bracelet, so this is where you go. I was like, ah! So that backfired. So they're gonna put me in the drunk tank. That was an experience I'd never had through my myriad times in jail. They opened the door to the drunk tank. The drunk tank has no nice metal benches to sit on. It's just got a low sidewalk around the perimeter of the drunk tank with a soft curb so we're not, acting out. He puts me in the middle of the room, and then he says, sit down. In this cell, we sit. And I could tell it was his line, because as he said it, he backs out of the cell. It was really cool. Like that. In this cell, we sit. So I look for a place to sit. I see some guy, and he's wearing plaid. Hat, shirt, shorts, shoes, but all different colors and sizes. None of it matched. I was like, that's a character. I'm going to get a story out of this at least. Make it a work trip, So I go over, I sit next to the dude, I was all, what's up? And he goes, what time is it? And I thought about it, what time I was heading to the comedy show that I was trying to perform that night. Thought about how long we spent driving around, how long it took to process me, and I said, I'm guessing it's around 9:30. And he goes, oh. And I said, what's the matter, man? And he goes, oh, my old lady. If I don't get out of here by midnight, my old lady is gonna sell my rims. And I want to relate to my fellow human, so I went, oh, why did they do that? Why? What is it with old ladies and rims? I can't tell you how many times I've had a perfectly good set of rims, and then the old lady comes along and bye-bye rims. Stop it, old ladies. Let a man have some rims. He scoots far away from me. Not buying my outrage. But just then, the door to the drunk tank opens again, and the largest man I had seen is back, but he's no longer the largest man I've seen, because he has with him the new largest man I've ever seen in my life. And this man has no shirt on. He's just glistening with sweat. He looks like a bodybuilder. He's a beautiful, angry man. And the cop puts him in the middle of the cell, and he says his line, sit down. In this cell, we sit. And as he starts doing his cool backwards walk, the guy goes, no. And I went, ooh. I didn't know you could say that. And the cop is confused. He's never heard this before. Probably ever, And he goes, sit down. In this cell, we sit. Think maybe just repeating it will work. And the guy says, I can't sit, I'm drunk. And I see the two of them starting to huff up the way people do before a fight, and I don't want that to happen. And I say, officer, sir, maybe you should listen. You don't know where he's at in his spin cycle. It could be bad, it could be messy for all of us. Maybe let him stand. Cop says, you shut up. Turns back to the guy, he says, sit down now. The guy says, no. Cop puts one hand on his nightstick, he puts the other hand on his taser. The big dude starts flexing his booby muscles the way really large men can do. And the rest of us move to the far corners of the room. Because if these two men fight, we're getting hurt. If these two men fight, the building is getting hurt. This is like the final scene in a Marvel movie type scenario, and I don't want to be an extra in this film. But as a testament to how big and scary this guy is, the cop looks him up and down, and then to all of our amazement goes, yeah, okay, and starts backing out, and we all start applauding. Cheering, which the cop is not loving. The door shuts, we're all, woo! And Rims immediately jumps on the dude. He's like, hey, what time is it? And the guy looks at him and says, 2:00 in the morning. And Rims starts sobbing. Guy starts bawling, just tears streaming down his face. This is a man who is very attached to his rims. And I feel for my friend, you know? So I scoot over next to him and I go, listen, buddy, I had a comedy show that was gonna start at 8. And I was bicycling there with plenty of time. You know? And I tell him the whole story. I tell him about the Charles Schultz exhibit. He likes Snoopy too. We're bonding. He's starting to calm down. I said, at this point, it's 10:15 at the latest. I bet you get out of here on time. You seem sober to me. And then I hear, the hell did you just say? And Big Man has been standing here the whole time. And I said, he says, you telling me what time it is? Did I mention I'm a nervous laugher? It's a thing I do when I'm in confrontation. I laugh. He says, something funny? And I said, well, just that you said I'm telling you what time it is, which is an expression, but I'm literally telling you what time it is. Just a little wordplay. That was all clever, yeah. To which he says, oh, looks like we got ourselves a comedian. And I start roaring. Now just belly laughs. I'm just laughing really hard. And he says, now what's so funny? And I said, I am in fact a comedian telling you what time it is. And that's how I'm gonna die has a poetic justice to it that I've made my peace with. Do with me as you will, sir. And he looks down at me and he thinks for a minute and he says, ha! That ha was the most beautiful sound I've ever heard in my life. Your guys' laughter tonight was a salve for my tortured soul, as it always is. But that ha was salvation. It meant I wasn't gonna die that night. And then Big Man sits down. I got him to do what the cop couldn't get him to do. The power of comedy. He sits down. Yeah. He puts his arm around me, and Rim scoots in close to us too. We're like a family now. And he looks out over all the dudes in the cell and he goes, scoot on in, everybody. Mr. Funny Man here is gonna tell us some jokes. And I spend the next hour of my life telling jokes to drunk people, which is awesome because that's all I wanted to do with my evening to begin with. I've known a few public defenders in my time. And on this particular incident with the bike cops, I got out and I went to the public defender, and she was cool. She kept calling everything chicken crap. She's all, this is chicken crap, this is chicken crap. I read the officer's report, chicken crap. I was like, yeah. Let's not put up with that chicken crap. What are we gonna do about it? You know? She says, look, I'm gonna go talk to the judge. You're gonna be out of here, all charges dropped, it'll be no problem. I was like, you think so? She says, yeah. I said, well, can you tell me something first? She says, sure, what's that? I said, can you tell me what I was arrested for? I don't even know what I was arrested for. You know? She said, well, they said their first concern why they took your phone was that they heard that there were phones that could fire a bullet. And I was like, oh, I don't have that app. Never downloaded. I'm gonna be honest with you, if I saw that in the App Store, I'd be putting that on my phone. At times when that could come in handy. But no, I don't have that. I said, okay, so that's why they took my phone. And then they arrested me for what? She said, for resisting arrest. And I said, all right. And? She said, no, that's it. I said, well, how can that be? She said, well, that was the charge. The charge is resisting arrest. I said, they arrested me for resisting arrest and nothing else. She said, yeah. I said, so they arrested me for resisting being arrested, for resisting being arrested, for resisting. I said, what is that, the Mobius strip of arrests? She laughed. She said, that's funny, Mobius strip. Haha. Should I say that to the judge? I was like, I don't think so. I never went to law school. Maybe tell him it wasn't a take my phoneable offense. I don't. Say something about habeas corpus? This doesn't sound like where you should be practicing your tight five. Why don't we handle my case and then I'll take you out to some open mics. She says, no. I know this judge, he's a pisser, he'll love it. I was like, well, if he's a pisser, go ahead. She goes in, she tells the judge, my joke comes out, all charges dropped, you're free to go. To the public defenders. I saw the bicycle cops again. We're a small town. I was back on K Street going to the Crest Theater to pick my wife up from working as the box office manager, and I saw the bicycle cops out shaking down homeless people for drinking in public. I was like, no, they're drinking at home. They don't have a not public. When they go into not public, you kick them back out into public. This is a no-win situation, and everyone deserves to have a beer once in a while, especially someone who's dealing with that. Come on, have a heart, cops, Just not cool at all. So I go in and I tell my wife, let's go out the back door so we can warn the guys in the alley that the cops are shaking down people drinking. So she says, all right, let's do that, because she's cool too. So we go out into the alley behind the Crest, and I see the usual crowd of guys that are out there drinking with one new guy, kind of in a nice coat, looked a little more clean cut than the rest. And I walked up, they were all drinking. I said, guys, put your bottles away. The cops are shaking down people for having open containers in public. And they were all, oh, thanks, bro. And they all start putting them away and getting up. And the nice dressed guy looks at me and he goes, hey man, you're a comedian. And I was all, yeah, because it's always flattering to be recognized, especially in front of my wife. I was like, oh, you see me over at the Punchline or the Comedy Spot, And the guy goes, no, man. I was in jail with you. You're hilarious, bro. So proud she was. Do me a favor, please. Don't call the cops on each other. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Los Angeles. How's everybody doing? Oh, it is so good to be here. We have a lot to get through. I have to start with this. I know a lot of you came out here for a great stand-up show, but some of you came here just to make sure I was, in fact, still alive. And this is sort of my fault, and I need to apologize for it, because I was excited about the show. As we're taping it, it's Saturday night. This past Wednesday, I got a flyer, and I was like, oh, I know, I'll post this flyer on social media so people know about the show. I posted the picture, and it's a good picture of me, I thought. It's me on stage, microphone, smiling, whimsical look in my eye. You can tell this boy's dream is coming true. But the problem was, it was a black and white photo. So already some fans of mine started to get nervous. They're like, oh no, what happened to the boy with the dream? It's a black and white photo, nobody ever does that. And then the mistake was compounded because there was like a bluish hue over my head. I looked like a Force ghost in retrospect. And then it said Mark Ellis live special taping, but it wasn't the letters like live special taping. It was way at the bottom, live special taping. And the kind of font it was can only be described as church pamphlet cursive. So I posted it thinking, all right, let's see how it goes. An hour later, I check Instagram, over 1,000 likes. And I'm like, somebody's selling out some shows this weekend. And then I saw the comments. Top comment, over 100 likes on it. What the fuck, dude, are you dead? All lowercase, no punctuation. And it's very out of character for my mom to use that kind of language. So I'm here tonight to entertain you, but also to let everybody know that I am alive, I am well, I am in my adopted home of Southern California. We have a packed house here, and I'm so glad y'all showed up. I really am, because I need a theater full of people to get out of the house. It's a rough pandemic for me, man, because I'm an optimist. And I think a lot of optimists had a really tough time the last couple of years. If you're in this room and you see the glass is half full, if you see the COVID test is half negative, pandemic started, all of us optimists were like, we got this. Humanity can do this. Let's get this over with. We walked in there, we're like, we can all wear masks for 2 weeks, okay? We'll mask up 14 days. Day 15, we'll all go outside, rip our masks off in unison, breathe the fresh air, throw it in the air like it's a high school graduation ceremony. Except we didn't graduate, did we? No. America, we were the kid that got held back. And it was a tough one for me personally because when the pandemic started, I was in my 30s. I marched into that thing a confident, healthy, energetic 30-something. Cut to me coming out, a tired, grizzled, broken 40-something. What's a TikTok? Who names a stallion Meg? Where are my Wednesday pills? I was like a wolf that had been hunting in the wild. Then I got domesticated for a couple years, and now I'm on the tundra, and I can't hunt anymore. I'm just out there running with the pack. Guys, Postmates isn't going to be here for another 8 hours, so... We all went a little minimalist, right? We all got a little isolated the last couple years. Everybody got a new hobby. Everybody got a new hobby. We got some bread people here. You know who got crazy is the air fryer folk. Yeah. Some of you fuckers with air fryers, y'all started out conservative, right? You got the air fryer. The first week you plug it in. All right, don't make any sudden movements. And what was your first meal with the air fryer? Let's just do one bagel bite. Get down, get down. And then week 2, everybody thought they were Guy Fieri. We got a whole cow. We're going to see if we can fit it into this one air fryer. I got a new hobby, too. I started doing drugs. Thank you. You saw my last special dog, Stepfather. You know I don't do the drugs, and, well, that's in the past. And I don't know what they were talking about in high school. Not only am I having fun, I think I'm hooked. It's a good time. I like the edibles. I like the weed. It helps me sleep, helps me relax, takes the edge off the blow. And part of the fun for me, too, is that I'm old enough to remember when it was illegal. So now, when I go to a dispensary, I still feel like I'm doing something a little naughty. You know, I tiptoe in. Hey, man, you think the cops are here? There's a security guard at every dispensary. I go to this place in the valley called Ice Cream. But the cream is spelled with a K, so you know that ain't ice cream in my bag. And I acknowledge I started way too late. I'm way too late in the game. Like drugs, it's like skiing or golf. If you want to get good, you got to start when you're a little kid, right? Because nobody has good drug stories my age. That happens when you're young, right? Like, how old were you? Your first drug? 16? Okay. Was it the weed, or did you just slam the H right in your toes? What was the... You can tell I'm new because I still call it the weed. Like, I go into ice cream. Do you sell doobies here? Is that a thing? Yeah, I'm jealous of that because like you're 16, you get high, you probably had fun. Man, we got cut class and we woke up in a dumpster. Like it's a funny story. What's a good drugstore in your 40s? Man, I got so high last night, I lost my family. Yeah, me and the boys, we got baked over the weekend, and now we live in extended stay America. So I don't know how. And I'll still make rookie mistakes with it too. I like to, usually my routine is I'll do my shows at night, and then I'll do an edible when I get home, watch my stories, and go to bed. Right? A couple weeks ago, I didn't have any shows. It was a Tuesday night. It was like 6:30, and I'm like, I think it's enough. I think I've waited long enough to get the edible in here. So I crank it into my gullet, and I start feeling it. Then I realize, oh no, Mark didn't eat dinner yet. That's mistake number 1. Then I made another one by deciding it was a good time to go to the grocery store. See? All you professionals are like, dude, you cannot be doing this to me right now. It gets worse. So when I'm sober, I shop at Whole Foods. Where are my Whole Foods people at? There you go. Clap if you think you're better than everybody. That's been me for the better part of the last decade, is I go to Whole Foods. But on this particular night, I got high, and I was like, I think it's time to go back to Ralph's. Yep. Ralph's, for my East Coast friends, it's like the Food Lion or the Wegmans. Up in the Pacific Northwest, it's like the QFC. It's the normal grocery store, but I've been going to Whole Foods forever. So then I got high, and I went back to Ralph's, and it was like I was skipping into Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. Oh, it was beautiful. Everything that I remember was there. The snacks, the desserts, deodorant that actually works. It's an amazing place. As soon as I walked into this land of miracles, I grabbed a balloon. It wasn't my birthday. I just wanted the balloon. And then I hit aisle 6. And aisle 6, for you Ralph's regulars, you know, that's the cereal aisle. And to me that night, that was the Asgardian bridge to Valhalla. I remember all the cereals. Tony the Tiger waving me back. We missed you, bud. Because Whole Foods, they don't have a cereal aisle. If you're lucky, they have a lady handing granola on the way out. They have one sad shelf with a couple different cereals. The best stuff at Whole Foods is this stuff called Heritage Crunch. Sounds like it's from the Revolutionary War. Heritage Crunch? Heritage is another word for old. I'm not starting a new day with old Crunch. I don't want to eat Heritage Crunch. I'd like to speak to the captain of Crunch, if I may. Heritage Crunch sounds like Captain Crunch's racist grandfather. After you boys are done playing pirates, I got this flag I want to show you in my study. Come here. And all of us marijuana users got some good news recently. President Biden, he repealed anybody who ever had a simple possession, that's gone. You're pardoned. You're good to go, which is good news. It's good news. I don't necessarily want Biden himself doing the drugs. I love that every time there's an election cycle, every time we're looking at who the new president could be, the media always loves asking that question. Have you ever gotten high? Have you ever smoked weed? I remember the first time I saw it was when I was a kid, and they asked Clinton. And Clinton was like, I don't know, maybe. Why don't you come on back to my room, find out. And then they asked George W. Bush the question, and he did not understand it. And Obama was the first one. Obama was the first one who just flat out admitted, and he shocked everybody. So, have you ever smoked pot? And he was like, yeah. Really fun. So Obama admitted he smoked weed. Trump claimed he never did. And I don't know if y'all noticed, slight difference in temperament. Now, I'm not saying Trump doesn't do drugs, but if he does, weed is not the one he's been enjoying. And you could tell as the presidency started to unravel, right? There's supposed to be like a peaceful transition of power. There's supposed to be a nice sit down between the sitting president and the incoming president. And it works like a relay race, right? Like the president has the baton, they hand it to the next one. So here comes Donnie around the corner, and he's about to hand the baton to Joe, and he's like, fuck you, go get it. One of the last things Trump did when he was in office is he took Air Force One out. You know where they were going? Nowhere. They didn't have a destination. He just wanted to be in the big plane one more time. So my theory is they got in the plane, they did a few laps around D.C., they did a mountain of Coke, probably came up with a great idea for a fusion restaurant, and then the plane lands. And the last thing Trump did before he deplaned Air Force One for the very last time, I think Trump took an upper decker in the bathroom. Now, some of you in this crowd may be too classy to know what an upper decker is. Luckily for you, I went to college in North Carolina. So an upper decker is where you poop, not in the toilet, but you take the lid off the back, you poop in there, put the toilet lid back on, nobody knows where the smell's coming from. And I don't think the Biden administration has found it yet. And that's why Biden trips every time he goes up the stairs to Air Force One. I feel so bad for that poor bastard when he trips on the stairs, but I'm also kind of impressed at the athleticism because he falls up. I don't know which pill in the Matrix he took, but he just keeps going. He's like a reverse Slinky. It's an actually incredible thing. And weed isn't even really the cool drug for the kids, for the Gen Zs, the millennials. Y'all like your shrooms now. Got shroom people. They have their fun little terms like microdosing. Like, oh no, I'm microdosing. Like it's not like you're doing drugs still. Microdosing. It's like, I'm not an alcoholic, it's a Coronita. Just a tiny little one. Shrooms. Shrooms is what happens when you give disposable income to a generation raised on Mario Kart. Been taught these shrooms were good for you your whole life. And I mean, my era's before that. Like, my Mario didn't have a vehicle. If you were lucky, you had a dinosaur give you a lift in like one level. But I go all the way back to the original Super Mario Brothers, which was the best because it was so easy. They would just aim you in one direction, and this is your whole video game right here. If you ran too far this way, you can't even go back that way. Get your fat ass to the castle. The premise of Super Mario Brothers, a king's daughter gets kidnapped by a giant dragon. And he sends 2 Italian plumbers to go rescue her. The king got all his hands together and he's like, all right, we need to get my little girl back. I do not want to spend a lot of money. Ideas. And they're like, well, Navy SEALs, that's expensive. Marines are pretty costly. One guy raised his hand. Hey, you remember those 2 guys that fixed the toilet last week? Yeah, the one found the upper decker. We had no idea what that smell was. I'm a big sports fan. I love the NFL. I played college football on Xbox and had to retire. Concussions, you know how it goes. But even the sports games are getting tougher to play. Like Madden is so complex now. Madden, you can actually make yourself into an NFL player. You can make me into an NFL athlete, which is actually easier than going to the gym. Because like I could be sore tomorrow or I can win the Super Bowl right now. And it's weird being a sports fan my age, because I'm 42 years old, and you realize that now every ad is targeted right at you. Everyone. Every time I watch a game, every time I listen to sports talk radio, every ad starts the same way. Are you past your prime? Do you not have the energy you used to? I think it's me they're talking to. Are you a little bitch, Mark? Who sang that? Trying to hop us up on energy, boys. Now I'm nervous. Every time I go work out, every time I go to the driving range, I'm worried Doug Flutie and Frank Thomas are going to jump out of the bushes, throw some pills at me. Don't take the bait, man. I'm too old to have energy. Energy's going to get me arrested. Go out after the show. You're going to see a bunch of guys in their 20s, and they have way too much energy. They're like, oh, it's Saturday. I got to fuck something or fight something. I don't know what it's going to be. And I was like that. When I was in my 20s, I wanted to date every woman I saw, right? Same thing in my 30s. In my 40s, I want to sleep. That's it. And energy, that's going to fuck up my nap. I love naps, man. I took the 5 p.m. today. I refer to naps like it's a train schedule. I took the 5 p.m. backstage, and that's my favorite one, because the 5 p.m. is where you go to bed, and it's light out, and then you wake up, and it's dark, and you're like, what the fuck happened? Where am I? Like, I thought about this. I love sleep so much, I no longer fear death. It's just a good snooze. So when you're at my funeral, we'll use the picture I posted. But if you get to eulogize me, don't do the normal stuff. Don't say Mark died doing what he loved. No, say Mark's dead and now he's doing what he loves. I try to make it to the gym when I can. I have a personal trainer because I work in entertainment and that's the law. Seriously, all you dreamers out there thinking about moving to LA, here's how it works. You drive out to California, they stop you at the border, you surrender all your fruits and vegetables, and they hand you a personal trainer. Sir, you gotta give us those avocados, and this is Cricket, your trainer. Enjoy. They're just so optimistic and positive all the time. Like I go to the gym, and they're like, all right, Mark, today's leg day. I'm like, leg day, how do you think I got in here? We're good on the legs. They demo the movements for you, which is a little intimidating because they show you how to do it properly, and then I have to follow that. And they're like, Mark, here's how you do a deadlift. And I'm like thinking that's how a 28-year-old does a deadlift. I'm 42. My deadlift is call 2 of my friends. Hey, you assholes want free pizza? Help me move this couch. Get over here. It's still going better than it was. When I first got out here, I didn't know what to do. I joined a gym called 24-Hour Fitness. And it sounds like a good premise, right? It's open all day, all night. Problem was, back then, I was chubby, I was robust, I was portly. I'm trying to think of other phrases that aren't the F word. That we're not supposed to say. The thing I called Mario and Luigi, I'm not supposed to say that. I feel like I can say the word fat. Most of my best friends are fat. So... that was an accurate description of me at the time when I was out here. And if you're in my situation, 24-hour fitness is tough. There's never a good hour to go. You can either go in the middle of the night when it's just you and some nutcase wearing a Spider-Man costume right next to you. Put down the camera, Peter. I get it. Or you can go in the middle of the day, which is the worst time to go if you're overweight, because it's always the good-looking, athletic, the winners in life on the treadmills. And then there's just a line of chubby people like, we would have been in at TGI Fridays by now. What's the... I'm sorry, but I think if you're the biggest one at the gym, you can go up to anybody. Yeah, excuse me. You're training for a triathlon? That's cute. Last night I got drunk and ate a birthday cake by myself. You're 5% body fat, I'm 5% Dominoes. Off you go. Yeah, that's the phrase, man. Past your prime. And I'm not ready to admit that I'm past my prime yet. I will say this is as good as it's going to get. So, and you ladies thinking about it, tonight's the night. And every time I'm talking to a girl who's younger than me, I feel like a desperate stockbroker. like trying to talk her into a stock that I know is shit. Because guys, when you're in your 20s, in investment terms, you're like gold, you're silver, you're precious metals. You're gonna last forever. Once you hit 40, you're cryptocurrency. You know, like I look good tonight, it could all be gone tomorrow. And you have to make do with what you have. We have pills for some stuff, we have surgeries for other things, but nothing's gonna make these hands any bigger. I don't care who you voted for, these are Trump hands, we can all admit that, right? They're just tiny little, grabbing any pussy power documents before you leave office. And if you look at it throughout the history of time, every dictator had tiny little hands. That's why they had to be a dictator. Every cult leader, tiny hands. Every one of them. Jonestown, Nexium, Peloton, they all have tiny little hands just begging you to stay with them on this journey. Keep pedaling the bike, Mark. Hands are going to stay this size. Feet aren't going to grow anymore. I'll be honest, once you hit a certain age, this doesn't work as well. I'm not ashamed to admit it. My reproductive area, it's about as effective as the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. You know, like it's probably going to be okay. Let's... I got a 66% completion percentage. Let's go in the bedroom. That was the thing that bothered me, is like, I was all for a vaccine. I wanted a vaccine, but the way we rolled it out, this kind of thought was dumb because, like, people think that Americans want free. We don't. We don't want anything free. We say we do. I want free health care. Then you got free health care. I don't trust this shit anymore. We want exclusive. Okay? We don't want free, we want exclusive. Think about it. You came to the show tonight. If everybody got a free t-shirt, you'd be like, look at this cheap piece of shit. But I could take this whole crowd to a basketball game, and the mascot comes out with the t-shirt cannon. You're losing your goddamn minds. Give me the shirt! Give me the shirt! So next time there's a pandemic, I want a vaccine. Don't get me wrong. I want there to be a vaccine, but just don't announce it, because we can't handle it. It's going to get politicized. It's going to get divisive. Make the vaccine and just put it in McNuggets. Yeah. You vaccinate the McNuggets, the whole pandemic's going to be over in 3 weeks. And then when it's time for our booster shot, the McRib is back for a limited time only. I thought you retired it. Well, monkeypox brought it out of retirement, baby. You know anti-vaxxers would find out, though. They find out we're spiking the McNuggets with medicine. Maybe protesting outside Mickey D's. You didn't tell us what you're putting in the McNuggets. And McDonald's is like, we've never told you what we're putting in the McNuggets. You think the clown tells us what he's doing up there? We don't know. Go to McDonald's after the show. Ask them what's in a quarter pounder. They're like, there's some brown. It's a little thing of orange, I think. They always have their excuses, you know, their conspiracy theories. Some people thought they were getting microchipped when they got the vaccine. So they thought they were getting microchipped at Walgreens. That's where we're keeping them, really? That's where the government's storing the microchips? At Walgreens, right next to the self-checkout that doesn't work for more than 10 consecutive minutes? Let me tell you something. If you got microchipped at Walgreens, nobody knows where the fuck you are right now. You're safe. They always have the same reasoning, like, I don't want the government to know what I'm doing or where I'm going. 3 hours later, we tell them, we're all Buffalo Wild Wings. Get in here, selfie. I was thinking about this a lot, and I don't think it'd be the worst thing if we microchipped humanity. Okay? I don't think it'd be the worst thing. Just go with me on this. Because currently on Earth, we have one species that we regularly microchip, and dogs look pretty happy. I have a dog. She was better than anybody in this room. She gets to sleep all the time. She gets to eat more. She gets the whole food shit. She gets to go outside. She gets to take a shit outside. The smile on this young boy's face when I said that. You're like, really? I could do that? Yeah. Get microchips, son. Yes, you too. Don't you just want to try that freedom once? Just go right out there on Wilshire Boulevard and just drop trow and nobody gets mad at you. Like, oh, this is great. They don't get mad at you. They get mad at you for not picking it up. How great would that be? Oh, he's so cute. Bring a bag, asshole. I did that joke in New York, and this woman yelled out in the back, "What about cats?" I'm like, yeah, I know, we microchip cats, I guess, and cats are, I don't consider them pets. They're more like in-laws. You know, like they kind of show up and they just don't really leave, and there's technically love there, but they're just really judging you. You feed them once, they just stay. I don't know. I did have I was suspicious of the vaccine recently because I don't know if anybody else is going through this. I can't remember shit. Like, my memory's awful, and it's the kind of memory loss where if you're looking for your keys, then you're like, oh, I was holding my keys the whole time. Or like, I can't find my sunglasses, they're on my head. Or how long have I been driving this car for? Ooh, this is not good. And every time that happens to me, my knee-jerk reaction is, that's the vaccine. Never once did I consider it might be due to the fact that I now do drugs every night of my life. That never came up in the thought process. You know, couple edibles, some beers every night. I don't know why my brain's foggy. It's got to be that one shot of medicine I got 8 months ago. But I did discover a hidden benefit to marijuana. A hidden power to marijuana is that now documentaries last forever. Because I'll put on a documentary high, I'll watch 20 minutes, fall asleep. The next night, I go to pick it up, and I'm like, I don't remember the last 15 minutes of what I watched last night. I think it's time to go back to one-part documentaries. They're getting a little too beefy. Not every story needs 10 parts. I watched a 13-part documentary on whether a woman fell down the stairs or not. That's the whole documentary. She wasn't a famous athlete or an international conflict. We were just figuring out, is she clumsy or did she marry the wrong guy? I don't know. And I was riveted. I was like, did she fall? Was she pushed? Why do I care about this person? When I was a kid, I watched a documentary on the formation of the universe. 1 hour. With commercials. Now, there is some subject matter that dictates you need a longer time to tell the story. My favorite documentary of all time, Ken Burns' The Civil War. Or as we'll call it in 10 years, Civil War I. I hope we can all laugh about that in a decade, but I don't know. I'm fascinated by the Civil War. I grew up on a lot of those battlefields, and it goes through everything. The Civil War documentary is comprehensive. You get the Battle of Fort Sumter, the surrender at Appomattox, Captain America and Iron Man duking it out. But the most fascinating part of it to me is the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. So, as the story goes, Abraham and Mary Todd, they saw a play that night at Ford's Theater after a long day of vampire hunting. Can anybody name what play they were at? Oh. I have the best goddamn fans in the world. They're like, all right, we can't just yell it out. We'll raise our hand and hope he calls on us. All right, you, guy that really wants to take a shit outside. What do you, what's... Our American Cousin? We were looking for Jersey Boys. He was actually saying Jersey Boys. No, you're right. It was Our American Cousin, and you can still go see Ford's Theater. I grew up in D.C. You can still go to Ford's Theater, see the balcony. You can see next door where John Wilkes Booth snuck in. It's a Hard Rock Cafe. Right? So John Wilkes Booth had a big bowl of Heritage Crunch, and then he starts needling into the Hard Rock Cafe. It's a genius plot because nobody's going to hear a gunshot when we're rocking out to Def Leppard. So Booth jumps in, he caps Lincoln, and he was a known actor at the time, and you thought fuckers could get canceled today. He shot the president, and then being the thespian he is, he made a show. He jumped on stage, broke his leg in the process, but landed, and he said to the crowd, "Sic semper tyrannis." Which is Latin for "thus to all tyrants," but I have a feeling not a lot of people in here knew that. And it's nothing against y'all, I didn't know it either, but man, crowds were educated in the 1860s. This guy just shot the president of the United States, he jumps on stage, says shit in Latin, and they're all like, wow, okay, I get it. I see what he's doing. The other actors were on stage like, do I yes and this? I don't know. I mean, put that in context today. If somebody broke in here and they shot me in the back of the head and said "Sic semper tyrannis," the cops would be interviewing y'all after the show. Did he say anything? I think he said something about Antifa. I really don't. You're a good crowd. We can talk about abortion. I don't want to do it either, but I'm a white man. It's my job to tell you ladies how to feel about your bodies. I don't have a uterus. Here's what to do with yours. Those who can't do, teach. You know what? I'll back up. So, a little while ago, my Twitter account got hacked. And everybody in this crowd knows Twitter. If you're watching this a few months later, Twitter was an app on your phone. Where you could get some information and you could realize that the thing you've loved your whole life is actually stupid. And so my Twitter account got hacked, and I verified, have the blue check mark. Before the bird had a yard sale, I had the verified. And so it's my blue check mark, it's my name, it's my picture, but I couldn't get in there. It was a scam, and the scam posted from my account, which people trust, "Hey guys, I know times are tough right now, but I'm selling PlayStation 5s for $50. And I'm donating all the proceeds to charity." And this happened to be the day when Roe v. Wade was being overturned. And so on my timeline, a lot of women I follow, a lot of women I admire, were saying very important things. One of the prevalent themes of that day was, where are all the men right now? We need men to speak up. Men are being awfully silent. Here comes Mark. Who wants a PlayStation 5 for $50? The skirts are dealing with something. Come on, boys. Let's play video games. And for the record, I am pro-choice. I think that's a pretty easy way to go about it. You're a woman, you're pregnant, it's your decision. I will also say that if I'm the one that got you pregnant, I know which team I'm rooting for. But it's not my call. That's the problem. Men always want to get involved. We look at everything in terms of competition, in terms of athletics. So we want to be on the playing surface. But in this particular ball game, we're not on the playing surface. We're in the rafters just cheering for our side. You know? Good luck, honey. We don't want it. And I just hate anytime you have a debate about modern science, some asshole has to say, well, let's see what the Bible has to say about this. And it's like, oh, God, here we go. I have nothing, I have a lot against the Bible. I shouldn't say that. Look, I think the Bible's fine. I think it's a great prequel to Lord of the Rings. Here's the problem. I just hate when religion messes with science, because it's never the other way around, right? Science never messes with religion. Nobody's ever been caught sneaking a microscope into church. Never hear a priest make a baptism like, I now baptize you in 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen. No, it's always the other way around. And I hate when religion messes with chicken restaurants. Y'all know exactly the one I'm talking about. Because it's Saturday night and you got about an hour to get there. Chick-fil-A closes on Sundays, which makes no sense as a business because it's not going to make any of us more religious. I know I'm not the only idiot that has rolled up to a Chick-fil-A on a Sunday hungover. Like, oh, right, God damn it. Nobody's going to Chick-fil-A on a Sunday, see that they're closed, and be like, oh, well, I guess we'll go worship. I don't need waffle fries, I just need 1 wafer and some grape juice. That'll tide me over. And Chick-fil-A is just closed on Sunday. That place looks like it hasn't been open in 100 years. It's a horror movie. There's like tumbleweeds in the parking lot, windows shot out, old guy in a rocking chair. We don't get many visitors no more. And I'm not saying the Bible can't teach us some stuff about modern life. For instance, the very first Karen is in the Bible. Yeah. Very first book, the book of Genesis. You got Adam and you got Eve. And God said, okay, Adam, Eve, here's the deal. You can do whatever you want in paradise. There's just this one tree I don't want you to touch. Cool? And Adam's like, got it. And Eve was like, I'd like to speak to a manager. I just feel like if you're going to make a law that governs women's bodies based on belief, it needs to be the belief that every woman subscribes to. So make abortion legal only when Mercury's in retrograde. I might have had one of my female friends write that joke. I don't know. Like, I don't believe in that shit, but I did wait until it was out of retrograde to tape my special, so. Now, the real problem I have is the guys in the room. Any guys who are anti-abortion, I don't understand that. If you're a dude in this room and you're anti-abortion, you need to go to Disneyland. Because you'll be in there for what, 5 seconds? You're like, Jesus, they're everywhere. I feel so bad for the families at Disneyland. Like, there's 2 kinds of people that go to Disneyland. You have the families, and then out here in California, we grow these weird Disney adults. And, you know, God bless them, I don't know where the money comes from, but it's going to mouse ears and turkey legs, and they're having a damn good time. And they're just walking around enjoying Disneyland. Then you have the families, and it's always the moms doing the hard work, right? It's always the moms. They've been training for this all season long. They have like 9 fanny packs. This is a military operation. They're barking out orders to their kids. Fast pass, churro, Dole Whip, go, go. Where's Dad? Dad's always trailing by 20 yards, pushing a stroller with nothing in it. There's no beer anywhere? Really? And it's this weird thing because every day at sundown, the families are trying to get out of Disneyland, and that's when the Disney adults start coming in. And so you have this battle of the bastards between the 2. It's just an army of strollers versus a battalion of trust funds coming at them. And again, it's just like watching the families walk out of Disneyland. Here's what I propose. I think as you exit Disneyland, you should be able to take a left and go to parking, or take a right and get a vasectomy right then and there. Honey, you get the car. I got one more ride I got to go on real quick. And make it part of the fun. You know, let Goofy perform it. Put a sign up, Mr. Toad's Urology, and you get in the office, you're waiting, the 7 dwarfs march in, Doc gives you the anesthesia, Here comes Goofy in a smock. Hilk, you're done. Mickey's waving to you. Now we both talk like this. And it's Disneyland. So on your way out of the office, you get a picture of yourself getting a vasectomy. Disney's one of those weird corporations, though, that liberals and conservatives kind of hate at the same time. Over the same subject, just for different reasons. Like last year, we got that Buzz Lightyear movie, and both sides hated it. Conservatives thought that Buzz Lightyear made every kid in America gay. Not sure what they based it on, but that's what the belief was. And liberals were like, where was Buzz Lightyear on January 6th? But you can't hate Disney. You can't. They own everything we've ever loved. Like, for instance, for me, big Star Wars fan. We got Star Wars fans here. There we go. I love Star Wars. Favorite Star Wars character, sir? Who you got? It's Jar Jar Binks? Really? Hey, look, I am not going to hate on Jar Jar, but if that's your first round pick, how's your fantasy team doing this year, sir? If that's... You drafted the kicker in the first round? I'll give you a deal. Okay, so it's not Jar Jar. Who is it? Luke Skywalker. There you go. That's a born and bred hero. He's in my top 5. I like Leia. I like Chewie, who is microchipped. But my favorite Star Wars character of all time, Yoda. Love me some Yoda. Not the baby. We all remember the last joke. Not the baby. I like OG Yoda. I like Yoda. And it's not because Yoda's wise. It's not because Yoda's powerful. I love Yoda because Yoda's 900 years old. 900. Yoda's a 900-year-old man, not one sexual assault allegation against him. Not one. He's been on the Jedi Council for 700 years. Never a secretary. Never a Christmas party. Never a road gig in Jacksonville. Legal, she looked. Never happened once. You ladies imagine getting a DM from Yoda in the middle of the night? Just says, up you? Yoda's on the straight and narrow, man. He never got tag hash to mead. Of all the jokes you're going to see tonight, that was the hardest fucking one to pull off. That little Muppet. That syntax is something special, man. And I am not a Jedi. I do know this about Star Wars. The fans are spoiled. Like, you fans that are so spoiled. Because you have 12 movies, you have a new episode of a TV show every week, and you still find flaws. You're like, I don't know, that speeder's bright pink. Really? Is that what we're doing? Why don't you take the DeLorean back to my era, when I was a kid, in the 90s, when we had to read new Star Wars. Yeah. And we actually had to read it, not like you Game of Thrones fans who claim to read the books. Game of Thrones fans, they love telling their friends they read the books. They buy the books, they put them on a nice shelf, and then they listen to the books in audio form. You didn't read the books, you had them read to you, like an infant. My niece and my nephews, they're super into Harry Potter. They love Harry Potter. So much so that this past Halloween, when the Ellis family went trick-or-treating together, we all had to go as Harry Potter characters. And guess who got to be the person of honor? Yeah. My niece, she asked me the day before Halloween, she's like, Uncle Mark, we talked about it. And in my head, I'm like, shit, is this an intervention? Is it? And she's like, we want you to be Harry. And yeah, it was so cute. And I knew I was going to break her heart because I said yes, and I'll do everything I can to pull off Harry Potter. But she's 7. She's expecting the kid from the movies. She's not expecting middle-aged, burned out, hasn't cast a spell in 30 years, Harry Potter. Still wearing his Gryffindor robe, but gets a high school varsity jacket. But Harry Potter, I'll give it credit, man. Adults love that too, and I think it kind of still works. Like, there's some things that we all loved as kids that just don't work when you're a grown-up. He-Man, great example. You would not find a better fan of He-Man than I. I was the biggest He-Man fan when I was 5 years old. Other things I enjoyed when I was 5 included eating my own boogers and having my mom wipe my ass because I don't know how to do it yet. But my buddy called me. He's 45 years old. He called me a couple weeks ago. He's like, man, they're making a new He-Man movie. How exciting is that? And I'm like, well, I'm an adult, so I just don't think it works, especially in modern times. The name He-Man? It's a little pronoun specific, don't you think? Maybe call it he maybe? Them person? Sometimes characters will just let you down, though. Like, the biggest letdown for me was Batman. And I'm not talking about the movies. Like, all the movies are cool, but just actually knowing the character. This happened a little ways back. There's an animated show in the Batman universe about the character Harley Quinn. And the writers put a joke in there. And about Batman. They said Batman was going down on Catwoman. And Warner Brothers nixed the joke. They said Batman doesn't do that. Yeah, apparently Batman is the DJ Khaled of superheroes. He doesn't go south of the border, okay? And it's like their official quote was, good guys don't do that. And if that's true, that means get the handbasket, because I'm going to hell. I'm telling you, you ladies cheering, that's great, but it's really better for both parties, okay? Because sex is fun, but that's where babies come from, so I'm nervous. And when you're having sex, sometimes you open your eyes at the same time. It's like, oh, hey, okay, I'll close first. And there's just weird rules to sex. Like, it's the most fun thing you could do on earth, yet you're a creep if you smile during it. You know, just let me do my thing, you do your thing. Give me the canary, I'll go down below, and then you ladies can focus on what you do well. You can work on the acting performance of your career. And I'm down there getting work done, because going down it's not like a talent thing, it's just a heart thing. It's just a gritty, gutty, every word you associate with white athletes. That's what going down is. You know, just try your best and just never give up. And that's why Batman's mopey all the time, because he can't please a woman. Apparently the world's greatest detective can't find the clitoris. So he's just at home with Alfred watching Blue Bloods night after night. Meanwhile, Joker's out there robbing banks, having fun, eating ass, getting things done. You know, as you all let me talk more, you realize why I'm single? Which not only do I love being single, I think all my married friends actually love that I am single. Because all the females that I'm friends with that are married, I'm their little experiment. You know, they love trying to set me up with somebody. And my dude friends, they adore me, because I'll get a text like, hey man, what are you doing right now? And I'm like, well, it's 2:30, so I'm watching ESPN, then I'm gonna go take a nap. And they're like, can I come over? Can I nap with you, Mark? Like, every couple, sometimes you just need an outlet. I'm your wingman. Come on over. Hang out. Remember what it used to be like. Because I don't know if it's going to happen for old Uncle Mark. I don't. And I don't really care about it, because we all know that, like, person who, they're in a serious relationship, they break up, and then they're just not themselves until they meet somebody else. Like, I have a friend, they broke up, and then the next week they met somebody new. They're already saying, I love you. They're planning trips together. That's not my speed. Okay? I break up with somebody, I need a good 6-7 years to really think about what happened, you know, where she went wrong. I do like the dating event, though. Like, dating, it's an event for me. I get up for it, I get excited about it. First date with me, awesome. You're gonna have a great time on the first date. I have some funny stories, I'm charming, I can usually cover the bill. Second date, that's when it starts to go downhill. Second date, you're like, he really likes Van Halen. Third date, you're like, he fell asleep at the table. Can I leave? I don't know what to do. Yeah, and you know, I think it just doesn't make sense for me to settle down now when we're so close to interplanetary travel. You know? Who knows when it could happen, but if you think when we can just go live on another planet, if you think I'm dragging some Earthling up there with me, no, man, I want to be like Star Trek. I want to live long, prosper, and Captain Kirk some hot alien ass. That's the dream. My mom is thrilled that I don't have kids. So much so that I'm like a little offended. Because she'll say things to me that she will not say to her other 2 kids. My sister has 1 kid, great. My brother's got 2 kids, awesome. I got a dog, and she's like, are you sure you're ready for that responsibility? And kids in general, they just like, I just feel like we're past the golden age with kids, you know? Like the 1600s, that was how you do it. The 1600s, you could have 10 kids, 2 of them make it, you're father of the year. There was no pressure about modern society. There was no worry about school shootings or virtual reality. You had one rule back then. Don't talk to the cursed goat. Everybody had a farm. There's fun animals. Just that one googly-eyed one, we think it's a witch. Don't talk to that one. The Quaker Oat guy said it put a curse on us if you looked at it, so don't do that. But now, man, kids. I just don't find a lot of good reasons to have kids. I'm not sure. One of the ones you used to hear is, oh, I need to propagate the species. There's 8 billion of us on Earth. If Earth was a nightclub, the fire marshal would shut it down. Had a buddy, he's like, oh, I just kind of wanted a kid because they're cute. Oh, if you think kids are cute, you've only seen the first 10 minutes of Gremlins. The best, though, is one of my friends has 4 kids, and he's like, I don't know, man, I just wanted something to, give a legacy to me. Like, he literally said, I just want something to outlive me. And I'm like, dude, you wanted a turtle. All right? Turtles are much cheaper. Kids will eat you out of house and home. A turtle, 1 head of lettuce keeps it satisfied for like a decade. You want kids, but you're on a budget? Turtle. Yeah, and it's a funny situation in my family, too, because, like, currently there's 2 single people left. There's me and my mom. And I do okay, but my mom is out there. You know, she travels the world, she meets interesting people, but sometimes it happens where you don't expect it. Like, she started hanging out with a guy who lives up the street. And we've had that house for 30 years. He's been there for 30 years. We have both been in that neighborhood for so long. When I was a kid, I took his daughter to a couple high school dances. Yeah, and remember, boys, going to pick up your date, so nerve-wracking, because you're in your suit, you're sweaty, you ring the doorbell, you know she's not answering. She's got to do her Belle, Beauty and the Beast walk down the stairs. So it's the dad, and he just opens the door and he's like, you have her home by 10:30, young man. I'm like, yes, sir. So this past Thanksgiving, I was home, and guess who came to pick my mom up? Yep. Oh, I was waiting. It was 3:30 p.m. and I was just sitting in a rocking chair waiting. He rings the doorbell, I answer, and he's like, hey, Mark, I'm here to take your mom out. And I'm like, 10:15, motherfucker. You have no idea how weird it is to call someone a motherfucker and have it maybe be accurate. She was seeing this other guy too who has Netflix. Like, and I don't know what my mom does. I think they're just friends, but I don't know if they Netflix and chill or they Paramount Plus and snore. Whatever they do is fine. But she said he has Netflix, and when I tell you he has Netflix, I mean he still has Netflix. Send DVDs to his mailbox. I shit you not. Did anybody know that was still an option on the table? That used to be the whole business model. Now it's just the one cubicle in the corner. It's like, well, we can't fire Todd. He's the boss's kid. Just give him a bunch of those envelopes to play with. And I don't long for that era. I don't long for the era of getting DVDs in the mail. I miss the previous era when the whole family would pile in the car Friday night and you go to Blockbuster Video. That was a big night. Big night in the Ellis family. Because you drive out there and it was so exciting going to the video store with all this anticipation, and you knew you were leaving with your 4th choice. Because we all have the same strategy. You go to the video store, you start new releases, you go A to Z, and then everybody disperses to their favorite section. My sister tried to rent a horror movie. Oh, that's going to scare your little brother. My dad wanted an action movie. Honey, it's rated R. Mark is trying to rent Basic Instinct again. That's not going to work. So then you just get in this debate, and it ends 30 minutes later with, well, you know what? Fuck it. Just grab Sister Act again, and we'll all watch that. We went to Blockbuster once, but it was like 3 towns over. So my town, Williamsburg, Virginia, we didn't have Blockbuster. We had the local video store, Video Update, which was actually better than Blockbuster because we had all the same sections they had, but Video Update also had the curtain. Yeah, the curtain. It was always way in the back, and it was black with like glitter and weird stains all over it. That was the curtain that led to the adult film section. And you weren't allowed back in there if you were under 18. They had a mirror so everybody could see who was in there. And 12-year-old Mark Ellis came up with a scheme. Yeah. 4-person operation. Me, my buddies Jack, Brian, and Doug. So Jack got a ride to my house. We rode bikes to Brian's, and then we rode bikes to Doug's. Doug's dad was a Marine, so Doug took this shit seriously. He comes out of his house. He's 12 years old, head-to-toe camo. He's like, hey, man, I couldn't get the sword, but I got a knife. And we're like, what the fuck are you talking about? So here's what I came up with. My job was to distract the front clerk guy, right? You know the guy who's always judging you. He's got his picks that are sacred. Doesn't matter what you're renting, he's going to say it's not good enough. Like, oh, 2001: A Space Odyssey, Kubrick's other space movie. Have you seen the moon landing? So my job is to entertain that guy. Brian, Jack, they were the lookout, and then Doug was the most crucial part of the operation. Doug G.I. Joe crawled back there, and he couldn't get back to the magical land of Oz, but he could reach his hand around the corner, and he could pull a movie. Only problem was he couldn't see what movie he was pulling. So first time we tried it, he pulled Edward Penis Hands. So now we got to watch a movie about a guy with 5 dicks on his hand, which ended up being one of my top 10 favorite film experiences of all time. Because we put it on at my house where we had all the good snacks, and we're watching it, and this is like 2 a.m, and my mom comes downstairs, half awake, just to get a glass of water. She walks through the living room like, oh, I love Winona Ryder. Good night, guys. So then Doug pulled another one the next week. We got cocky, and he pulled Hot Asian Invasion 6. Yeah. If you know anything about that franchise, that's when it got good. That was their Fast 5. But that's not the end of the mission. Now you have to go to another section and switch the tapes out with something we're allowed to rent. So he goes to the family section. First movie he sees, The Adventures of Milo and Otis. If you don't remember that movie, it's a dog and a cat, and they go across the country together. It's a great journey. And the guy working there thinks, we can't wait to get home to see this. And the next guy that tries to rent Hot Asian Invasion 6 instead gets the adorable journey of a dog and a cat going across the country together. And it's just such a weird mindfuck to think all those guys that I came up with that scheme with, they have families. And me, I just moved out to LA and I chased this dream, and it's going okay now, but I mean, there's a lot of misadventures you get into back in the day. And I used to work at the world famous Comedy Store. I used to be an employee there, and you do whatever they ask you to do. You park the cars, you clean up the puke, work the front desk. So I drank a lot. And I remember I got home one night and I was hammered, and it was my little studio apartment, right? I've since added a whole bedroom to the empire. So whenever you get home and you're drunk, you're some level of one of 3 things. You're either tired, you're hungry, or you're horny. And you don't know which one you are all the time. Sometimes you think you're one, and it turns out, no, you were something else. So a couple weeks prior to this, I had met a sex worker at a gentleman's establishment. If you're over 50 in this room, I met a hooker at a strip club. And so I got her number, and she's like, we should hang out sometime. And I'm like, oh, we should hang out sometime. And so I get home from the Comedy Store, I'm hammered, and I make 2 phone calls. And then I pass out. I called her, and I called Pizza Hut. And then I fell asleep. So I woke up the next day, I had a bunch of missed calls, and then I got 2 texts that morning. One was from her, and it said, thanks for the pizza, asshole. And then the other one was from the Pizza Hut guy, and it said, dude, anytime you need pizza, you give me a call. Nobody out pizzas the Hut, but I out pussied the Hut that night. Yeah, but you get older in life and you think, oh wait, there's more stages to this whole thing than we originally thought, right? Because when you're a kid, you think, oh, I'm gonna grow up, I'll meet somebody, I'll get married, I'll have kids, that's the end. No, I'm here to tell you, if you're still single and you're my age, There's more to life. There's more phases than you were taught. I just entered a new one that I never knew existed. Nobody told me about this, but now I'm in the phase of my life. A lot of my married friends, they're getting divorced. My friends are coming back. If you love something, set it free. And you feel bad for the family or whatever, but you're also excited, right? You're like, I got my buddy back, sweet. But you gotta be careful. That's not really your friend anymore, is it? No, looks like your friend, but they've been through some shit you can't understand. So it's like you took your friend as you knew them, buried them in Pet Cemetery, and now they're back. Like, hey, what's up, man? Hey, man, you got any of those PlayStation 5s left? I saw a tweet. You got any? I do sincerely want to thank you all for coming out tonight. You guys have been a fantastic crowd. And really, this was the exact scenario that me and every other comedian was envisioning when we were in lockdown and we couldn't perform in front of you all night after night. And you just think, when am I going to get back here? Because when the lockdown started, I actually was in Vegas and I had to scramble to get a flight home. So when you're scrambling to get a flight home, what airline do you use? It's Southwest. Who the fuck said Spirit? I need to go from Vegas to LA and I don't want to go through Cairo to get there. Spirit isn't an airline, it's an escape room. No, you want to fly Southwest. So I flew Southwest. I have money. And I think my letter was like G, and I didn't know they went that high. But I'm sitting on the plane. I'm in row 38, success. And I'll never forget as long as I live. Like 15 rows ahead of me, a guy sneezed. And for the first time in my life, nobody blessed him. Not one of the 3 nuns sitting right behind him blessed him. And it was weird. It was like a good sneeze, too. It was like that old man sneeze, that aha! Like they're really sick or they just found treasure. Aha! So he sneezed once, nobody blessed him, we all got silent. He sneezed again, and we murdered him. He's dead. And that story warms my heart for 2 reasons. 1, I got to kill a guy. And 2, a couple months ago, I got to go back to Vegas for the first time since the pandemic, and I got to work there. And it was awesome because Vegas was back and people were gambling and restaurants were full and it was awesome. And I was reminded that there is a fantasy to doing stand-up that is not the reality. There's a difference. You have your fantasy of what you think the job is and then the reality of what the gig actually is. So the fantasy of stand-up is that you're going to go on the road and you're going to entertain audiences and you're going to make a bunch of beautiful women laugh. And then one of them is going to come back to your hotel room with you and you make love all night long. Hasn't happened yet. But I've only been doing this 17 years, so there's still time. The reality is you go on the road, you make a bunch of beautiful women laugh, and then you go back to your hotel room alone, and the sex is always happening right next door. I've heard a lot of people have sex. And it's fun now. But back when I was a young comic, it freaked me out. First time I heard it, I didn't know how to react. Because when I was a kid, I never heard my parents have sex. They wrestled a lot, never heard them have sex. Occasionally you see dad take a leak in the middle of the night. Why is he wearing a cape? You know what? He's a wrestler. That's what I'm going with. So first time I was on the road and I had it, I was doing a gig somewhere in the Midwest, and like the painting on my wall was vibrating. And what do you do in that situation? Do you call the front desk and complain? Do you ride it out? I was like, look, I'm going to give them 10 minutes. And then I came. So I'm like, oh, boy. This escalated quickly. So then you just wait another 10 minutes and you bang on the wall. Hey, I'm ready to try again. Sorry about that. First timer. But now I'm a pro. I'm good. Best time I ever heard other people have sex, which is a great way to start a conversation at a dinner party. Best time I ever heard other people have sex, San Diego Comic-Con, 2018. Oh, what a time it was. And it was so beautiful because it was nerds doing it. You know? And like the misconception about us nerds is that we don't have sex. That's not true. We don't have a lot. But when we do, you ever see a raccoon eat a filet mignon? It's not gonna last long, but man, you'll remember that the rest of your life. So I'm in my hotel room. It's Saturday night, 3 a.m. I'm about to pass out. I hear the door next to me close. And by this point in my career, I know the difference between like one person and like an excited couple. This was the latter. So these people get back to their room, and the first thing that turned me on that they might be doing something lovemaking like was not the sounds of passion. First thing I heard, music. I heard the faint strains of a classic John Williams theme song. These people got home from being at Comic-Con all day, eating hot dogs, reading comic books, and they said, tonight's the night that we make love to Jurassic Park. Yeah. You know, I got out of bed and opened a beer. I was like, this is gonna be fun. I'm yelling lines from the movie, hold on to your butts. Use a condom, life finds a way. And I knew it was getting good. I knew one of them was about to have the moment because it was loud, the music was swelling. On my nightstand, I had a glass of water, and it started to ripple. And I tell you that story not to embarrass anybody. No, if you're in LA for the weekend, if you're going on a trip soon with your significant other, I want you to get in a hotel and have the loudest, most boisterous sex of your entire life. I just want you to realize we can hear you too. So make it fun for everyone. Right? Yell out something that's gonna make me laugh. Yahtzee always works. Go board game with it. You sunk my battleship. I'm a nerd, so whenever I climax, I say, Chewie, we're home. Make it competitive, and you're winner! Ladies, don't do this thing you usually do, ladies. Don't do the oh God, okay? Oh God, oh God. God can't hear you. I can. Make it fun for me. Do your favorite fast food jingle. Right there. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba! Go political. Epstein was murdered! Make it historical. Oh, right there, right there. Sic Semper Tyrannis! My name is Mark Ellis. Thank you guys so much.